Alrighty. Well, thank you everybody for joining us today in this virtual training. My name is Natalia Tague, and I'm a Clinical Services Administrator here at Western Tidewater CSB. This event is one in a series of events organized by our Regional Clinical Training Committee for Region 5. Today, you will be receiving an overview of cognitive behavioral therapy for psychosis. Before we get started, I just want to take a few minutes to review some housekeeping issues. This is an all-day training. There will be a few breaks today, and we will alert you when those come up. We'll try to have a break for about 10 minutes at the top of each hour, and then about a 45-minute break for lunch around 12:30. Because we have such a large number of participants, we ask that you retain your questions for the break and for the end of the seminar. As you can see, you do not have access to your camera or microphone, but you can ask questions using the Q&A function at the bottom of your Zoom screen. We were successful in obtaining CE credits for this training, which will be emailed to you after the completion of the training. I'll also resend the handout materials just in case you didn't get them the first time around. If you do not receive these materials by the middle of next week or so, please feel free to email me and I'll send them over to you. Now, just a few words about our wonderful presenter today, Dr. Kate Hardy. Dr. Hardy is a clinical associate professor at Stanford University and California licensed psychologist who specializes in working with individuals with psychosis for over 15 years, both in research and clinical settings. Dr. Hardy received her doctorate in clinical psychology from the University of Liverpool, United Kingdom, and has completed her postdoc fellowship at the University of California, San Francisco. She's the co-director of the Inspire Clinic and co-section chief of specialty clinics at Stanford University that provide psychosocial interventions for individuals with psychosis and their families. She co-leads the Psychosis Risk and Early Psychosis Program Network and is the co-chair of the Training and Technical Assistance Work Group for this network. Dr. Hardy provides training and consultation to clinicians in CBT for psychosis and early psychosis models of care. We're very happy and honored to have Dr. Hardy with us today. So without further ado, I will hand the reins over to her. And I see Jen has joined us. So Dr. Hardy, would you prefer I hand off the hosting to Jen?
Maybe you keep the hosting. Jen is going to monitor chat for me.
You got it.
Thank you. All right, well, thank you everyone and lovely to be here. I'm on video and realizing I look quite ghostly because it is dark outside. It's 6 a.m. here in California. I assume that will change as the sun comes up and the light changes, but I don't know, I'm kind of liking the filter. Jen Cow is with me as well. She's my postdoc with those in the clinic at the moment, and she's going to help with monitoring the chat. And yeah, we're going to have a fun, hopefully, day talking about cognitive behavioral therapy for psychosis, particularly looking at CBTp informed skills for frontline providers. In terms of disclosures, really quickly, I do a lot of these trainings around the United States. I'm also a subject matter expert for Click Therapeutics and a non-financial disclosure. I'm co-founder of the North American CBTP network, which I'm sure I'll talk about later as a continued resource if folks are interested. Additional disclosure is at some point, I'm confident that this will happen. So I apologize in advance for any cat interruptions. Hopefully less so of child interruptions, but hopefully you'll bear with me and be tolerant if that happens as well. And as Natalia mentioned, we have a structure for the day. You know, Zoom fatigue is a real thing. It's hard to be on a computer and to keep our attention for that length of time. So what we're going to try and do is have a break every 10 minutes on the top of every hour. So at 9:50 a.m., 10:50 a.m., we'll use that time to review any of the questions in the chat box. And then just as we come back, respond to any of the questions that might come through that time. But during that 10 minutes, I'm going to encourage you to get up, move around, breathe. Don't just stay sat at the computer doing email or whatever. Try and use that time to get your brain sort of engaged into a different sort of modality at that point. And we'll break for lunch around 12:30 p.m. East Coast time for 45 minutes. And I will keep trying to do the 3-hour conversion in my head. Otherwise, it's going to be a long time to lunch for you all. So, you know, for many of us, this remote learning is, well, getting familiar, a few months in now, but it is a relatively new thing. Some of these things are already taken care of. I was going to say remain on mute unless asking or responding to a question, but that's already kind of taken care of. But do feel free to ask questions, use the chat box. Jen's going to be monitoring that so that you have an opportunity to respond. And like I say, every sort of hour through the training, we'll do a review of the questions and answer anything that came up for folks. Let me and Natalia know about any sound issues or any issues with the slides or anything like that. I'm going to be using polling through this, so I will talk about that in just a second and how that's going to work. And I would say feel free to go on video, and everybody, pets, kids, partners, whoever is welcome. But you guys don't have that, and I don't have the privilege of seeing your lovely faces. So I guess you're just going to be seeing me for 8 hours. Apologies. Zoom virtual meetings are a very strange place to be in, especially for over 8 hours or over the course of 8 hours. It could be that my internet disappears. I don't know how many of you have found yourselves in meetings just like this. Are you coming through? Can you hear me? Anyone else with you? We can't see you, you're on mute, all of that good stuff. If I happen to disappear, you will know because my slides will go away and I will stop talking and it will, you'll suddenly startled out of your daydream or your sleep, whatever you're doing at the time. I will call back in, just hang out. I have Natalia's number if needed, but hoping we don't have any internet interruptions today. And then our final kind of housekeeping piece before we get into doing the presentation is that I want us to try using something called Poll Everywhere as a way of us, even without being on in the same room and even without us having the chat feature or the opportunity rather for you to come on and ask questions, at least to be able to respond. I will completely admit that I think some of this is down to me wanting to know there are indeed people out there, and I'm not just talking to a camera or a computer for the next 8 hours, but this is a way of kind of getting a sense of what you're picking up from the training, what your thoughts are, providing some feedback, all of that good stuff. So there's a couple of screenshots here, and just to sort of get set up before we get into the bulk of the training, what I'd ask you to do is using your smartphones if you have them, or you can also text, is to go to Poll Everywhere. And what I did there on the left of the screen, just using my smartphone, that's a screenshot, is type Poll Everywhere into Google, and then that comes up. Click on Poll Everywhere, that top one. And then the next screen you should see should be that screen on the right, Poll Everywhere, join presentation, pollev.com/ and then put in my username, which is Kate Hardy 151. Is that there on the top right? If all that is too trying for a Friday morning, or you can't use your smartphone in that way, or you just want to try text, you can text to the number 22333, texting Kate Hardy 151, and then you should get a response sort of saying that you're now live. And we should, if technology is working for us, have the opportunity to then have some interaction. So we'll see if that works. We'll get to try that in just a second. Gosh, who knew such excitement and tension could happen on a Friday? We'll see if it works. All right, so what are we going to try and get out of this day? Well, my aim is to be able to explain the CBT model and how it applies to working with psychosis, and hopefully by the end of this, you'll be able to do the same. Describe some of the key research that supports the CBTP evidence base. List 2 to 3 skills that are important for working with individuals with psychosis. And then demonstrate knowledge of different CBTP models that are applicable to different client presentations and provide a training background. So a few different things to try out there. Yes, I remember this wasn't going to work. All right, so first technological glitch of the day. Don't worry, guys, we'll figure this one out. this is awesome. Hang on. All right, I'm going to do a quick shift around here. I need to go PC screen only. Go to there. And go share screen. One. And sorry, let me see. I don't know if anyone can hear my cat in the background. Just make life even more fun. Why is that? Oh, I know. There. All right. Can I get a heads up or maybe from Natalia? And we have the cat. It's all happening. Oh my gosh. Can you see my screen right now? It's a big presentation.
Yes, yes, we can.
We did it. Now we have, here we go. Our first, hello. This is the cat I promised you about. We don't charge extra for a cat on the training. And you're already doing it already. Fantastic. Thank you very much. So hope to learn how to better serve clients with psychosis, get a better understanding of CBT, some new skills, better understanding of how to work with psychosis. These are pouring in. Thank you guys. Gaining skills, increased skill sets. I'm hearing a lot of having skills by the end of this, some education. Gosh, let's hope so. Evidence-based interventions. Take note, cat, we're not having anyone say more pictures of the cat. More info and use of CBT approaches, a lot of knowledge. Let's hope so by the end of this. Learning more about CBT for psychosis. And some strategies. Again, we should definitely be really focusing on the skills piece today. And some techniques for working with psychosis. Confidence using CBT with the clients. Good. Practical skills, certainly doing that. Lots of learning. Awesome. As these keep coming in, I will also highlight that this is just obviously a single day training. Typically when I do trainings like this, they last anywhere in the region of 3 to 5 days with lots of consultation afterwards, typically weekly consultation for 10 months. So what I hope to convey to you in just a single day are some of these skills that you can take away and apply immediately. But equally, if by the end of this, you're still feeling like, gosh, I don't have all the skills, or I feel like I've just got a bit, but I could certainly do with some more, that would be very, very natural. We certainly can't be the best lead reinvestment clinician the world could offer. Brilliant. I don't know how we're going to measure that, but I like it. And adjusting CBT skills for psychosis, that's really important for us to consider, that we're taking existing CBT skills and applying them to the psychosis population. All right, I'm going to skip through because I don't want us to have 200 of these, and they keep going. I don't know where they're going. They're dropping off my screen. Who knows? But let's go on to the next one. All right, so not loving me today. So another poll for you all. I don't even have to say anything. You just jump right in there. It's amazing. You're so keen. It's a great group already. So it's self-explanatory, and we're seeing the numbers come in. Gosh, it's like a live vote. Oh my goodness. So trying to get a sense of the group of the kind of 200 or so of the people on the line as to how much experience you have with CBT generally. From none at all, this is more or less the first time you've been hearing about this, so you might be kind of familiar with the concept, but really not feeling very much like you have any practical skills in it, right through to basically being Tim Beck or Dr. Beck, who pretty much kind of created this And it looks like we're coming in at around the sort of mid-level of understanding or experience of utilizing cognitive behavioral therapy. A nice little bell curve there. Next question, what about the experience of working with folks who are experiencing psychotic symptoms? So we've got some people with maybe a little bit less experience, again, kind of in the middle, kind of moderate. Nobody saying that that is the only thing that they do in their work life. But a lot of, moderate to a lot here. Well, let's make a little. Okay, awesome. So again, getting a sense of the folks that are on the call here, with sort of an average level of CBT knowledge, not necessarily applied to psychosis. And then kind of in the middle there about experience of working with individuals with psychotic symptoms. So what is psychosis? Just give me a single word that comes to mind when you think of psychosis. And it has to be a single word rather than a phrase, because this is a word cloud. And we'll see this word cloud build as people start to put in words, obviously. We've got some folks identifying symptoms and psychotic experiences as consistent with that term. So delusions and hallucinations really jumping out there. It's a beautiful thing as it grows. And really, it was moving so fast, I'm having a hard time catching it. But one word that just jumped out to me was amazing and intriguing. And I would agree with both of those. I think there's a huge amount of strength and resiliency and opportunities to be really curious about the human condition when we think about psychosis. So it's wonderful to see what we might consider to be more kind of positive connotations of psychosis when typically we move to much more of the negative. But certainly the things in here of kind of the symptoms of hallucinations and delusions. Reality is a word that's really standing out there. And I think that's if we think about sort of the definition of psychosis as being kind of a temporary shift away from a shared reality is one way that this might be defined. We've got disconnection or disconnect, confusion, shifting, being distracted. A nice little emoji there. Oh, it's making me feel quite dizzy, all this movement. There's a lot going on. But yeah, the symptoms are the ones that are really jumping out there. Dissociation. I don't know where it's gone. The word trauma as well, which we will touch upon later as something that's quite integral to this. All right, let me jump into the next. So what is psychosis? Well, like I already said when we talked about that word cloud, is that it's a temporary state of mental impairment caused by a loss of contact with reality, or what we might consider to be consensually shared reality, because we could get into a discussion and debate over reality in and of itself, that causes an impairment in functioning. And that impairment piece is really important for us to consider. As I talk about psychosis throughout this training, I'll be using it as an umbrella term for a number of different experiences, consistent with diagnoses where a loss of contact with this idea of reality is a prominent feature. And diagnoses such as schizophrenia, schizoaffective disorder, bipolar 1, a delusional disorder, PTSD, we can see certain psychotic symptoms, major depressive disorder, and certain personality disorders. So I'm not focusing on any one kind of symptom cluster there or diagnosis, but sort of taking psychosis as more of an umbrella concept. And when we think about that umbrella and what falls under that umbrella of psychosis in terms of different symptoms, we think about what's called the positive symptoms. And I'm really telling many of you what you already know, but I want to make sure that we're all on the same page as we move forward, because this is language that I will keep using. And if people are not familiar with it, they're just going to get lost really quickly. So examples of positive thinking are things like unusual thinking, positive symptoms, unusual thinking, perceptual disturbances, or disorganized communication. And these aren't called positive symptoms because they are really great and good and cool symptoms to have. Some people might experience them that way, but rather they're called positive symptoms because they're considered to be an addition to what is seen as sort of the general range of human experience. So it's taking what we would typically see in the population and sort of adding to that experience. Unusual thinking, sort of consistent with the idea of delusions, there's confusion about what might be real or imaginary, having ideas of reference, preoccupation with the supernatural, or having unusual thoughts such as mind tricks or suspiciousness. Perceptual disturbances are consistent with this idea of hallucinations, could be very sort of vague and sort of attenuated, so increased sensitivity to light or sound, thinking you're seeing shadows out of the corner of your eye, through to things that feel more fully formed, like hearing things that other people don't hear or seeing things that other people don't see. And these perceptual disturbances can occur in any of the 5 senses. So this could also be about smelling, tasting, or feeling unusual sensations that other people won't experience or aren't experiencing, or that don't have a obvious cause in the natural world. So I feel something touching me, but there isn't anything physically present. I can't see anything on my skin right now. To complicate, we could have a combination of those where we would have tactile hallucinations combined with a visual hallucination of maybe a bug crawling on an individual's skin, which could be very disturbing for somebody because they're feeling and seeing it, but when they're showing it to someone else, the person's saying there's no bug there. So we could have these hallucinations in multiple modalities at the same time. And then disorganized communication is another example of a positive symptom, where the individual might have difficulty getting their point across or difficulty directing sentences towards a goal. They might be rambling or going off track during conversation. We talk about tangential or circumstantial speech. Circumstantial is where a person kind of might start on a topic, go off track, kind of go off and around the houses, and then eventually come back to their point. Whereas tangential is it goes off the point and we end up way over on a different topic without really realizing how we got there and never actually addressing the topic that was started. We might have incorrect words or entirely new words, neologisms, using irrelevant topics in response to questions, or just having what is kind of very odd speech, bizarre speech to the extreme of something that's called word salad, where it's really quite difficult to comprehend what the individual is trying to communicate. Similarly, we can have negative symptoms when we're thinking about psychosis and psychotic disorders and what falls under that umbrella. And just as we thought about positive symptoms as being an addition to human experience, we think about negative symptoms as being something that takes away from or is less than what people might typically experience. And oftentimes it's negative symptoms that individuals report as being the most disabling and the most distressing, which can be really surprising because when we hear about the content of people's delusions or hallucinations, you would think that sounds so horrific and so hard. Surely that's what's going to be the most challenging. But actually it's this idea of kind of removal of what might be typically seen for the individual that can be so challenging. So we might have a sociality where the person spends more time alone and wants to spend more time alone, but also has this underlying desire to connect, but just can't or doesn't have the motivation to do that anymore, which leads us into thinking about avolition, where the individual might just not feel motivated to do things. Anhedonia, both the difficulty in identifying and expressing emotion, or even sort of kind of feeling that emotion. Affective flattening, where the individual's face and facial expression reduces. So, you know, that might be where I tell a really awesome joke to an individual in a session, and I would expect that person to be rolling on the floor laughing. Seriously, guys, my sessions are so much fun a lot of the time. But I'm met with a very blank blank face and blank stare with no twitch of a smile. And I'm like, gee, I have my best material. I got nothing. Which I might even point out to the individual and maybe get a twitch of a smile in that. It helps us to start to identify and sort of assess what level is this and how can I maybe use feedback and use our relationship, use our interaction to perhaps do some coaching around that. And then we have alogia as well, or impoverished speech and thinking, where the person is potentially presenting with less speech. We might be sat in a session or having an interaction with an individual, and there really is just very limited conversation. If we ask a question, we might be getting one-word answers, and individuals might report very limited kind of thinking or thoughts. So when you're asking them to report on what's going through their mind at that moment, there might be very little content. Now, all of this sounds like there just isn't very much happening, and that's certainly not the case. People who have sort of reported on and given personal accounts of negative symptoms as they've started to sort of recover from and move out of this have sort of described feeling an awful lot during this process or this period, but really being unable to report on it or provide a whole lot of information about it in the moment. We also see cognitive symptoms when a person's experiencing psychosis potentially. So decline in functioning, such as memory deficits, slowed thought processes, challenges organizing thought, problems with planning, impulsivity and concentration. And this is important for us to consider as we're thinking about applying cognitive behavioral therapy and introducing an individual to that and doing that work with an individual with psychosis, because it might inform us as to how we apply those skills and the sort of adaptations we might need to make to a model such as CBT for it to really land well and to be used in a way that is very impactful and helpful for the individual if they're having trouble with cognition, for example. And then we see sort of associated mood symptoms with this. And I think sometimes this can get overlooked again because we get really hyper-focused on this person's having hallucinations or they have this delusional belief. But, you know, we want to be aware of and want to make sure that we address associated moods such as depression or sadness, anxiety. We want to be aware of any physical symptoms that might be coming about because of the psychosis or because of medication management of the symptoms. Consideration of sleep, and if there's anything we can do to impact sleep. Obviously, we might see thoughts of death or suicide. Mood lability, distractibility, irritability, and agitation. So all things that we want to be really aware of and also addressing as we're working with an individual. So just to touch on this idea of language and psychosis before we get into the CBT parts, tell me, what are some common misconceptions of psychosis in the population? Again, single word answer, because I think it's going to throw out another word cloud. We don't have any responses received yet. So are there still people out there? Let's see. Danger. Yeah. Dangerous, danger, crazy. We think about how does the media portray individuals with psychosis? Hopeless, unstable, incapable, violence, weird, having to be in hospital, disability, splitting. Yes, that comes from the very unhelpful idea that schizophrenia means split personality, which we know it doesn't. But how many times have you had to coach somebody in that when you've been at a wedding and at a table full of guests that you don't actually know and you're the only one who hasn't had a drink and everyone else is quite tipsy? Oh, was that just me? I'm not fun to invite to parties if we're going to get onto the topic of schizophrenia and people are going to be really silly about what they understand about it. So yeah, we can see all these really quite somewhat pejorative and very hopeless terms that, you know, if you kind of making a joke about, but genuinely that did happen to me. I was at a wedding, and if we're talking about psychosis, I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna talk about it and educate individuals. Is the general population may hold these views of psychosis, and we can understand how this can then very much lead into stigma and misunderstanding of psychosis as a definition. And one of the definitions that we have sometimes been applied to psychosis and psychotic symptoms is as an understandable reaction to extreme situations. That's Eleanor Longden who's used that language. And yet when we sit here in this place, this kind of misconception, we lose all of that understanding of a person's experience. And so hopefully, other than just taking away skills from today, what we're also going to see is how we can use CBT to understand some of the origins of psychosis for an individual, and to try and begin to bring that understanding to our work as well. Thanks for jumping in on that, guys. You were fast again. You're doing on time. Excellent. So language really matters when we talk about psychosis and we talk about treatments for psychosis. Again, we just saw all of those really kind of negative terms, of somewhat pejorative terms at times, and the use often of this term of schizophrenic. And we know that schizophrenia and psychotic psychosis is a diagnosis, it's not a description. So we're always going to be using person first language, unless the client or the individual you're working with prefers that term and that label. We will always lead with person first language. And even then I might explain to the client, look, my preference is to use person first language, but I'm happy for you to refer to yourself as schizophrenic if that's what you want to do. But personally, I'm always going to use person first language. Because when we're using labels, we're usually unintentionally, maybe not always unintentionally, but typically unintentionally, I hope at least, distancing ourselves from the consumer or the client or the service user, insert whichever language you use to describe the individual that you're working with or supporting. When we're using labels with that distancing, we're establishing very much this them and us philosophy. And we're, again, I hope it's unintentional, but we're unintentionally perpetuating the stigma and all of those negative connotations that we saw that came out on that word cloud. So language really matters. For the longest of times, we thought about psychosis as being this cliff that once you fall over it, there's just no coming back. And the very best we could do is sort of stand at the top of that cliff and look down and be like, God, not so good down there, huh? It's like chucking meds to the bottom. And again, add some in. More recently, and when I say more recently, I'm sort of talking within the last 20 to 30 years, well, maybe 30 years at this point, we've considered psychosis as existing on a continuum and no longer seeing it as that discrete, you're psychotic or you're not, you're at the top of the cliff or you're at the bottom, but rather it's on this continuum. That is a walking brain, it is not a peanut. Hopefully that clarified a few things for folks. But this idea shown by our working brain there is that we all exist on this continuum. We can all move between times of not having anything that looks like psychosis to maybe in the middle, like lower in the bottom to the middle, kind of like psychotic-like experiences, through to fully psychotic episodes. And those things there in that box of stress, drugs, trauma, life experiences, sleep deprivation, are all things that we know can lead any of us to move up that continuum. So if I was to sleep deprive you guys, I think for the next 72 hours, I think is the kind of the cutoff, you would start to experience psychotic symptoms. You would be moving up that continuum. Now we get you back into a healthy sleep pattern and that would go away. Given enough stress or I guess it's the wrong type of drugs, we would see the same sort of things happening. So it's really important for us to consider this continuum. And it's important to do so because what it starts to allow us to do is to move away from that I'm one or the other to seeing as this is something that we can all connect around. And that's important, and I'll come back to this later, because a lot of what people describe in psychosis can feel very, very separate to what we might be experiencing if we're not experiencing psychosis. And so if we see ourselves all existing on this continuum, we can start to make better connection. And I'll come back to that later. All right, so did some preamble. We've talked about what psychosis is. We've talked about kind of getting that general sense of some of the language. A little technical glitch, but we're past that now. We kind of stopped trying to break down the door to get out. So we're now finally at this next bit of what is CBT? So let's start to think about CBT just very generally. Well, let's say you're falling asleep late one night and you hear a loud crash. And your first thought is, it's a burglar. The burglar has broken in and knocked something over. How do you think you might feel if you thought that's a burglar? What sort of emotions might come up for you? Scared? Yep. Scared, afraid, fear. We're all going to be around the same place, threatened. Panic, anger, startled. Yep, danger, brilliant. Awesome. You see where the word cloud really works now, because we're getting the one with the biggest, the most amount of responses is the biggest word right there in the middle of fear. Frozen, might be a good bodily response. Terrified, ooh, that's a good one. Helpless, yeah. Defensive. So if we're feeling like, if we think that's a burglar, that's our thought, the burglar has broken in, or a burglar has broken in, and we might feel things that are really associated with threat, like fear, scared, anxious, that kind of thing. I'm going to skip along. Thanks, guys. What might you do if your first thought is that's a burglar and you feel afraid, threatened, scared, all of the above? I think that's going to say grab stick or stick grab. Maybe that's a different response. Freeze, call the police, call the kids or go to the kids. I'm not sure. Oh, call me, Kate Hardy 151. I can't help you guys. I'm just going to say I'm going to be the one that's like hiding under my blankets. I think I saw blankets there. Maybe do some breathing, get a weapon, do something heavy stick. Call 911's the big one. Call the police. That's nice. I like that. That's a good. Pray. Yeah. Get the weapon. Hide. That is totally me. That's why you shouldn't call me in this sort of situation. I'm going to be under the blankets, eyes barely peeping over, probably sending the cat to check it all out. Escape. Yeah, exactly. Awesome. All right. So what we've got there is we've got the thought, right? We've got an event. It's crash. We've got the thought. It's a burglar. We feel scared or anxious or threatened. And then our behavior is consistent with that, where we might call 911, call the police, hide, grab a weapon, press a button, get the kitty, who knows? All right. So same scenario, same crash, just woken up. But instead of first thought being, it's a burglar, your first thought is, it's my really dopey cat that's knocked something over. How are you going to feel if your first thought is, it's the cat knocked something over again? What might be your first feeling? Sorry, how are you going to feel? Yep, kind of annoyed. There's some relief, tired, like, oh, no, not again, peeved. I love the emoji. That's awesome. Damn it. Yeah. Annoyed. Totally. Yeah, I would be kind of mad. You've met my cat already. She hasn't done it for a while, but she did go through a period of loving to wake me up middle of the night. I love the cat emoji. Well done, guys. You're really entertaining me. I was so worried I wasn't going to feel connected in this training by being in this room so many thousands of miles away from you. But the emojis are working. So we've got this kind of contrast, right? If we think it's the burglar, we feel scared, we feel frightened, we feel threatened. If we think it's the cat, we have a different emotional reaction of feeling annoyed, maybe angry or frustrated, kind of grouchy, maybe kind of just laugh a little bit. Let's go to the next question of, if your thought is it's the cat and you're feeling annoyed, what are you going to do this time? What might be the behavior? Again, kind of sticking to single words. Nothing, just go straight back to sleep. Go back to sleep, just be frustrated, clean up the mess, maybe roll over. Yeah, I'm like looking on the side to read the sideways ones, sorry. do some breathing, because yeah, our startle response has been activated, right? So you might need to do some breathing in order to be able to go back to sleep. But on the most part, I'm not seeing things like grab a weapon, call the police, or hide. You know, it's more, again, more consistent with, this is my cat, knock something over, I feel kind of annoyed or frustrated, and I can probably just go back to sleep. Nobody's getting a weapon this time. I'm feeling very, very safe about all of your pets. This is good. I'm glad to hear this. Excellent. So what we've got there, I'll keep that up for a second, is the very basic premise of what CBT, not talking about psychosis, but CBT generally is, that we have an event, we have a situation, and then it's how we interpret or think about that situation that leads to changes in how we feel and how we act. And so if I'm introducing CBT in session to somebody who's coming for CBTP, I'll start with an example like that, or if there's somebody with extreme paranoia, I probably won't use that example. I'll use something that feels a little safer. But I'm trying to help the individual start to see this connection between our thoughts, our feelings, and behaviors. The other thing that's good about an example like that is that historically CBT has been criticized for being very much in the here and now, and not noticing or not recognizing the impact of the environment or history. But what we can start to do with an example like that is bring those elements in, because they are absolutely crucial. So we want to think about the environment in which the individual is living. So if you don't have a cat, it probably doesn't make sense that you're going to jump to that conclusion immediately, right? If you live in a neighborhood where there have been a number of break-ins over the last week and you hear a loud bang, even if you would typically immediately think it's your cat, in that situation, in the context of repeated break-ins in your neighborhood in the last week, it would make sense that you might jump straight to a burglar, even if you very quickly dismiss that and realize it's the cat because your priceless mini vase has fallen on the floor or whatever. It also allows us to think about the history or the historical context as well. So even if you are living in a super safe, gated community with the best security system that money can buy, if you've grown up in a neighborhood that was very, very unsafe and you were potentially repeatedly traumatized by break-ins or threats to safety as you were growing up, when you wake up in this event, it would again make sense that you jump immediately to it's a burglar rather than thinking it's your cat. So it's important that we're able to bring in both that historical and environmental context. As we're thinking about CBT as well, I want to just be aware of the difference between thoughts and feelings. I know that seems really silly, but it is an important distinction. So language around thoughts and feelings can make identifying a thought or a feeling kind of tricky at times. And I'll show you that in a second. But it's important that we help clients to differentiate between the two so they're really able to go away and become their own therapists by knowing what am I thinking, what am I feeling, and being able to disentangle them, because it can get really kind of muddled up at times. And then it makes it easier for us to know where to target interventions. So quick vote is the statement, I feel angry, is it a thought or an emotion? Are we naming an emotion or a thought there? So we're going with, so we're going with B here, emotion, it is. So we're naming an emotion, anger as an emotion, a secondary emotion, granted, typically secondary to another base emotion, but it's helping the person is identifying an emotion when you say, I feel angry. What about, I feel like things aren't fair, thought or emotion? Nice, smart group. This is indeed a thought. Because of how we use our language, I feel like things aren't fair can sometimes be misidentified as a feeling, but not by you guys, because you are smart cookies. Oh, I can't catch you guys out. What about I thought it was scary? Thought or emotion? Ooh, this is a bit more evenly split. Yeah, so a little bit over half towards thought, and the under half towards emotion. Personally, with a client, I would identify this as an emotion, feeling scared as the emotion, and I would want to know what the thoughts were that were leading the person to identify the feeling of scared. I thought that there was a burglar, I felt scared. So what was the thought? But equally, on every CBT list survey I have ever been on, probably about every 6 to 8 months, there is a debate about the difference between thoughts and feelings and which one comes first. So even the extreme experts on this can't always agree. But I feel like he's being a jerk, thought or feeling. Yeah, totally. It's a thought. Again, how we use language, particularly in North America, sometimes leads us into thinking about it as something else. But it's a thought. I feel worried. So predominantly people identifying this as an emotion, and I would agree with you, but I also threw this one in because I think worry is one of the few that can actually occupy all three. So feeling, we feel worried, but it's also a thought process, right? We have worry thoughts, although again, we'd want to specify what those actually were, and it can be an internal behavior to worry. So I always find worry a really unique and interesting one that can actually be in any of those three areas of thought, feeling, or behavior. But in this context, you're absolutely right. It's an emotion. All right, so this seems like a great place to pause for 10 minutes. Feel free again to put the questions into the chat. Get up, move around. I'm going to open the door for my cat to go elsewhere because she doesn't have a lot to say about CBT, and come back just at 2 o'clock if you don't mind. Thanks.
Yep, I can hear you.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to try this cool, groovy headset instead. Hoping that it'll keep the sound a little bit more consistent. It does make me feel like I'm kind of like a top international DJ or maybe like an airline pilot or something. Either way, I get to fantasize. Just one question came in while we were, that's what I'm looking for, while we were on a break. There we go. And that was that oftentimes psychosis is inaccurately displayed in the media. We know that for sure. Are you aware of documentaries or movies that make a positive impact on dispelling these inaccuracies? And yeah, that's a tough one. So there's certainly some, and if folks who know of other ideas out there and things that they've seen or resources that they enjoy, feel free to put it in the chat and share. I've got a lot of people on the call, so I'm sure there's lots of great ideas. Where I tend to go for that is sort of recovery stories, both written and video. So On Track New York, which is an early psychosis program in New York State, unsurprisingly, has a number of different recovery stories that are really rather wonderful, showing individuals who've had experiences with psychosis talking about that experience and about their recovery. There's a documentary that I probably shouldn't recommend because I haven't actually seen it, but I've had recommended to me highly, and so I've been trying to track it down. But if anyone ever comes across a documentary called Psychosis and Me by an individual called David Harewood, he's an actor. That is apparently an absolutely fantastic documentary. But like I say, I haven't been able to track it down yet, so good luck. I really enjoy the film called Lars and the Real Girl. It's kind of an old one. What is the name of the documentary? Psychosis and Me. And the actor is David, I'd say David Harewood, or it could be David Harwood. I'd say Harewood, I don't know. But yeah, like the film Lars and the Real Girl, if you're recommending it to somebody, you'd want to sort of talk through with them about the different elements of what is essentially kind of a delusional disorder, but it's just a really lovely film. It's fictional, but it is a kind of a nice depiction of some of the elements of psychosis and some of what can happen if you sort of approach it with compassion and curiosity and kindness, as opposed to being really condemnatory. No, it's Lars, L-A-R-S. My accent is tripping us up. So yeah, feel free for other folks to put down ideas as you come up with them. All right, so let's go back to our presentation. So feel free, keep adding questions and the like, and we'll break again at 50 minutes and then we'll answer the questions after the break. So we've got a good idea of CBT. You gave me some really great ideas about how we might interpret the same event differently and how therefore different emotions and different behavioral reactions. And so in a nutshell, CBT is really about how you think that leads to changes in how you feel and what you do. And so talking includes how you think about, or sorry, thinking includes how you think about yourself, the world, and other people. As I mentioned, it frequently has this here and now focus, although it draws upon past experiences to explain how beliefs are formed. And we also want to consider that environmental and kind of societal context in which these beliefs are being experienced as well. There we go. So we know that early experiences lead people to develop core beliefs, and that these core beliefs may lead us to form unhelpful assumptions that that are generated to organize our perception and that govern our behavior. A critical incident might trigger those assumptions that might lead then to negative automatic thoughts impacting mood, behavior, and physiology. So that's kind of CBT sort of like just verbally described, like kind of the process of it. I'm much more of a visual person, and so when we're doing formulation, I like to have boxes and lots of arrows connecting everything. I feel sure that that shouldn't quite look like that on stage, but let's see what happens. So, working through an example of that previous slide, let's say your friend is 20 minutes late for dinner and you're waiting for them to appear. And you start to have thoughts such as, they stood me up, they never really wanted to have dinner with me anyway. They were totally just faking. They had no intention of coming. They wanted me to sit here and look like a total fool. Like all of these sort of negative thoughts or unhelpful thoughts that are just racing around a person's mind. They start to feel really anxious and sad about that. Having some of the physical reaction of nausea or hands sweating, blushing, starting to wonder if other people, that would be a thought, wondering if other people know you've been stood up. So kind of going red as a response to that. And the behavior might be kind of consistently checking the phone. Like, have they texted? Have they said that they're going to be late? And really ruminating on it. Well, how did they feel? How did they sound when they set this up? And, I've seen more on Facebook recently. They've been hanging out with that other friend of ours, and she never liked me anyway. So they must be in on something, and they must have gone to a movie, and that's why they're not here. Whatever, just like really ruminating about this. That would explain the process in the moment, in the here and now, right? The event, the thought, the feeling, behavior, and some physical feelings to help us really identify this. But what if we start to explore kind of the underlying element as to why in this situation the person jumps to these thoughts? Well, let's say maybe this individual was bullied at school and socially isolated growing up, leading them to develop core beliefs of others can't be trusted and I'm no good, I'm worthless. And then these unhelpful assumptions are conditional statements. So if, then, or either or. So if people get to know me, they'll reject me, or I have to always please people or they'll reject me. And so the critical incident then activates these assumptions, leading into that kind of top diamond that we see. And so that's what we would call sort of a visual formulation or a diagram to explain the previous slide of this kind of this build up to what we're seeing in the moment. And this, if we were thinking about it in therapy, might translate to a client coming in and then check in saying, I had a terrible week. I was meant to meet up with my friend, like we discussed, for homework, and I was going to reach out and start to really talk to people. Audio coming in and out again. Is it better? Let's see, is that better? Let's try that if I move my thing. Let's see if that works better. So this might be in a session, a client coming in and saying, I've had a terrible week. I tried that homework of meeting up with somebody. They were 20 minutes late. I got so anxious in the restaurant. I had all of these thoughts. I ran up a huge phone bill on my data because I just couldn't stop looking at it to figure out where my friend was. And then we might dive into understanding it in more detail and draw out a formulation potentially like this. Maybe not, it would depend, to try and help us understand what actually happened. Let me just check. Jen, you could just text me. Is that a better sound now that I moved my microphone? Perfect, thank you. Okay, let's try that. So, what do y'all think? Can CBT be used to support individuals with psychosis? Yay, fantastic. You're all in the right course. That was just a get people back and texting after a break question. All right. So how does CBT apply to psychosis? How do we take this very well-established model that's been used in many, many different mental health problems to working with individuals with psychosis? Well, for those of you that are familiar with CBT generally, as it might be applied for depression and anxiety, we see all of these elements, right? It's based in a cognitive model, it's formulation driven, there's a structure to CBT. We have a shared problem list and goals that we're working towards. There's an educational element, but we're using guided discovery and questioning to help the individual come to their own discoveries. There's homework built in, it's time limited, and there's a wellness planning or relapse prevention piece. And that is true for all of CBT approaches for depression and anxiety. And it's still true for working with psychosis. So what I always like to say in trainings like this is that if you have good basic CBT skills and you're confident in applying them for depression and anxiety, it is not a big stretch to start to use them with psychosis. There are some things that we want to make adaptations to, and we'll talk a little bit about that today. And there's ways in which we might do things slightly differently, but our foundations are the same. Just kind of sit back in time and think a little bit about the history of CBTP. Well, it was first described by Beck back in 1952 in a paper that looked at the, still cutting in and out. I'm going to go back to this and try and talk really clearly. I don't know why it's doing this today, apologies. Let me see if I just talk slowly and at the microphone. Let's see if that's any better. And what I'll do is I'll try and charge these up at the break and see if that makes any difference. I don't know. I could blame the cat, but she's gone quiet. So that might be the problem actually. Cat's gone quiet. She's plotting something. Okay. So like I was saying, first described by Beck back in the 50s in a paper about cognitive therapy for an individual with a diagnosis of paranoid schizophrenia. And so you would think if this had been going on for so long, we'd be doing CBTP everywhere by now. It would be just the thing that all clinicians will be trained in. But as you all know, that's really not the case. And so CBT for other mental health problems like depression and anxiety really kind of like rushed to the forefront and got used all over, and it really has become a very dominant model. And yet the application for psychosis kind of fell by the wayside for a few decades. And I think it was largely overlooked as an intervention for psychosis for a number of reasons. One of them was the prominence, particularly here in the United States, of biological and medical models for understanding psychosis. So you can imagine if we conceptualize psychosis and psychotic symptoms as purely being down to our biology or our genes, then it moves us away from thinking about how psychosocial interventions might be helpful and how psychosocial understandings of psychosis might be unhelpful, or helpful rather. There were also studies in the 80s that reported that talking therapies were at best unhelpful and at worst actually damaging to individuals with psychosis. So again, kind of moved away from that. And just this long-held understanding, or this assumption, that somehow psychosis lies outside the realm of what might be termed normal psychological functioning. And so with that assumption comes this idea of like a therapeutic nihilism, this idea that you can't possibly do therapy with somebody with psychosis when they're somehow so different, so other, so at this extreme. Now, we know that the continuum model really helped us to sort of dispel that. Back to our walking peanuts, our walking brain. See, even I mislabeled it. This again is why this continuum is so important. It helps us step away from these ideas that psychosis is different and other and not a shared experience, and instead helps us to sort of connect with some of these experiences and think about, again, the things that are up there in the box could be seen as the bread and butter of mental health professionals. We know how to work with that. We know how to deal with that regardless of diagnosis. And so we started to see the application of CBT to psychosis in kind of the 80s and 90s, first of all in sort of research trials, but then into more, what's the word I'm looking for, more into clinical application. Why do you think the continuum model helped to shift how we work with individuals with psychosis? Why do you think this was such an influential sort of pivot? Again, I think this is a word cloud, so we might need a single word. So big question, possibilities, nice. Distilled into a single answer. Oh, it's not a word cloud. You can actually do a sentence if you want, but I do like these single words that are coming up. I like that thing I made you force you into. It becomes treatable and less stigmatizing, absolutely, more accepted. What I'm hearing is sort of things that really move along. Yes, it's dialectical instead of like a false dichotomy. There's a belief, oh, you're all so good at just doing the single word because that's what I told you to do. I quite like making this, I should make this a word cloud instead. There's hope and recovery with this continuum. And it allows us to start to think about these experiences understandable, and we have understanding. We'll certainly look at that later. We can become more hopeful around our interventions and graduating. Oh, I don't know, I like that. And when I hear that word, I'm thinking about being able to move on from and recover from and live with. So lots of instances of hope and treatability and possibility. Awesome. All right, so I'm going to skip forward just in the more awareness, just in the interest of time. Thanks, guys, for throwing those out. Oh, normalization. I'm going to come back to that later. That is an important one. I saw that just jump up as I skipped off. We will come back to normalization. So what is CBT for psychosis? Well, overall, the focus is on reducing the distress, and the distress is in bold there because that is the important piece, caused by positive symptoms, including hallucinations and unusual thoughts, and addressing functioning, often by addressing negative symptoms. And the reason why reducing distress is in bold is because we can sometimes get really hung up on the idea of reducing the symptom itself. And that's no fault, really. That's what our treatment plans really call for. It's what we see in the literature. If we look at any CBTp trials, it's symptom reduction that is often reported, when in fact what CBT of any type is really targeting is the distress that is associated with these experiences. And in reducing the distress, we may see a reduction in the symptom. We may see the symptom occurring at just the same level of intensity and frequency, but the person is less distressed by it and therefore able to function better despite the experience. So if we only focus on symptom reduction, we're kind of doing ourselves and the client a disservice. And we do this through accessing sort of two levels of our human experience, our thoughts and behaviors, which is why CBT works so well, because cognitions and behavior. So if we're looking at the thoughts, as we've already seen in the example, it's the interpretation of the event that causes distress rather than the event itself. And so here, we may be trying to help the individual check the accuracy of their interpretation. So for example, this might be an individual who, let's see, comes into your office really, really scared because they are sure the FBI is after them because they just saw 5 blue cars go past their window that morning. And everybody knows that blue is the color of the FBI. So without a shadow of a doubt, the FBI is onto them. And so we might want to kind of slow things down, validate, notice the emotion, and then start to sort of explore and check the accuracy of that interpretation. Were there other cars? Was it the same car? What kind of cars? Was it a different blue? What else was going on? How many cars in total? Was this a single car that went past 5 times? Are you on a really busy street and there's like 200 cars over the course of the morning, but you really focus on the 5 blue ones? So we can start to be more exploratory around that. However, although we're talking about CBT and sometimes cognitive therapy and cognitive behavioral therapy can get conflated. Cognitive therapy, we're purely talking about thoughts. Again, I think there's a disservice there if we don't consider an individual's behaviors. And behaviors sometimes allow us another route in. So what we can do with behaviors is use these as a way of understanding potentially how the problem's being maintained and potentially addressing those behaviors even without touching the thoughts. So we might want to check the helpfulness of those current behaviors. So for example, here we might see, let me see, a situation where an individual is spending all their time in their room engaging with their voices to the detriment of any of their activities of daily living. So they're not doing laundry and they're not getting out to the grocery store, for example. And so we might want to explore with the individual just how helpful that behavior is of staying and engaging with the voices. Maybe do some motivational interviewing or exploration about the importance of some of the other behaviors, and then start to negotiate a time where there's some time spent, maybe 10 minutes or 20 minutes a day doing laundry, and the rest of the time can be engaging with the voices, and then comparing these, the 20 minutes with the laundry, the rest of the time with the voices, and hoping to build a little bit more balance. And so we can work with behaviors even when, for whatever reason, the thoughts might be inaccessible. The client might not want to reflect on thoughts or share the thoughts or have an ability to be sort of psychologically aware of the cognitions. And I want to highlight that that is not unique to psychosis. There are many individuals who find it harder to report on and access thoughts. You know, we're all on this call. I'm going to assume that the majority of us are working in the mental health field somehow. And so it's kind of second nature for us to be like, what am I thinking about? And to engage in that metacognition of thinking about our thoughts. That can make my brain hurt, but it's what we do. But for people who aren't necessarily engaged in this field or aren't oriented in that way, kind of stopping them and saying, hey, tell me about your thoughts and what you think about your thoughts. You can be met with a really puzzled and perplexed look. So I want to really highlight that it's not, you know, some people will say, oh, you can't do CBT for psychosis with individuals with psychosis because they can't report their inner world. Not accurate. Some people can, some people can't. True of psychosis and true of individuals without psychosis. It's a myth again. Now, I wanted to also just highlight that we can do CBTP at different stages of psychosis. And this is a generalization in terms of how this is broken down. This is from a paper by Lucia Valmaggia. But if we think about the 3 kind of overarching stages of psychosis, of what we would call clinical high risk, this being a group of individuals who haven't yet developed fully psychotic symptoms, but they're presenting with what we call attenuated psychotic symptoms, and maybe without intervention on the track to developing psychosis. With this population, we can start to address those attenuated symptoms. And what makes them attenuated is that the individual doesn't have full conviction about them, and it isn't impacting behavior. So let's say this is a young person, typically young, not always, but let's say an adolescent, who is sitting in class and beginning to wonder if the teacher can read the mind, but kind of knows that's silly and only really happens in Marvel movies. So doesn't really think it can, but it's starting to be something that they become a little bit more preoccupied with. They're starting to worry about it. It starts to make them feel uncomfortable. So there's some distress associated with it. But they're also able to dismiss it and kind of go, no, that couldn't possibly happen. And when we're working again with that population, we might be trying to address that and look for evidence for and against and trying to understand that presentation and that experience. Testing out and developing new explanations, addressing comorbidity in terms of anxiety and depression, and supporting individuals around school and peer functioning and engaging families. When we see individuals make the transition to full psychosis, we would see there being an increase in conviction and an impact on behavior. So if we take that same adolescent, they go from wondering if the teacher can read their mind to knowing that the teacher can read their mind. And now they might start avoiding class, or if they have to go to class, they might be sat in the back of the room using thought blocking strategies to prevent the teacher from accessing their thoughts, which would not be very obvious unless we ask the individual about it. Maybe more obvious would be they're now sat in the back of the classroom and they have a tinfoil hat to prevent those teacher psychic rays getting into their head somehow. So that would be our transition from kind of less conviction to full conviction, and it's now having an impact on behavior. That's kind of our cutoff. And here what we start to do is explore explanatory models and beliefs about psychosis and stigma. We're starting to understand medications. We don't typically recommend antipsychotic medication for the clinically high risk population. Antipsychotic medication typically commenced when we see that transition to full psychosis. And then if we're considering an individual with maybe more of a chronic psychosis or a continuing psychosis presentation, here we might be identifying needs around wellness planning for future relapse, developing and refining coping skills to deal with any ongoing psychotic symptoms, addressing functional goals. And what I'll show later is perhaps getting at this underlying belief level to understand again how these beliefs, this psychosis has developed or is being maintained, depending. So while we're going to be focusing, because we haven't got that long together, we're going to be focusing on positive symptoms in this talk. I want to highlight that when we're doing CBTP, there are other target areas. So as we've said already, we want to make sure that we're assessing and addressing depression and anxiety, particularly if there's suicidal ideation. There's tons of data now that says that we can and should be assessing and addressing trauma in this population, and that for too long this has been overlooked. I will touch briefly on trauma later, but that's a whole different training in and of itself. We might be working with individuals around social skills or their negative symptoms. Like I said, those are often the most disabling. Problem solving, decision making, developing coping skills generally, and building in wellness planning. But these are other things that we want to make sure that we don't lose sight of, but we won't be focusing on today. So is there any, oh, hang on, participants are saying, Jen is, don't worry, don't apologize. The sound is quiet. I'm going to have to yell. Jen, is that any better? Can you hear me better now? You can text or you can talk.
That sounds better to me.
All right. I should have had a poll for can you all hear me? I can't make one fast enough. My natural kind of English kind of quiet that's getting in the way. I can hear my whole house waking up, so I feel like I can probably yell at you a lot better. Let's see if how we do with that. I'm going to take a drink though. Okay, let's see. So we're going to go into the evidence base. Now I feel like I'm shouting at you all, but let's see what happens. This is the research part. As a somewhat researcher, I feel like you need this information. You need to know why I'm telling you that CBTP is effective, but we're not going to sit here for very long, I promise. We're going to get into the clinical stuff, but I cannot do this training without giving you the evidence base. So we know that CBTP is highly acceptable to consumers. We know that from meta-analyses, and meta-analyses are when researchers, for whatever reason, maybe there's nothing on Netflix that week, I don't know, decide to read every paper that's ever been published on CBTP outcomes, for example. They prescribe some specific search terms ahead of time, And then they pool all the data from different studies together into a single analysis to see if we get a stronger effect, or a kind of a stronger effect size. Or we can use a larger population, a larger sample. And so Till Wykes did a meta-analysis back in 2008 and found that CBTP reduced positive symptoms, reduced negative symptoms, and increased functional outcomes. Here's a really good example, again, of what I was saying earlier, that oftentimes these studies focus on symptom reduction when, as you all now know, the target, the clinical target, is actually distress and functioning. We know CBTP can result in reduced days in hospital, and that CBT, for those at risk of psychosis, that clinical high-risk population, can prevent transition to psychosis at 12 months. There was this meta-analysis by Sarin in 2011 that showed that CBTP had a delayed impact with most improvement at follow-up. So they compared studies that had looked at CBTP as an active treatment compared with an inactive treatment, or the treatment as usual, of like supportive therapy. And while the therapies were being provided, they found that both were relatively equally effective. There wasn't anything really to differentiate, which you would think, well, that's the end of CBTP then, because supportive therapy is easier to train in, cheaper to do, like, great, we'll just stick with that. But when they looked at outcomes, once the therapy had been concluded, they found that CBTP groups had continued to improve, whereas the supportive therapy folk had kind of plateaued. At this point, if you're all in the room, I would get you to scratch your heads and tell me why. Can't do that, so I'm going to share with you that the conclusion around this was it was that active element of CBTP that resulted in the change. So the fact that essentially we're training clients to become their own therapists, and that piece about homework, which we'll get to later, but really encouraging individuals to practice these skills at home and come back and report on that and then refine it so individuals have things that really work for them, is what leads to the benefit overall. Supportive therapy can be great, but once you remove the therapist, the individual's left without those resources. There's been some studies, including this one by Kumari, that have looked at sort of brain imaging and CBTP. And so what this study did was look at a paranoia-specific protocol that, in terms of the actual clinical improvement, showed positive effects. People reported reduced paranoia at the end of the protocol. But when they did pre and post brain imaging, what they found was that post the paranoia protocol, there was decreased activation in brain areas that were associated with threat perception. So it's interesting that this idea that CBTP, or a course of CBTP, can alter our brains, which makes sense because we know about neuroplasticity now, and that our brain is constantly evolving in terms of responding to our environment. And then again, more recently, Anthony Morrison at the University of Manchester, and there's a more recent, even this year, a reference that's looking at CBTP for individuals without antipsychotic medication. Now, Tony is always at great pains to really emphasize that this is not about being anti-medication, it's about supporting client choice. And for a very long time, we've really sort of pushed this idea of, well, take your medications, and if you don't want to take your medications, that's fine, but some services would say you can't continue to be seen here. And so what this study was doing was really trying to demonstrate through initial feasibility and then later studies have demonstrated improvement that CBTP is safe to use for individuals who are choosing not to take medications, and that we can see some reductions. So again, not about telling people not to take the meds, but rather to be able to have a conversation rather than just this kind of dictate of do or don't. Oh gosh, it's 6 years ago now, but back in 2014 was the big meta-analysis debate. Again, there must have been nothing on Netflix that summer because people just really kind of churned out some meta-analyses. And we had Samir Jahar and his group develop probably one of the most stringent approaches, is stringent masking to the analysis and exploration of publication bias. And they concluded that CBT had an effect on schizophrenic symptoms in the small range. That's their language from the paper. Now, this was a very highly critical paper of CBTP, and they remain critics of this approach, and more so critics of the amount of funding that has gone into this approach in the United Kingdom. But the fact that they took such a stringent approach to the meta-analysis and still found a small positive outcome, I think is a really interesting finding. And Burns et al. Looked at a meta-analysis for medication-resistant positive symptoms, concluding that adjunctive psychotherapy may be more beneficial than adding additional medications. And then Turner et al. Compared different psychosocial treatments for psychosis, finding CBTP to be more effective in reducing positive symptoms over other psychosocial interventions such as befriending or supportive therapy, but found social skills training more effective in reducing negative symptoms. So what we start to see there is really consideration of symptom presentation and the type of therapy that might be required. So just to summarize all of that, we know CBTP is effective in reducing positive symptoms, negative symptoms, and general symptoms, although with a caveat that we need to be cautious about symptom reduction as an outcome. There's evidence to suggest that it's most effective in, I'm using terms interchangeably, and I'm sorry, the ultra high risk or clinical high risk population. If you read the literature, you'll also see the same population referred to as at-risk mental state or ARMS. It's all more or less talking about the same population of individuals who are pre-psychosis. They haven't developed fully psychotic symptoms. Early phase psychosis and stable chronic symptoms, but we need tons more research. For example, what are the active ingredients of CBTP? If you could only do certain bits, what bits should they be? What are predictive client characteristics so we can figure out ahead of time, who is this really going to help? How many sessions do we need? For example, there are lots of unanswered questions. We talked about with Samir Jahar's group, there are complaints of publication bias and overselling, again, linked to the amount of funding that's being allocated. There was a nice sort of secondary analysis of the Socrates data that looked at CBTs only really effective if delivered in full. But like I said, there's some conversation and discussion around what in full means. What is a full course of CBTP? But there is this also nice, again, this was a secondary analysis of trial data, that a poor therapeutic alliance would be predictive of poor outcomes. And so CBTP should only be delivered when good therapeutic alliance is possible, which makes a very strong argument for what we'll talk about in a minute, which is the need for a good befriending initially, or the ability for us to really develop a strong therapeutic rapport before we get into doing CBTP. And we'll see why that is shortly. So what are some recommendations? Well, CBTP should be offered as adjunctive to medication management. We see this from the Patient Outcomes Research Team here in the US. The National Institute for Clinical Healthcare Excellence, I think that's correct, or NICE, in the UK has recommended CBTP both in children and young people and in adults. And their recommendation is that everybody with a diagnosis of schizophrenia should receive a minimum of 16 sessions of CBTP as part of their treatment plan. So very strong recommendations from that group. And then just this year, the American Psychiatric Association published their guidelines for the treatment of individuals with schizophrenia, and CBTP was included in there as a recommended treatment as well. There's also been nice consideration of just how CBTP is applied. And again, we'll keep talking about this with the skills piece, but there has been criticism of CBT, like I said, about it being too much focused in the here and now, and the idea that somehow it's really reducing these experiences from something that's very meaningful to just something that you need to stick a band-aid on and learn a skill and get on with it. And so Alison Brabham and a couple of others, I know Eleanor Longden, Rory Byrne, Toni Morrison, wrote this paper to counter the argument and to really highlight the unique elements of CBTP and to stop it being distilled into this purely kind of band-aid approach. And so they really present these top 10 tips for providing what they consider to be ethical and competent CBTP, emphasizing the need to be collaborative. That above all else, I think for any treatment approach, but particularly CBT and particularly in working with psychosis is critical. That we use everyday language and we use the language that the clients are using. To move away from this here and now focus, that we're acknowledging a historical context, which helps us start to understand perhaps how some of these beliefs might have been formed. And we'll look at that later. When we're thinking about a person's beliefs about how they understand their world, we're exploring and evaluating, we're not challenging. And that's a little bit in contradiction to some of the CBT literature in general, where we talk about challenging thoughts. Now, I think that's okay when somebody's coming in and saying, oh, I had the thought that my friend got late because they didn't like me. We might throw out, oh, can we challenge that? Because the individual may be coming in and wanting to do that themselves. But when we're talking about a belief that the individual holds so very closely and kind of defines their world, if we come in with the idea of challenging, we're just going to be butting heads potentially with that person. And it's not collaborative. And it's taking us to a position of, we know your reality better than you do. And I don't think anyone wants to hear that. So instead, if we're coming with this much more curious, collaborative and exploratory piece, and from that place, we're going to be able to find a place that we can join in the middle to be really curious about those experiences instead of butting heads. We talk a lot about the stress vulnerability model within psychosis, and we still do that within CBTP. But these authors caution a little bit around that with the emphasis on vulnerability. So not wanting to sort of fragilize this population, validating the client's experience, but not colluding. We'll talk about that later. Delivering hope and moving towards recovery, offering informed choice, which goes back to this idea of having choices around treatment, medications, or therapy, ensuring training. I think I've already shared with you that training is typically many days, and with ongoing supervision or consultation to ensure that those skills really land appropriately. All right, so that takes us up to our skills and into what we've termed these positive practices for working with psychosis. Good on time. How are we doing on volume on sound right now? I'm not getting any text, so I'm guessing me speaking up is doing a bit better. I'm going to keep doing that. So this positive practices for working with psychosis is what we've termed this kind of package of CBT-informed skills for working with individuals presenting with psychotic symptoms. And this really evolved from an increasing recognition of the need to equip frontline providers with CBTP skills. Because these frontline providers, case managers, nurse practitioners, nurses on inpatient units, are often the individuals who have the most contact with individuals with psychosis, but may have had the least access to specialized training. And what we see that in training folks in the skills package are reductions in hallucinations, decrease seclusion and restraint. That was from a study by Nadine Chang et al. And out of this has come a recommendation for a tiered approach in CBTP training, whereby all providers get trained in sort of an informed skills approach. And then those that are, as part of their role, more of clinician or therapy providers will get trained in a full CBTP model, really drawing upon advanced formulation and complex case conceptualization. So the skills piece isn't intended as full therapy, but rather augmenting skills that are already utilized. So I think about this as where, let's say, like a case manager or a care manager is supporting their clients in the community. Client they have to go to the DMV to get identity card or something. Don't know about you all, but whenever I go to the DMV, I start to get very anxious. There's long waiting lines. It's always busy. Maybe this is just California, who knows? But there's a lot going on. So as the case manager and the client are going to the DMV, the client starts to get more and more anxious, starts to have more and more paranoid ideation. And the case manager can start to pull on their CBTp skills to explore that, link thoughts and feelings and behaviors, and think about what skills will help the individual get through the ordeal, frankly, of having to go to the DMV. It's also more helpful for me to talk to you all about skills in the short time that we've got together, because I can package it rather than as kind of having to spend 3 whole days like this. So how have we distilled this package? Well, we always got to have a good acronym, something memorable, something that sticks out. And so we called this the FIRST model. My hope was it would be because people would turn to using these skills first before perhaps heading towards PRN meds, for example, or if on the inpatient unit towards seclusion or restraint. A little grandiose, maybe, I don't know, but we called it FIRST. It worked, it's an acronym, it's memorable, I think. So what does that break down to? Well, 5 key areas of CBTP. First of all, we have to have a strong relationship and form that relationship with an individual. We've seen that already from the data, that we can't do effective CBTP unless there's a strong therapeutic alliance in place. So we do this through developing shared goals and normalizing. When we have a strong therapeutic alliance and a good foundation to work from, we can start to explore and inquire curiously about the person's experience. And here, as clinicians or as providers, we're asking questions and dropping assumptions. We then use the data and the information gathered through asking questions to review all the information and start to put it together in a very basic formulation, and we'll look at that later. But here we're helping the individual and ourselves start to make sense of these experiences through a shared understanding. We can then use that shared understanding to identify skills, developing the skills and tools that will help the person towards their goal, whether that goal is a long-term goal or the short-term goal of I need to get to the DMV and out again without having a complete anxiety attack. And then finally, trying out the skill and getting feedback on it. Did it work? What do we need to refine? Is this a skill we're going to keep in our toolbox? So these are the 5 areas that we're going to really focus on today as we work through each of these. Let's see, that would be a really great place for a natural break, but we're 4 minutes early. So I'm going to suggest that we do break rather than doing this for 4 minutes and then coming and then breaking. So I'm going to ask you all to get back by 5 to 11 your time, East Coast time. Yes, that's right. 5 to 11? Yeah, that's right. So we'll break until 10:55. All right, and then we'll start on forming a relationship. Go. Be able to all see that? No, you can't because I didn't share my screen. Let's do that. There we go. I bumped into my 5-year-old while I was on break, out in the corridor. I know, as we all do in our Zoom lives now. He was horrified I only gave you 10 minutes break. He said, I get 15 minutes for break when I'm in school. So on the behalf of him, I apologize. I did try to tell him you're getting more breaks, but he was having none of it. He thinks I'm a terrible teacher now. Somebody asked to see this slide again because it's not apparently in the packet. I apologize for that. I can't understand why not. But just real quick so that you can see the 5 areas of first, forming a relationship. inquiring curiously, reviewing the information and putting it together, skill development, and trying out the skill and eliciting feedback. All right, so this takes us nicely into the first of the 5 areas, which is forming a relationship, or the first step. And as I always like to joke, well, I don't think it's that much of a joke, frankly. It's depicted there as happening over a nice cup of tea, because that's how all good relationships are formed when you're English. Not suggesting we necessarily have to do that with our clients. So we know that relationships require empathy, which is the ability to understand and enter another person's feelings. Genuineness, so responding from a place of genuine concern and support. And warmth, allowing the individual to feel liked and accepted. And so if I've got my, let's see if I've got my audio right here. I think this should work. Let's see. Give me a holler or text or stick something in the chat box if you cannot hear the volume on this. But I think you should work. Let's see. You can't hear the sound. I'm going to pause. Could you hear that? You need to, come here, screen. Why aren't you doing it? Show me the chat.
We can hear that.
You could hear that? Yes? Awesome. All right, I'll keep playing. Oh, that's great. It worked. Okay, back to it.
And why is it very different than sympathy? Empathy fuels connection. Sympathy drives disconnection. Empathy, it's very interesting. Teresa Wiseman is a nursing scholar who studied professions, very diverse professions where empathy is relevant, and came up with 4 qualities of empathy. Perspective taking, the ability to take the perspective of another person or recognize the perspective of their truth. Studying out of judgment, not easy when you're enjoying it as much as most of us do. Recognizing emotion in other people and then communicating that. Empathy, that's feeling like people. And to me, I always think of empathy as this kind of sacred thing.
Words are difficult.
And I shine my head out and I stop, it's dark, and never mind. And then we recognize that, hey, I want to find something. And sympathy has, it's bad,
Dr. Hardy.
I can hear sound coming through. Jenny, you're trying to tell me you can't hear it?
Yes, the words are muffled. We can hear the sound, but can't make out the words.
Ooh, I wonder why that is. Let me have a quick look. Okay, let me try something else. I'm just going to come out of share. Thanks for bearing with me while I figure that out. Share screen. I think I might have figured it out. Share. All right, let's try again.
So what is empathy and why is it very different than sympathy? Empathy fuels connection. Sympathy drives disconnection. Empathy, it's very interesting. Teresa Wiseman is a nursing scholar who studied professions, very diverse professions where empathy is relevant, and came up with 4 qualities of empathy. Perspective taking, the ability to take the perspective of another person or recognize their perspective as their truth. Staying out of judgment, not easy when you enjoy it as much as most of us do. Recognizing emotion in other people and then communicating that. Empathy is feeling with people. And to me, I always think of empathy as this kind of sacred space when someone's kind of in a deep hole and they shout out from the bottom and they say, I'm stuck, it's dark, I'm overwhelmed. And then we look and we say, hey, you can climb down. I know what it's like down here, and you're not alone. Sympathy is, ooh, it's bad, no, you want a sandwich? Empathy is a choice, and it's a vulnerable choice, because in order to connect with you, I have to connect with something in myself that knows that feeling. Rarely, if ever, does an empathic response begin with "at least." And we do it all the time, because you know what? Someone just shared something with us that's incredibly painful, and we're trying to silver lining it. I don't think that's a verb, but I'm using it as one. We're trying to put the silver lining around it. So I had a miscarriage. Oh, at least you know you can get pregnant. I think my marriage is falling apart. At least you have a marriage. John's getting kicked out of school. At least Sarah is an A student. But one of the things we do sometimes in the face of very difficult conversations is we try to make things better. If I share something with you that's very difficult, I'd rather you say, I don't even know what to say right now, I'm just so glad you told me. Because the truth is, rarely can a response make something better. What makes something better is connection.
All right, so some of you might have seen that before. Come on, move on to my next. There we go. Some of you may have seen that before, Brené Brown talking about empathy. I'm going to have to figure out how she gets laughter built in, because that would really help this presentation, getting some laughter at various points. But I think it's a beautiful video, because I think it really kind of gets to the heart of what we try to do from therapy, is to empathize rather than sympathize. And I think it's really critical as we think about psychosis, because one of the challenges and the barriers to engagement is that what our clients present with can sometimes feel quite incomprehensible. But if we take a moment to connect around the emotion associated with what that person's experiencing, or to understand why a person has come to those conclusions, we can much more easily pull for our empathy and make that connection. And as we saw, we have to have that therapeutic alliance to be able to do the future work. And like Brené Brown talks about, it's a very vulnerable choice to do that, but it is a choice. And it's something that you all as providers really bring to the work already. It's a foundation that you have. You're not having to learn that. That's something that's in you as part of the work that you've been doing. But we know that there are barriers to engagement when working with psychosis. So it could be that the individual is presenting as incomprehensible or highly disorganized in their speech or the behavior. Kingdon and Turkington, who wrote one of the first books on cognitive therapy for schizophrenia back in 2008, recommends staying with the client if that's the case and really being curious, even if it doesn't feel we're on a very productive path of discovery, still being curious. That any information elicited during that time might lead to a full formulation later. And we may want to provide extra structure for an individual presenting in this way. So really having a very structured agenda, bringing the person back to the topic, making the session shorter, because that is going to be a lot of cognitive effort for the client and for you as a therapist. I would rather have 20 minutes of really productive therapy than 50 minutes of it being unproductive. The client is silent. We want to remain patient, obviously, being aware of cognitive impairment, internal distraction. We might want to get very creative. We might be able to communicate written or drawing to begin with. The client's overly talkative on the other end of the spectrum. We want to really structure the session again, making sure that we have an agenda that we're going to try and keep the client on. Maybe attempting to interrupt using humor to do so. I'll say, I get paid by the question and I've not been able to ask any questions today. You're gonna have to let me ask a couple because I'm not gonna get paid at the end of this week, or whatever we need to do to try and interject in that way. And so engagement and befriending is something that might happen in the first 10 minutes of the first session and not really be a feature of the rest of it. Or it might be something that happens for multiple weeks before we feel like we've got a strong enough therapeutic relationship to go into the CBTP. It's something that we can fall back on if there's ruptures to the therapeutic alliance. For whatever reason, the client becomes more paranoid, or you say something really stupid that offends the individual. It happens, but we have that to fall back on. So it can be an ongoing process throughout therapy. We may need increased amounts of befriending or spend more time in this stage, depending on symptoms. If somebody's highly paranoid, then we're going to have to spend more time here. If people have had bad experiences of mental health providers, we're going to have to put in a ton of work up front to demonstrate that we're going to do things differently, hopefully. If the client's experiencing voices and the voices are saying, don't trust that therapist, they want to get rid of me, they want to get rid of you, again, we're going to have to put more time into our befriending and really building that collateral up in our bank to use later. If there's severe negative symptoms, we're going to potentially have to work harder in this. Again, connecting around a person's motivation to attend therapy or their experience of connection with you as the provider while engaged in a communication, for example. Jen's telling me that someone's finding the slides blurry. They look fine on my end, but if others want to just let Jen know yay or nay, I'm not sure there's anything I can do about it, unfortunately. It's fine. I had a solution for the sound. I don't have a solution for blurriness unless everybody is experiencing it, in which case I'll look to Natalia for some troubleshooting. So while we're figuring that out, what might be some engagement issues? Well, or some ways of addressing engagement issues. Like we've talked about, there's befriending. In this process, we're focusing on neutral, non-threatening topics. There's no active formulation or treatment happening here. Our goal is to form a strong therapeutic alliance. We're being non-confrontational. We're drawing a lot on empathy and being supportive and accepting of what the client has to say, but not colluding with what the client has to say. And we'll talk a little bit about that later. So I'm just trying to troubleshoot around the blurriness. So what are people saying about blurry? Everyone experiencing it as blurry or not?
I think most people are saying it's fine. A few people are saying it's blurry, but readable.
Blurry but readable. Okay, let me just see if I take one thing off, if that will make any difference. Take that off. All right. I don't know. Maybe that's the only solution I had. Let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can see the slide.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. We might need to and want to engage in assertive engagement techniques. So, this is going to depend very much on your service and what's acceptable. But whereas traditional therapy services might have a 3 no-shows and you're out rule, for example, I've worked at places like that. When we're working with psychosis and we're working to befriend, we might have to put in that extra work to really make sure that we're able to see the person. So giving them a call a day before they're due to come in. Now we've got Zoom. So are there other ways of doing engagement? One of the things that we've looked at in our clinic and we've been doing is using sort of online games that we can share as a platform between provider and client to have some engagement at the beginning of the session, or to do nothing but games for some of the youth that don't really want to receive treatment to begin with, and then sneaking some of the treatment elements in until we find ourselves doing a little bit more of the treatment and a little bit less of the games. So there's ways that we can get very creative around this. We want to be non-confrontational, but we also want to avoid collusion. And when I say collusion, what I'm talking about is joining a client and their belief if we don't ourselves hold or share that same belief. So that might be an extreme example of collusion, might be, going back to that example earlier, you are so right, the FBI are definitely after you. you definitely have to stay in my room right now, in my therapy office for the next hour, because they'll be going on a lunch break then. So if you stay with me, it'll be all right. Very collusive and very manipulative. We don't actually believe ourselves that the FBI is after that individual. So we'll be buying into something we don't believe, and we'll be using it to manipulate the situation. Not a great way of establishing trust with a client. Typically, collusion looks more subtle than that, and it tends to be more kind of walking on a tightrope, and we'll look at that when we do the questioning later. But extreme examples we really want to try and avoid. Wanting to show interest in the subject with non-judgmental questioning, with curious questioning, which is how we stay away from confrontation and how we avoid collusion. We're just super, super interested. We may need to alter the pacing of our interaction or our therapy. So it may be that we need to go at a slower pace with very simple and achievable goals for each session. Or it might be that we need to use aids to help the client follow the session, such as a whiteboard. If we're doing things via Zoom or whatever online platform we're using to interact with folks, we can, again, use sort of online whiteboards. I've been sort of supporting clinicians in transitioning to remote work with clients who don't have access to the internet and can't engage in this way, and they're purely just phoning up. And so how do we do CBTP then when it's very collaborative and we're having shared materials? So we talked about mailing ahead of time, maybe a formulation or a worksheet, so you can both work on it at the same time. You both have the paper in front of you. So we can get kind of creative around that. And we want to be aware of internal distractors that might impact the client's ability to concentrate. So again, this might be having to keep the session very short and having it really productive over that time, rather than a whole hour of therapy where the client is completely distracted by voices the whole time and it's really been impossible to do anything productive. We want to make sure that the pacing matches the client pace. We might do once a week, we might do shorter sessions multiple times a week. Again, depends on your setting. We may want to prepare for paranoia if that's been something that's been historically challenging. This is an example of a client I worked with who was very paranoid coming into therapy, didn't really want to see me, and had had experiences of paranoia related to mental health professionals previously that had interrupted and got in the way of doing the work. And so straight off the bat, we had a conversation about that, and we had this continuum of trust. And he was able to put on there different people in his life. His mom was really low, which gave us a clue that that was an area that we perhaps needed to work on, because mom was also the main support. He really trusted his care manager. I was kind of low, but I wasn't at the bottom. And we can talk about then, how would I get higher? What would getting higher mean? What would I have to do? What would that look like? At what point, what would the person be able to share when I was higher on the trust? I also validated that if you've just met me, of course I'm not going to be at 100%. That would be ridiculous. And what it allowed for is when we checked in at the beginning of every session and saw it increasing, when 1 week I dropped, we could then talk about that. What had I done? What had that person experienced? And begin to use that data to track changes. And I think that helps us to prepare for the fact that, or to prevent the fact of the previous example of terminating because of paranoia towards mental health professionals, because it was really front and center of our work, and it allowed us to then continue to work on other things. We're trying to use word perfect accuracy and consistency, but open acknowledgement of inconsistencies from the therapist. So we're trying to use the client's language. But if we're not going to, be transparent about that. So like I said, I won't use the word schizophrenic, but I will share why not. And then we always have the opportunity for tactical withdrawal. So if our line of inquiry or the work is resulting in increased distress or agitation, we can move from doing that to our neutral, non-threatening topics. That's why we want them in our pocket, right? I had a guy who loved dance music and had been to Ibiza in Europe, one of the Spanish islands, which is a big kind of party island. And he would talk about that, and that was like formed the foundation of the therapeutic relationship and him sharing music. When we talked about things that really became distressing for him, if it became too much, we could drop down that level and I could say, oh, you know, I was thinking this week, you haven't shared with me a song that you liked that I should check out. Can we maybe switch to that for a second? We'd talk about that. He'd become a bit calmer, it'd become a bit easier, and then I'd check in if it was okay for us to return to the topic that was more challenging. Although, of course, we can always agree to disagree on a topic. And if kind of moving down those levels isn't working, we can also agree, maybe now isn't the right time for a session. We can tactically, let me speak that in English. We can tactically withdraw and end the session if necessary. But it's okay to remember that we can be flexible and creative in sessions. We can go for a walk. We can talk about shared interests. As long as that feels okay for you, we can take a break for a game. Although CBT is very structured, we can be very flexible within that structure. It's called flexible fidelity, because above all, we need to be responsive to the client. And that to me is one of the main ways CBTP might differ from CBT generally, in that we have to recognize the need for some flexibility. So I want to hear from you all. What creative things have you used to engage somebody in therapy with psychosis when there's been challenges? I don't think this is a word cloud. I think this will be lines. So I'll sort of pick them. So art, absolutely. It can be easier for folks, two for art. Easier for folks maybe to convey what they're experiencing via art, via creative mediums, sand tray, clay, than actually verbalizing it, talking about hobbies and sharing around hobbies. I learned so much this way. Music and journaling, shared music. If you've got a shared interest or it's a brand new band you've never heard of, you can go away and listen to that. I had a client who loved The Walking Dead. I'm terrified of zombies. I know they're not real, but I'm still terrified of them. So to engage in some engagement, he brought the Walking Dead comic in, and I said I'd read it. I still have nightmares about it, but it certainly helped us connect. So going for a walk, using music, some mindfulness, particularly if things are getting really overwhelming, pausing to drink some of my tea. Some board games, some more for music. Thank goodness we've got music in the world, hey? So important. Get them to teach us a skill? Absolutely. I am joking about, I joke about my tea, and I know I'm English and I know it's a stereotype, but I strongly maintain, and if you ask anybody who works in the community in England, that a really strong therapeutic piece is when you go into the community, the first thing typically in England, someone will say is, do you want a drink? Do not turn it down. It is a cultural faux pas to turn down a cup of tea or coffee in someone's house. And I think there's a really strong piece to the client offering you something and making you something and teaching you something. By the end of the day of going around in the community and doing work this way, I would have had so much tea, I would be shaking from the caffeine. But I am not turning it down. That would be a bad idea. So we've got play and storytelling and sports, absolutely. Again, one for art. A therapy animal. Oh, I love it when people bring pets and animals into my office. I had somebody bring a cat into my office once who promptly hid in the trash can for the rest of the session. Lost connection. Oh dear, I hope that's not me. No, I think I'm still here. Animal assisted interventions. Yes, agreed. Basketball. Yeah, I had someone who liked basketball recently and had to teach me a lot of lots of terms about basketball, and was something we could really work around resilience on. Looking at a globe together, I like that. Gosh, I wish we were in the same room so I could get people to elaborate on these. I'm gonna check chat real quick to see if there's anything. Okay. Who knows? Let them teach me chess. Yes, absolutely. Oh, going for a milkshake or a sundae. I want to do work with that person. I'd love to go for a sundae. All right, so we're going to skip on to the next one. Thank you for all these wonderful list own positive qualities on the whiteboard. Yeah. Oh, using game formats for most therapy exercises. Yes, incorporating client interest as a theme. All right, so I'm going to skip on. I think what this really highlights is, as we're talking about this skill of CBTP, right, you're building it on your already very well established skills. And so it's not a big stretch to be taking what works for you in the room and helping to engage somebody. And then we get to build other things on top of it. Meeting my clients' pets through Zoom now. I know, isn't it amazing that this offers us all these new avenues? Seeing a client's room, seeing what their own coping skills are actually available to them, like a weighted blanket perhaps, or pictures of famous actors that they like on the wall. It's a different way, for sure. Thanks for those. So while we're filming this relationship and this befriending, we can also start to talk about developing a shared goal. And a shared goal is important because it allows us to think about what we're going to move towards. And these shared goals can be for a single session. What are we going to get out of today's session that's important to you? Or it could be a shared goal that would go on a treatment plan that would be a longer term, maybe a 6-month goal. Or it could be more of a life goal. But we're looking for a shared goal. And it can be really easy to overlook common ground when there's conflict or disagreement. And it's especially challenging when there are hot topics on the table. Things like medication or treatment or finances or independence. And it's easier for us to work from a place of agreement than it is disagreement. So trying to figure out what the shared goal is and working from there is a good first step. Sorry, I thought I had another slide. So this is particularly, like, when I think about this as an example, this really became an area that we were talking about when I was doing this training for our inpatient unit at Stanford. And the nursing staff was saying, well, if we have to keep somebody there because they're on a hold, but they want to leave, there isn't a shared goal because we want one thing, they want the other. We're just in conflict. And so, I kind of scratched my head because I had to agree. There was quite a bit of truth in that. But then as we thought about it and we sort of dug down, the shared goal, well, I kind of put it to the nurses. I'm like, do you want that person to stay on your unit forever? And they're like, heck no. No, we need to get people out. We've got more people to come. So it became very obvious that actually the shared goal was for the client to leave the unit. Now, there was quickly disagreement about how soon. There was a hold from the perspective of the nurse, and from the perspective of the client, they wanted to be gone now. But there was agreement that ultimately the client would be leaving. And so it was easier to work from that place of, we both want you to get out. We have to figure out how to do that, rather than, you've got to stay. Well, I don't want to, I want to leave. That's never going to get us anywhere. So what can we distill it down to as a shared goal, especially when it seems like we might be in opposition? I talk about that a lot with families as well, when it seems like there's family and client conflict over something. What's the shared piece? Even if the shared piece or the shared goal or the shared topic is, we just want to start yelling at each other. Like, it's just not fun anymore. Whatever it is, how do we get to that shared piece? Somebody mentioned normalizing, and again, I think this is a piece around our forming a relationship. And normalizing and befriending are two terms that are very common within CBTP. They're almost synonymous. And normalizing is great because CBT itself, regardless of application to psychosis, is inherently normalizing as an approach. We all experience negative thoughts. At this point, if we're in the room together, I'd be looking around and I'd be seeing people nod like, yeah, I've had some negative thoughts. We all engage in unhelpful thinking patterns. We catastrophize, we predict the future, we mind read. In a non-psychosis way, we just assume that we know other people's mental states. Again, I'd be looking around the room and people would be like, yeah, I do that. And we all use coping strategies that aren't always the most healthy choices. Today's been a long day. I got up at 4:30 a.m. I'm going to be tired tonight. As my energy dips, I could and should probably go out for a walk. More likely going to break open the cookie jar, right? Not the most healthy coping strategy. Could use one that would be more healthy, but I'm going to go for probably the cookie jar. I might surprise myself. I might do what I've been doing recently and go for a walk with my 5-year-old while eating a popsicle. You know, best of both worlds. So these are things that are just inherently normalizing. And so that's an important message for working with somebody with psychosis who has often received the message that what you have is so different, you need special medications, you need special treatment, you need a special team. And we're coming in and saying, you just got to do some CBT. And you know what? Anyone can benefit from CBT because we all do these things. It also allows for normalizing of psychotic symptoms as well. So another poll, I'm keeping you on your toes. Have you ever heard your cell phone ring, but when you checked, no call had come through? Has that happened to folk? Oh, look at that. So good pop, I think we've got around 240 people. And we've got, that was 80% have had this experience where in the absence of an external stimuli, they have heard their cell phone ring, gone to check it, and nothing's come through. That's about 3/4. You might have that, that was weird, but then kind of dismiss it, right? So not an uncommon experience. And we can play this have you ever game. Don't worry, we're not going to do that with all of them, and it's not the actual have you ever game because that's going to get messy. But you might have heard your name called when it turns out there was no one there. Heard noises in your house when you're alone and started to feel a bit kind of scared about it. Maybe pondered for a while about whether a certain event was real or if it happened in a dream. I have a 4-month-old. I had a dream the other night about him falling off the bed and I caught him, don't worry. And see, it was a dream, so I didn't even have to tell you not to worry. He could have fallen off the bed and started flying. It was a dream, it doesn't matter. But the next day he was sat on the bed and I was like, oh my gosh, that time he fell off the bed. No, it was a dream, it's fine. Sleep deprived, so I can explain it that way. Maybe strongly believed something that seemed completely wrong to somebody else, or you didn't even want to share with somebody else because it seemed so different. Experienced deja vu, or feeling like you knew the future, that feeling of deja vu, that kind of like, oh, I've experienced this before. It's always such a gut punch for me. Seen something strange that you couldn't explain. Maybe felt paranoid when walking down a dark alley. And these are all things that we would see. You know, somebody came into your office and you were doing an assessment, you might be sort of going, oh, okay, we're moving towards psychosis. But in isolation and happening less frequently, not impacting functioning, not causing distress, are not uncommon experiences. This is my house where I'm sat right now. This was about, what is it now? About a month ago, 3 weeks ago, when the sky in Northern California turned red. This is about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It got so dark that the crickets began to chirp. They came out. My chickens went into roost. And my 5-year-old said, is it bedtime? And it was very, very eerie. And as it got darker and darker, I knew that this was because of the number of fires that we'd had locally. I knew that. That was all over social media. Everyone was talking about it. But I also started to ponder, what if it isn't? What if this feeling that I have, this uncomfortable kind of beginning to get a bit freaked out feeling is because of something else going on? What if people aren't telling us the truth? What if it's getting dark because there's a meteorite or a meteor coming? What if this is the end of the world? All thoughts I entertained for periods of time through this. Happy to report the skies cleared. We got back to the beautiful California sunshine a few days later, but it was a very, very eerie experience. And so what I'm trying to do and trying to explain with lots of oversharing is that it's important for us to recognize within ourselves as we sit on this continuum, times that we ourselves might have had experiences that we couldn't explain, or started to have thoughts that if you shared them or you held on to them for too long, or you started to get distressed by them, or you started to impact functioning, you'd see moving up this continuum. We think about this, again, as this importance around connection, around empathy, around being able to form that reliance when we've seen previously people held this belief that psychosis lies outside of the realm of understand and normal like human experience. It doesn't. It's in line with and it's on a continuum with. And so normalization is the antidote to stigma. It helps us to avoid catastrophizing. So we know mental illness is a common experience. About 1 in 4 people will have a mental health diagnosis, more common than having red hair. Psychosis can affect anyone regardless of age, ethnicity, gender, or SES. Large numbers of people can overcome symptoms. And what overcoming symptoms and recovery looks like is going to be different for different people. And some symptoms or some experiences may be viewed positively in different cultures. We can normalize by encouraging individuals to research and read personal recovery stories. Folks like Ellen Sachs, John Nash, Eleanor Longden, Rufus May, there's others. The issue with that list is that they are a group of overachievers. Ellen Sachs, USC professor. John Nash, Nobel Prize winning mathematician. Eleanor Longden, double doctorate, PhD in clinical psychology doctorate. So it's also important that we help people access recovery stories of people who look like them and have experiences similar to them. So I mentioned earlier, On Track New York has a number of different recovery stories that folks can read and can connect with. Oh, that person's talking about experiences that are similar to me, and they're the same gender as me, or the same ethnicity, or the same age. So we want to be able to have that kind of shared connection that way. It's important that we have these recovery stories that are from USC professors, for example, because as we saw earlier, the media portrayal is so negative, we need something that goes way the other side as well. But for the most part, we're talking about what the early psychosis declaration terms as returning to ordinary lives. And I've always liked this idea of an ordinary life, of just like, yeah, I'm just going to get on with it. Psychosis, we're just going to carry on and do what I would have been doing anyway. So just for a second, if we were all together, I'd have you break out into groups. I'd have you talk about times that you've had a perceptual experience, maybe heard something you didn't expect to, maybe times when you've been suspicious or paranoid, beliefs that you've got in the supernatural, alien encounters you might have had, sleep deprivation and experiences because of that, drug use. It's one of the greatest losses of this training that I don't get to do that, because this is my favorite bit, because I get to hear all kinds of wonderful stories and everyone gets really into it. And I like to say, like, think about the stuff that you might share around a campfire with a group of friends as you're kind of getting into late into the night. But just have a little think, and you know, no poll, I don't think, no poll. Just have a little think about what kind of things resonate with you around this. And because, you know, I can't possibly sit with a quiet screen as you're jotting this down, you know, like I can say, I am very likely to get more aware of my surroundings, of an empty house, if nobody's here, being very nervous. If I've just watched a horror movie, which doesn't happen often because I've just shared my fear of zombies extends to horror movies in general. Because for the rest of the night, I would be convinced that whatever protagonist in that movie was hiding in my bathroom. Very easily convince myself of that and become very uncomfortable and not sleep. If I think too much about the Blair Witch Project, which I must have seen in like 1999, 2000, I could stop myself sleeping for the night. So I don't like to think about the Blair Witch Project. Gosh, I hope that resonates with some of you, or there might be some folks on the call that are way too young for that reference. That's depressing. Yeah, I've got a nearly 5-month-old. Sleep deprivation is key to my life right now. Okay, so I'm hoping that you've been able to just go, oh gosh, yeah, that thing, and that kind of connects. I wish I could hear them, folks. If you want to send them in the chat or an email, I love hearing these stories, so feel free. So why do I have you reflect on these experiences? Well, to develop empathy, essentially, and to start to see that the experiences that we hear in psychosis may not be that far removed from our own experience. Now, without doubt, there may be higher distress, higher intensity, more frequency, more disruption to behavior. And those are the foundations of how a diagnosis is made. But the actual coming to a conclusion that might not be consistent with the evidence around us is something we can all do. And we normalize to strengthen the relationship through shared experience as appropriate, and to decatastrophize psychosis from I am crazy to this is an understandable reaction to insert what's going on in that person's life. Moving from I am crazy because I think there's a meteor coming to this is an understandable reaction to the sky going almost completely black at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, right? How are we doing on time? Oh, okay. So that moves us nicely into step 2, which is our inquiring curiously. So we've got a strong relationship, and we then want to build on that, or to leverage that rather, to start to be super curious and exploratory around what the person is believing. So, oh, Jen, you're up. I think I shared this one. Hopefully this isn't a surprise. Can you come on? Oh, my cat wants to join in. Excellent. Can you come on volume on audio, Jen?
Yep.
Awesome. All right, so we're going to demonstrate this real quick. Again, we would do this in pairs if we lived in a non-COVID world, but hopefully you'll get the idea through this. So Jen, tell me something that you know to be absolutely true about yourself, like your hair color. Don't tell me anything about religion or politics, because we don't have time for that today. But just a fact you know to be true, and then tell me about that. Tell me what that fact is.
Okay. I was born in Taipei, the city of Taipei.
Oh, awesome. All right, thank you. So what I'm going to do now is try to convince Jen that that is not true. We'll see how effective it is. So Jen, you tell me you were born in Taipei, in the city of Taipei. How do you know?
I have a birth certificate of the hospital I was born in.
Okay, and they always tell the truth?
As far as I know, yes, it's validated by the hospital and I believe the government.
Oh, only as far as you know. That sounds like you might have a little bit of doubt about that.
Well, I'm pretty sure. I just don't want to. No, I'm pretty sure. I think that's the way they do it for everyone.
I'm pretty sure isn't 100% sure though. So I'm guessing, I'm hearing like that you're pretty sure it's Taipei. It could be somewhere else though.
But I have pictures.
Pictures. Oh, okay. And they're never doctored, right? I mean, they're always 100% accurate.
I think at that time when I was born, they weren't really photoshopping things.
Okay. And so you've got pictures that we think are pretty sure. Birth certificate, well, you know, yeah, maybe not. I guess you were there too, right?
Yeah, I was there and my parents were there.
Well, I mean, did your parents ever not tell you the truth about anything?
Not about anything major.
Was there anything in your life when you were growing up that they told you that later turned out not to be true, even if it wasn't major?
Not that I can recall. I'm sure they did at some points, but nothing I can recall.
Okay, so we might even, that might not even be that kind of, yeah. So I'm hearing probably Taipei, but when the government issued thing, yeah, maybe not. Pictures, got some, but oh, hang on, those pictures, do they actually have like Taipei stamped on them, or are they just like pictures of the hospital?
Of the hospital.
Yeah, so that the hospital could have been anywhere.
But if the hospital looks like the same hospital that is in Taipei, then it's the same hospital.
Have you been back? Have you compared them?
I have not.
So I'm going to pause here. Thank you, Jen. So it's excruciating. It's meant to be. Sorry, Jen. I have to apologize to you for it. Tell me, Jen, what was it like having me like annoy you in that way?
I actually found it fun, but well, I mean, I wouldn't have if I didn't know this exercise. But I think I didn't understand why you didn't understand. I felt my evidence was like 100% basically.
So it led you to be just kind of like, what's she on about? Why would you even question this? This is my truth.
Yeah, and I have all the facts.
Exactly. Okay, awesome. So thank you for that. So when we do this exercise in large groups, that is one of the, I ask people for feedback. This is one of the exercises that always gets super loud because everyone's like arguing with each other and laughing, and I've got to holler and be like, quiet, we're getting back to the call, come on. people share that. They're like, oh, that's kind of fun. Like, I just didn't like, why the heck was that person even questioning? Like, I know this to be true. This is ridiculous. We see that when if we're challenging, which I've told you not to do, but if we're challenging someone's belief, that's one of the things that we sometimes see, right? That the individual with psychosis is just like, no, I believe this. I'm like, I'll just accommodate you and entertain you around this, but I'm not changing. Sometimes some people report that it can get frustrating, this kind of idea of like, just stop pushing this point, right? And again, I think that's something that we can see in psychosis, that the individual just gets so kind of done with it and frustrated by it that they're just like, I'm out. And then sometimes people might report that they start to question, and that doesn't feel good. I did this one time in our team with a social worker who had, and I'm not proud of this moment, but I will still share it because it's a good learning moment. Her fact was that she had 3 children. And I said, how do you know? And she said, well, they were there this morning. I was like, oh, so the last time you saw them, you had 3. How do you know you have 3 now? And she had to stop and make a phone call because that really freaked her out. Like I say, I'm not proud. I'm not proud of it. But the shifting of truth felt or the perceived shifting of truth felt very, very uncomfortable. I know people, I'm sorry, it was a horrible thing to do. I apologize profusely afterwards. Which brings me on to the other side of, as the questioner, what I notice when I'm doing it is that I start to get really, I'm like, one more question, I'm going to get this, I'm going to get Jen to change her mind, I'm going to win. If we find ourselves in an exchange with our client where we're hoping to win, that's not collaborative, that's not good. So that it's not good from either the questioner or the questioned perspective to question in this way. I set this up as a how not to. We'll come back to how to next. So rather than taking this more kind of challenging, combative approach, we want to be curious instead and sort of pull upon those elements of curiosity. So how do we do that? What are the tips? Well, we want to genuinely be curious. We want to ask questions. And if we're asking questions, we obviously want to listen to the answers. We're not challenging or endorsing the psychosis through this process. We're not making assumptions either. We're asking. And I find, I've been doing this for many, many years, and I can still fall into the trap of making an assumption. Let me think of an example recently. Like I was doing consultation with a group recently, and somebody reported that their client sees a hallucination coming towards them very close, and it's kind of horror and there's blood dripping, and the clinician had made the assumption that it was scary, and so I asked, well, why is it scary? And we didn't know, we didn't have the linking thought, and we decided we needed to find out, because it could have been scary because this gory vision is going to come and get me. Could have been scary because this gory vision is going to drop blood on my clean carpet, potentially, right? We don't know, so we can't make the assumption. We want to be open to different explanations and experiences. There can be more than one point of view, and there might not be any one right answer, and we're modeling that. We're exploring all the different possibilities. As we're being curious, we're summarizing and reflecting back to the client what we've heard to check out that we've understood, asking for feedback. So I hear you say X, Y, and Z. Did I get that right? Is there anything I missed? Can you help me understand it better? And checking in, is it okay that I'm asking this? Again, this is why we need a good relationship to sort of really get to some of the core of this. We want to be transparent, respect privacy, and if we're seeing increases in agitation and disengagement, stop that line of questioning, maybe go back to our befriending topics. I was once asked if there was anything we shouldn't ask, which was a good question. That's being curious. And I was like, oh, is there a question we should never ask? And I couldn't think of one. My kind of response to that is, if it's relevant to our line of questioning, ask it. So I'm here in the Bay Area. There's, the Silicon Valley, very rich people. And I had a client who frequently flew over to Hawaii. I would have loved to have known if that was a private jet. I've never met anybody who's been on a private jet or owns a private jet. Not relevant to our session. If we'd have been doing a flying phobia intervention, I would have wanted to know about the make of that jet, the pilot, how old he was, what the liquor cabinet looked like on board, whether there were leather seats. I would have wanted to know everything about it because it would be relevant, not relevant to the work we're doing. So I'd say any question is on the table as long as it's relevant to what we're exploring and the client is able to tolerate the question and has the option to not answer. So let's have a quick, again, another practice here. So let's say Mrs. Robbins is your neighbor. She's a woman in her 70s and comes to you and complains about the new across the street neighbors practicing witchcraft on her. You know, she doesn't get out much. She doesn't have any friends and isolates. And the new neighbors are of a different ethnicity than Mrs. Robbins, and she doesn't have much in common with them. She says she's heard noises from her house, around her house late at night, and on one occasion saw one of the new neighbors knocking on her front door, peek into her window, and she didn't answer. After that incident, she's felt instances where her body feels frozen, where there's unusual sensations around her chest and heart. Her breathing becomes labored and she feels lightheaded. She's convinced the new neighbor practiced witchcraft on her the day he tried to visit. So let's assume that all risk assessment is done. We'll make an assumption there. As Mrs. Robbins is talking to you about that, what questions would you want to know? What would you be curious about? Remember, we're being curious. We're not jumping to a diagnosis or an answer or problem solving. We just want to generate more questions. So what questions do you have? Let's see what comes up. The best thing here is there's no real right or wrong. Well, there might be a few wrong answers, but there's no real right ones. When did you last go to the doctor? Yeah. What else might we want to be curious about? What questions do you all have? I know it's a bit more for you to type on your phones or whatever. What were the noises you heard? Awesome. Have you ever felt these physical symptoms before? Absolutely. You started taking any new medications? Good to know. How often do you experience this? Tell us more about the physical symptoms. Yeah. Is she taking any medications? Yeah. History of medical issues, current issues? Yeah. Have you ever been affected by witchcraft before? I was about to ask, should we be more curious about the witchcraft? Let's describe the noises. Yeah. What do you feel is causing discomfort? When did? That's nice and open. I think there might be some more to be there. Have you heard noises before? How have you been sleeping? Yeah. How was it when you first met the neighbors? Oh, that would be nice to know, right? Let's get a little bit more into understanding about that relationship. When you first saw the neighbors moving in, what did you think about them? Can you tell me more? Always a good go-to. How long does it last? What's your new neighbor like as a person? Do we know about them? What do you see them do when they're outside? Who lives in that house? What made you suspicious? Absolutely. Did you speak with anyone about the noises? So I love that we're getting curious about the neighbors themselves and about the witchcraft. Have you seen anyone else around the home? Have you stopped taking the meds? What does witchcraft mean to you? Absolutely. That could be one that we could really make an assumption around. What is your understanding, right? My understanding of what witchcraft is might be very, very different from Mrs. Robbins' understanding. So what kind of witchcraft do you think this is? Absolutely. We want to know more about this. Has this happened in the family? How did you feel? We're making an assumption she feels frightened. She might not do. She might just feel really offended or affronted or upset that witchcraft didn't work better. Who knows? So yeah, let's get the emotion part. Could this be explained in other ways? We're testing for any flexibility. Did you think it was witchcraft, but then thought, oh, maybe it could be something else? How many voices? If you've heard voices or what those noises were. What have other neighbors said about these new neighbors? Nice. And get kind of beginning to open up to her perhaps being interested and curious about others' experiences. Do you want to talk about it? Great question. We're even making an assumption she wants to talk. Did you hear the noises before the neighbors moved in? That would be nice to know. What are your beliefs about these neighbors? So this is like, we can go on forever because there is no wrong or right answer necessarily. There might be a few wrong ones, maybe not. We can just get tons and tons of questions. Be really, really curious about all of this. I'm going to skip forward a little bit. So, tips for curiosity. And I know that we're kind of at the top of the hour, but I want to finish this section and then we'll have a little thing. So So being curious, don't make assumptions. If you make assumptions, try to catch them, own it with the client and explore again. Be open to different explanations, explore all possibilities and ask questions. And as I make that list, I'm putting that to you as the provider. But actually what we're also hoping to do is encouraging the client to take that same perspective, right? So we're modeling to the client to be curious about their experiences, to try not to make assumptions, to be open to some different explanations and explore those possibilities, and to ask questions of the experience. And we can only encourage our clients to do that if we ourselves are prepared to do that. And so when I think about this phase or this part of what the work that we do, it's about moving from, I think about it as like a boxing ring and we're like in our opposing corners. And it's about the ability for us to come into the middle of that ring and be really collaborative and curious together, rather than to come out fighting with the idea of like, I'm going to change your mind on this. And the client comes out with, no, you're not. Nothing's going to change. I'm going to hold this. And we can only do that by ourselves dropping assumptions and being open to different explanations. We can go back to our own corners at the end of the session. That's fine if we want to. But while we're exploring it, we have to join in that place. And that is kind of walking on that tightrope that I talked about. We call it balancing on the collaborative fence. And it can feel like a balance. How are we doing on time? So let's just do this last example and then we'll have a thing. So Jen, come back on, if you don't mind. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Fantastic. So we'll go back to, so if you restate your fact that you know to be true about yourself, let's see what happens if I use my own advice and see how this goes differently.
So my fact is that I was born in the city of Taipei.
All right. So Taipei, so tell me about that. I don't know anything about Taipei. Where exactly is that?
Yeah, it's on the island of Taiwan. It's next to the coast of China. It's the capital of Taiwan.
Oh, interesting. Okay. And so you were born there. So how long were you there?
I was there for 7 years. The first 7 years.
And what's Taipei like as a place?
It's pretty bustling. It's like reminiscent of like Tokyo in some areas, and then really packed areas, maybe a little bit reminiscent of New York City.
Oh, interesting. Okay. And you say kind of really bustling. You were in a hospital. You were born in a hospital there?
Yes. Yeah.
Like a big hospital or?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's one of the major hospitals in the area. Yeah.
And then I think, like you say you were born in Taipei. How do you know you were born in Taipei?
Well, I have a birth certificate that tells me the hospital that I was born in, and I know where that hospital is. That hospital is.
Yeah, I know. I have a birth certificate too, for where I was born. So that's really cool. So what's the birth certificate look like for you? What's that like for folks that are born in Taipei? What's that issue look like?
I think I have
online.
There's one that just says like who my parents are. Actually, I think it has more information, like my birth weight, the exact time. Yeah, who my parents are. I think what like if I'm a firstborn or secondborn, I think that information's there. Oh, the doctor that gave birth to that, delivered me, and I think there's a stamp, like maybe the doctor's stamp or something.
So it's kind of really officially stamped with the doctor's stamp. Mm-hmm. That's cool that the doctor's information's on there. That's kind of a nice bit of information to have, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And again, we'll pause just in terms of the interest in time, but so rather than just trying to convince Jen that she was not born in Taipei, didn't get us anywhere and just kind of led her to be like, who is this joker? Why is she trying to convince me that this is not accurate? Instead, I got to be far more interested and collaborative and curious about this experience. I enjoyed it a lot more. I was learning things. And I don't know, Jen, what was it like for you to sort of talk about it?
It was great. It was a big contrast from the last time. I was surprised at the contrast because it felt like you wanted to get to know me and that you wanted to connect over maybe things that we have in common and that you understand my experiences. And
I didn't pay Jen to say all of that. In fact, I'm not paying Jen at all. So there you go. So that's really contrasting these two different ways, right? Challenging sets us up into this really conflictual place. Being super curious can then perhaps, Jen's leaving with this belief, that's okay, but we have something in our toolkit to sort of work from and a collaboration to work from. Okay, so let's see. So we're at noon Eastern time. We're going to break for lunch shortly, but let me have a I'm going to suggest that we have a look at this in action as I remove the cat once again, from two people who are going to do a role play around this, and sort of see how this might look when we're talking about a psychosis or a belief that might be consistent with psychosis. I can't do anything about the cat. She's just going to be here. I'm sorry. Now, I will preface, I think that this video has slipped, for reasons I don't understand, sound and vision, so that it kind of looks like a badly dubbed movie. I definitely can't do anything about that before you all start telling me in the chat that it's not linking up. Sometimes it's easier to close your eyes and just listen to it. You're not missing a whole lot from the acting. Although I will say the chap on the left, Doug Turkington, is one of the kind of experts in CBTP. The woman on the right, Alison Brabham, I referred to her earlier, writing that article on ethical and competent CBTP. So two really, really great CBTP practitioners. But let's see how Ali explores a belief with Doug.
Alison, they're using the satellites against me. It's a horrible experience.
Right. So when you say against you, what do you mean by that?
Well, what they're doing is they've put one or maybe more satellites up there, and every now and again the thoughts are woof, they're out of my head, they're pulled out of my head, and they're broadcasting to other people, so that the people round about are picking them up. And I kind of looked out my window and I was like, whoa, like, you know, people were having the odd reaction to it.
Okay, so just let me check this out. So it's the satellites that are pulling these thoughts from your head, and then it's the satellites that are broadcasting those thoughts.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, and how long has this been going on?
This has been going on for about 2 years now.
Okay, and what made you realise that was happening?
Well, I was really puzzled by this horrible, imagine your thoughts getting pulled out your head.
Right, okay.
I thought, well, what can be doing it? And I looked in the newspaper and it said, well, there's been some UFOs spotted. So I thought, well, maybe it's aliens.
Right.
I thought, no, that's daft, can't be aliens. And I thought, maybe something more earthly, like a satellite.
Okay.
That's a reasonable explanation of it.
Okay. So there's a few things there, because there's a few, it sounds like a pretty weird experience, I've got to say.
No, it's weird.
So you're saying it feels as though there's actual a physical sensation of your thoughts being pulled out of your
Absolutely.
head. Can you just tell me a little bit about what that's like?
It's almost like a suction, and the thoughts are getting pulled up and then choomph, out they go. And my head is completely empty.
Right.
And then I watch other people and you see some of them reacting.
Okay. So the thoughts, it feels as though they're this suction movement, and they're going up into a satellite. Is that right?
I don't know how it works. They seem to have gone up and then gone out.
Right, okay. How convinced are you that it is a satellite? I mean, out of 100%, if we were to kind of rate.
That's a good question. I would say I really quite believe that, because I can't think in any other possible explanation. So I would say like maybe 95%, I think a satellite is the only thing that would have that kind of power.
Okay, right. So there's a little tiny bit of doubt that it might not be actually going on, is that right?
Oh no, I know something's going on. I still get that wee bit idea it could be aliens.
Yeah.
Because I know that the UFOs do pull people up into spaceships,
right,
and then they put them down.
Right. So you're absolutely convinced that your thoughts are being taken out of your head.
Really, I can feel them going.
The bit that you're not so sure about is kind of where they're going.
That's true.
And you say that what makes you think it's not aliens? Can I just check that out?
I kind of think that's a bit weird.
Okay.
I never believed in aliens before.
Yeah.
I mean, if these extraterrestrials exist, they would definitely have the power to do this.
Right, okay. So there is a bit of you that does wonder, I take it, that whether it's aliens or whether it's satellites.
I'd rather not think about it being aliens because I find that whole thing very frightening.
Okay.
I saw a film about aliens which left me absolutely terrified.
So can I just ask if we could do some tests and find out whether it is or it isn't satellites, and find out one way or the other. If you found it wasn't satellites, what would your thoughts be then?
I would be really puzzled.
Right, okay.
I wouldn't know what it was. I'd be very frightened.
Okay.
All right, so again, apologies for the sound vision slip there, but hopefully what you got from the audio was really seeing Ali demonstrate collaborative. Seriously, I've never done a presentation with a cat on my lap before. A collaborative exploration of Doug's belief around his thoughts being taken out of his head and being sucked up into the satellites. She's very curious about this. She wants to ask a lot of questions to understand it. She's exploring if there's any flexibility in the thought. And by identifying that it's 95%, we get this 5% of doubt, but it's not doubt that it's not happening, but rather doubt that it's going to the satellites, and the possibility is that it could be going to aliens, which really sets us up for understanding that there might be some risk in addressing this because the alternative is really terrifying for him, but also some real benefit in exploring this and perhaps coming up with a less distressing explanation for these experiences. That's just a nice example, I think, of how this can look when we're working with psychosis. So just a quick time check. It's 12:10 on Eastern time. I have done a horrible CBT job of keeping to structure and agenda because I missed our 10 to noon meeting break, and we have a break at 12:30. So what I'm going to suggest is we just kind of split the difference and break now until 1 p.m. your time, and we'll dive into formulation. So back at 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern. And get up, move around, get some fresh air, whatever you need to do to come back to get back to your polling fingers. And feel free to add questions in the chat box while we're on break that we can come back to straight after lunch. All right, have a good lunch and I'll see you all soon. Buy into and that they believe these experiences. So when I'm asked that, when I have a client sort of pushing back in that way, I really hold to what I consider to be my truth. And that is, I'll share with folks, like, you know, I'm kind of the sort of person that needs to see evidence for this. And I hear what you're telling me. I get that. You're giving me this information. We might have only just met. We might have been working for a while together. But I'm just going to need to find out more. And that might be more information from you. That might be going out and figuring out stuff, doing some research, but I'm just that kind of science girl. So I'll fall back on that as that's who I am. That's how I hold this. I'll also really validate the emotion and kind of coming back to that shared goal of, you know, like I said, I'm the sort of person that needs evidence if I like really jump on board or buy into stuff, but it doesn't mean to say we can't talk about it. I want to talk about it. I want to understand this experience and how it fits for you. And what I can really buy into, because it's right in front of me, that's all the evidence I need, is that this is really bothering you. So that is enough for me to want to sit here and talk about it with you. So I'm still coming from a very genuine place. I'm still coming from a place of really wanting to be curious. But I'm not jumping all the way to the other side and going, yep, you're right, totally believe you. Got to stay here and let's talk about it. Because that wouldn't be consistent with my truth, right? So that's just kind of how we might approach it. We might have to agree to disagree. We might have to explore whether we can still work together if I'm not going to go all the way over and say I completely agree with you or completely buy into you. If we're really struggling, we might try and explore times that the individual has had a different opinion from somebody else and whether they've been, or a different belief system, and whether they've been able to continue to talk to that person. When we get down to it, we all think different things about the world. So there's lots of ways of exploring and approaching it without us just kind of throwing our hands up and going, oh, can't do this. And then there's another question here about somebody who says that they're a case manager. Often the client will launch into explicit detail about their experiences, which can be quite jarring at face value during monitoring calls with outside unknown individuals, such as a staff who answers a phone when we call Social Security about her benefits. So this case manager is having to corral and redirect the conversation. I feel like it can be so hard for her when I cut her off to get back to the pertinent question at hand. How would you recommend I handle this in a more sensitive way? So I think here, it's beautiful that you're asking this question and that you're super aware that this can be difficult, this can be challenging for the client. And so, sorry, big bang outside. I'd be really curious about what that's like when you have to cut that person off. And I might have that conversation of like, hey, I've noticed sometimes when we have to call social services or social security, and you start talking about this thing and I jump in and I'm like, no, I'm meant to be talking about social security. Let's get back to the topic. That feels really jarring to me. What's it like for you? And then I might have a conversation about why we're doing that and what the importance of that is. And if there's a way of creating some space appropriately or not, depends on the situation, for some of that other conversation to happen, either with you as the case manager or to mention it to the social security person towards the end of the call. But given our shared goal, back to that, for this call is to figure out benefits, let's say, then let's make sure that's our priority first. And then maybe we'll come back to this other stuff. So back to our shared piece. So I'm hoping that that's answering the question. I know that, again, we don't have the opportunity for sort of exchange around it, but those are just some ideas that kind of pop into mind when I'm faced with those questions. All right, so we're halfway through the training, 4 hours in. I asked you all what you wanted to get out of this. You said skills, you wanted to be able to do stuff. We're halfway in and I haven't given you a ton of skills yet, and that is intentional. And this is the same for when I do the 3-day training as well. It's really not until the end of the second day that we get into the actual doing and the intervention. And that is really, really intentional because I really firmly believe that all the stuff we've talked about, befriending, knowing how to ask questions about this, and this next piece where we pull the information together are the things we absolutely have to have in place before we get to the doing. Because having those really well established leads us nicely and easily into the skills. If we just jump straight to skills without having the other stuff in place, we could get ourselves into all kinds of hot water. We could be using the wrong type of skills. We could be just taking this approach of throwing what we can at the wall and seeing what sticks. And it doesn't take long before you and the client get frustrated doing that. So all that to say, these first 3 skills of the first model are so critical before we get to the doing. But we will get to the doing, I absolutely promise. Oh, that's going to really suck if we get to like 4 o'clock and I'm like, no time for that, sorry. We will. Okay, so let me come back to the presentation. No, sorry. Clicking every button except the one that I actually needed. So this is where we paused right before lunch. And this is the 3rd skill, is reviewing information. Whoops, I'm going the wrong way. Reviewing information, going the wrong way, don't do that. Reviewing the information and pulling it all together. I am sorry it is not responding to me. Oh, just when you think you're past a technical glitch, it throws out another one. Here we go. There we go. So reviewing the information and pulling it together. This is the 3rd skill. So we've got all our information, our curious questioning. We pull that information, we extract it, and we put it together in a way that's really meaningful and helps to tell us what should we be doing? What is our intervention? So the first thing we can do is kind of not really a formulation, but it kind of is. I'm always on the fence about which one it is. It's the stress bucket. Some of you may be really familiar with this. It's based on the idea of a stress vulnerability model, that we all may have a vulnerability to certain types of mental health problems, depending upon the amount of stress in our lives and how much our bucket can hold. And so you can see there, the blank boxes at the top is all about sort of what stresses are going into our bucket. Our bucket starts to fill. When it overflows, it kind of gets messy. It's not looking good. But because as humans, we are typically problem-solving creatures, we're going to do things when our bucket starts getting full. Now, the problem is that sometimes the things that we do, if you see those faucets there that are in yellow that are coping skills, help to reduce what's going on in our bucket, and that's great. But equally, sometimes we engage in unhelpful coping that actually inadvertently leads to adding more stress into our bucket. And it can be really helpful to have an exploration with the client as to what those stresses are going into the bucket, what we're doing to relieve the pressure or the amount of stuff in the bucket, and what we're doing that inadvertently adds back to that bucket. So what might that look like? Well, here for this individual, they're hearing voices, they've got their exams coming up, their parents are arguing, they're applying for college. It's a lot to be in a person's bucket. And as the skills that they're trying is that they maybe go for a walk, that they might stay up all night talking to the voices, play video games. Going for a walk, no downsides to that, nothing adding back into the bucket. Now, if they're going for a walk to meet their cannabis dealer on the corner and then smoking a ton of cannabis, we might want to think about how that's adding back to the bucket for them. But in this instance, a walk, no kind of downsides. Talking to the voices and staying up all night playing video games is adding back to the bucket because it means that this individual is not studying. Their parents are arguing more because they're really stressed about this person's mental health presentation, and it's hard to apply for college because they're so tired the next day. But there's benefit in playing video games for this person, so we don't want to say stop doing that, but maybe what we can do is negotiate playing video games for 1 hour before the person then takes a break from the video game to fill out a college application for 30 minutes or an hour or whatever we agree, and then go back to playing video games for a period of time before planning to go to bed at a certain stage. So it's really about looking at the coping skills a person has, figuring out what's helpful and what isn't, and when it isn't, adapting it so that it is going to be helpful, or removing it if we agree it's completely unhelpful. I'll do a quick demonstration or a quick video of what a stress bucket might look like. Or how this
Stress is usually seen as something we need to avoid. This is not true. We need stress, and we need our body's stress hormone cortisol to rise and fall throughout the day. Stress helps us wake up in the morning, helps us focus, learn, and remember new things. It's when people experience too much stress and start having difficulties coping that stress becomes a problem. High levels of stress can disrupt the natural changes in the body's stress response system and start to affect our physical and mental health. Over time, accumulated stress can result in false FFF response activations. When trying to measure our stress tolerance, the bucket analogy can be helpful. Our stress tolerance, or the size of our bucket, is a product of our genes, personality, and life experiences, and its size varies from person to person. The water in this analogy is the combination of all the stress in your life. We use the coping strategies we have available to keep our bucket from overflowing. They are like taps that allow water to drain from the bucket. Stress can include training, work, school, relationships, finances, moving, changing jobs, or the loss of a loved one. Both positive and negative experiences will affect the water level. A big bucket can hold more water or stress before it overflows. With a smaller bucket, less water is required for the water or stress level to become critical. While you can't change the size of your bucket, you can make life adjustments to reduce water coming in. You can also learn new coping strategies and stress management techniques to allow water to drain out. Mind tools, exercise, quality sleep, relaxation, and sharing your feelings with friends are some examples of effective water taps. Staying up late, sleeping in, drugs, inactivity, procrastination, suppressing or ignoring problems are examples of unhelpful coping strategies or false taps. They might give temporary relief, but actually result in water flowing back into your bucket. This video was created by Brave, Building Healthy Minds.
All right, so hopefully that sort of demonstrated how we can talk about a stress bucket with a client. Harking back to that paper that Alison Brabham wrote about ethical and competent CBTP, they do caution about how we message around stress vulnerability, because there is a sort of potentially sort of fragilizing piece around that term vulnerability, and this idea that maybe someone's bucket's way smaller than somebody else's, and if you just had a big enough bucket, you could deal with any stress in the world. So I think we want to be careful about how that's presented and how that's received. I tend to think about our buckets being different sizes at different times of our lives as well, and maybe not just such a fixed thing, but who knows. I also wish I could draw a bucket that looked as good as that. Whenever I draw them on the whiteboard, they're a hot mess and it doesn't look anything like that, but we try. So that's one way of doing formulation. Another way of doing formulation is sort of pulling together our understanding of distressing voices and beliefs if we're focusing more on the positive symptoms. And this is a very simple, what's called a maintenance formulation. So it has the information that we've already been talking about in terms of linking thought, feeling, and behavior, right? So we have the event, we have the thought or the interpretation, and emotion, and action or behavior. But in this maintenance formulation, we can also add in what we might consider to be underlying beliefs. And these underlying beliefs are the things that sort of drive how we see the world. Now, it really does vary depending on who I'm working with at what stage and their buy-in, their capacity. In some instances, we might simply be taking or helping the person to link between an event and an emotion, or an event and a behavior. And then as we work together, we might start to add the thought if we can do that. For some people, we may never add the belief piece. We just purely work on the thought, feeling, and behavior. For others, we might go to the belief situation or the belief element of this sooner. So this is, again, part of like what's flexible around it and what's going to fit best with the client. But let's look at what this might look like. So let's say Sam comes to your session very anxious. He describes an experience this morning where he could hear voices. He reports that he thinks it's his neighbors talking about him, making threatening comments, leading him to conclude that he's not safe. He became very afraid and anxious, so instead of doing his laundry as he planned, he stayed in his room all morning. So if Sam had come presented this way and we used all of our curious questioning to elicit this information, we might then work with Sam to pull together a diagram or a map or a formulation, whatever language you want, to capture this in a way that makes sense. So here we have what that might look like. I draw this on a board or on a piece of paper or on Zoom. So we're both seeing it. As we get further into the therapy, I prefer Sam to do the drawing. My drawing sucks, we know that, but also so that we can actually sort of see, he can start to take ownership of this. But we've got the event. Sam hears a voice. He thinks the people across the hall or my neighbors are talking about me. He becomes scared and anxious. So he stays in his room, he isolates, he doesn't do his laundry, and he's been able to identify this belief of I am not safe that's driving the fear, the behavior, and the interpretation. So it sort of fits together really well. When I'm doing this with a client, my first sort of check is to sort of like think, does this fit? Like if I was having all of these, would I react in this way? Would I think this? Would I feel this? I had a colleague or a training colleague who'd refer to that as like the smell test. Does it smell right? So for example, if Sam had reported, he hears a voice that people across the hall are talking about me, and he feels excited and happy, then I'm not safe doesn't fit anymore. We might be exploring a different belief. And actually, it might be a belief about I'm important, and that the people across the hall are talking about me because they know who I am. And there's maybe a grandiosity there. So we want to like check, because we're checking with ourselves, does this fit? And then we're also checking with the client. Hey, Sam, as we've drawn this out, did I miss anything? Does this make sense? Does this capture what we've just talked about? Once we both have agreement that this captures this situation really well, we can then use this to identify what do we need to change. And this allows us to think about changes potentially. Oh, I'm going to try and get fancy, people. Let's see if I can do this. Oh, I'm going to regress it answer. Let's give it a go. Draw, there we go. This allows us to think about changes potentially. Oh, look at that. At the cognitive level. So we might want to focus purely on this thought and whether we can explore if that's accurate or not. Or it might allow us to think about this behavior. How helpful is this behavior? Is it somehow reinforcing the fear? Is it a safety behavior? It's a clue. It is a safety behavior. It's helping him to feel safe in the short term, but long term perpetuating the challenges. We might long term look at this underlying belief around safety and whether we can help shift his kind of worldview about not being safe in the world. There may be good reasons for why he's developed that belief. There may be good reasons in the world right now for why he believes that. And all with the aim of us ultimately changing that emotion of fear and freeing him up to then go forward and to do other things when he hears this voice. We're all drawing. That worked. Excellent. Okay. Now we can't go forward. There we go. So that's very much kind of the here and now with a little bit of a belief part brought in. But as we've talked about, staying in the here and now isn't enough. We need to understand, in many cases, that kind of historical element or the experience of the role of early experiences as to how we might have formed certain beliefs. And so this draws upon Anthony Morrison's model of psychosis that he published back in 2001, where he states that positive symptoms are conceptualized as intrusions into our awareness, and it's the interpretation of that intrusion rather than the intrusion itself that causes the distress and disability. So it's not the voice or the presence of the voice that causes the distress, it's how that voice is interpreted. And then symptoms are maintained by mood, arousal, and maladaptive cognitive behavioral responses, such as avoidance. This is what the model looks like if you pull that paper. And this is what it looks like when we take it into maybe more of a client-friendly and frankly therapist-friendly model. So what happened, our event? How I made sense of it, the interpretation. What did I do when this happened? So both sort of like a behavioral response, and how does it make me feel? What was my emotional response? And here we start to capture what life experiences have I been through that have perhaps led to the formation of certain beliefs about myself, about the world, or others that then influence how I make sense of my environment or the event. So what does this look like for Sam? Well, in later sessions, Sam describes that some of his early experiences were such that he was regularly bullied at school, including an incident where a boy whom he thought was his friend turned on him and joined the bullies, and also being berated and criticized by his father for low grades. So let's pull that information into this new formulation. We've got the same thing, these voices. We've now got information that they're mocking and taunting. Same interpretation. The people across the hall or my neighbors are talking about me. He stays in the room talking to his voices, isolates. He feels scared. He feels hopeless. But we've started to have more information about these life experiences of poor grades, bullying at school, somebody turning on him who believed he could trust, and this critical father, leading to beliefs of I'm a failure, I'm different, and others can't be trusted. And again, it starts to make sense that if this is my worldview, if I hear a voice mocking and taunting me, that I might make this conclusion or come to this conclusion, it's people across the hall talking about me rather than a different conclusion based in my experience of the world. How do we do this in action? Well, I'm going to, again, normally, if you're all in the same room, a willing volunteer participant would raise their hand and bravely come forth to present a case, sometimes with the intent of tripping up the presenter and saying, haha, this doesn't work in every situation. And I say, no, we can make this work. I can't do this with you guys today. So instead, Jen is going to share a client that she's working with, and I'm going to see if we can add that here. So Jen, would you mind coming in and just telling us about this client, and let's see if we can capture that information in this formulation.
Yeah, sounds good. So this is a young man who a few months ago had his first break. So there's an event where he was starting to see a new woman in dating, and his parents opposed the relationship. So that's the kind of first thing that happened. His response to it was he felt like his parents were stuck in their old orthodox ways, and that they were making him choose between the girl and them, which he felt like had happened before in a previous relationship and previous breakup. And then that kind of progressed into him believing that his parents had previously, a few years ago, really insulted and talked down to that ex-girlfriend's parents. And so he got very mad and also was sad about the situation, and felt like he wasn't in control of his life, and that he had to keep sacrificing his happiness. And then he ended up calling his parents angrily to tell them off, and then flew to another state to pursue another woman that he had previously been interested in.
Starting to add things here, hopefully you can all see on the screen. I captured sort of like sad, right? We heard that about this client. We had some conflict with parents, and that he flew out of state to engage in new relationship. There we go. And so tell me again, Jen, what was kind of the precipitating event here? How did I capture that?
So he was starting to see a new woman for dating, and he talked to his parents about her, and they were not supportive. They were not happy with him dating her.
And I heard you say a thought that really stuck out to me there was, I have to sacrifice my happiness.
Mm-hmm.
What other sort of thoughts went through his mind?
Like, they're forcing me to choose. I shouldn't have to sacrifice my happiness and keep compromising for them. They've done this before. And then it spiraled into, he then believed that they had insulted his ex-girlfriend's parents condescendingly, so he got very mad.
My ex's parents. Okay, so slightly hard to read, so sorry guys, but that says, I have to sacrifice my happiness. They are forcing me to choose. They insulted my ex's parents. And then underlying this, so we've got starting today, parents weren't very supportive around this. He interprets that as them communicating to him that he has to sacrifice his happiness, that they're forcing him to choose, and that previously they'd insulted his ex's parents. And that's kind of what he gets really hung up on. So I think, am I hearing some sort of rumination around this as well, Jen?
Yeah, he spent days thinking about this while also smoking cannabis. I don't think that helps. And he was very mad at them.
Okay, so that conflict with parents, rumination, smoking, and then it's not in the right order, but it's culminated in this sort of impulsive act of flying out of state to start a new relationship. Kind of like, to heck with it, I'm just going to go and do this on my own. I had sad, frustrated as well, did I hear?
Yes, yeah, he was frustrated, he was angry at them.
Not awesome, but awesome that we're capturing this information. And so then if we had to make a guess at sort of what's underlying this as a belief that's driving, I have to sacrifice my happiness, they're forcing me to choose, they insulted my ex's parents, and is contributing to his emotions and to those behaviors, what might we come to? What might be a kind of a hypothesis around that?
I think he felt that he wasn't in control of his life, and to be happy, he had to take control and take action.
Maybe I have no control. And then that's a nice example. We started it right at the beginning about it. This isn't in this formulation, but we can have these unhelpful assumptions. And that could be an assumption of like, in order to be happy, I have to take control, which would totally make sense of this spontaneous and impulsive act of flying out of state to start this new relationship. So absolutely. Awesome. Thank you very much. So hopefully for you guys, what you can see is just in a very short time with this information, we can start to pull it in and perhaps start to make sense of an act that in isolation didn't really make sense to this individual or his parents. A sudden impulsive, get on a plane, fly out of state, start a new relationship. But as we break it down and join the dots, we can step back and go, okay, I don't agree with what you did necessarily, perhaps, but I understand it. And so I will often, particularly when I'm working in the forensic system and using this formulation, really emphasize that formulations help us to understand. They don't excuse behavior, but it helps us to understand behavior, particularly if that behavior has previously been one that was harder to understand. All right. What time are we at? I'm going to skip this video just in the interests of time, because I do want to make sure we get into talking about skills. So we have here this idea then of, we have this formulation, and like I say, we're using the formulation to then inform us as to where we need to focus our interventions. Thoughts, behaviors, thought, behavior, belief, or there might be something in the environment we can target. Often harder because it's the individual we're working with, but we may have to recognize that there are things in the environment that either need to change, but maybe can't change. And so we have to recognize that too. But let's get into this skill building idea. Now, the thing that has always struck me, and this was actually, I love this because this was actually a client that taught me this. Because I think what we can do is we can look at psychosis and we can look at really distressing beliefs around things like voices or things that might be happening in the world. And we might sort of pause and think, well, in the face of all this evidence, why wouldn't you believe the opposite? Why are you with this belief that's really, really scary and causing you so many problems? Why don't you just believe that it's okay? And I think that can cause us to sort of scratch our heads sometimes. And I was having a conversation with a client around something like that. And he was like, well, hang on, I'll show you. Like literally, he was in my office doing this. And so he got up at my whiteboard. I always love it when people do that, with a pen, and he drew something out like this. This isn't for his belief. His belief was different, but we're applying this to Sam. So this kind of 2x2 cell. So for Sam, let's say I believe people are talking about me, and it actually turns out that they are talking about me. So my belief and the reality are consistent. Well, I'm not safe, but I'm going to do stuff to keep myself safe. I'm going to stay in the house. Going down to that bottom left, if for some reason I stop believing people are talking about me, so Kate's successful in convincing me that that's not true and they're not actually talking about me, but it turns out they always really were and Kate was wrong, well, I'm really not safe because I've stopped doing all of those things that were keeping me safe. Now I'm going out and talking to the neighbors. I've exposed myself. In the top right cell there, if I continue to believe that they're talking about me, but it turns out that they're not talking about me, well, that would mean I'm crazy. And I've put crazy in quotes there because that's what my client said. It's like, that would be definitive proof I'm crazy. And as we saw with that word cloud exercise of like perceptions of psychosis, being crazy doesn't often take people to a positive place. The way that we stigmatize mental health and beliefs that aren't consistent with reality is to go to this negative, right? So that's not a great place to be either. So we've got out of 4 cells, 3 of them are not fun places to be. If I don't believe people are talking about me and they aren't talking about me, well, that would be awesome, right? And that's what my client said. Like, that would be great if I could go there. But there's a lot of danger in shifting from top left to top right because I could fall into either of the other ones. And I was talking about this with a group in a forensic system just yesterday, and they'd done this with one of their patients. And for him to sit in that top right was really terrifying. That meant giving up 10 years of beliefs that had been highly protective to him. And he shared that the only time that he had entertained the idea that his beliefs were not consistent with reality was the time that he engaged in a major suicide attempt. So there was a lot of risk around jumping into that top right one. So doing an exercise like this can help us, again, sitting in that middle, sitting on that collaborative fence, just begin to explore what each of these other areas might look like. And can we make that top right a softer landing? So that we don't stigmatize, we're not pejorative about mental health problems. We normalize, we understand these experiences as understandable reactions to extreme circumstances, that anybody or many people in the same situation would similarly have fallen into that place. So there's this is a great way of sort of opening up conversation about skill and intervention. Balance 5, okay. So back to Sam. He hears a voice. The people across the hall are talking about me, scared and anxious, stays in his room and isolates. I am not safe. And we've talked about different areas for intervention. Let's think about It's a very basic cognitive intervention that we use in CBT broadly, and we can use it for CBTP. Oftentimes we talk about this as challenging when we do evidence for and against. Here we're really presenting it as exploring. So let's say Sam believes that the people across the hall are talking about him, and he believes it about 90%. There's a little bit of wriggle room there. We might want to know what the other 10% is. So we'd look for evidence for and against, and then re-rate the belief and come up with an alternative. So if we're doing this exercise with Sam, back to you guys being curious, what would you want to know about this thought? What was the thought again? So I've got it word for word. The people across the hall are talking about me. What would you want to know about that in order for us to start to explore this and get some evidence for and against? Answers on a postcard, please. No. Answers to poll EV. What are they saying? What's the content? Awesome. What else? What's your relationship like with those people? Are these people that you know or people you've never spoken to? What would tell you that they are not talking about you? Nice to know that. What do they say? Yeah, facts are our content. We need to know that. What do you actually hear them saying? What do you believe they're saying? Yeah. So lots around the content, which is awesome, because that would give us a bit of a sense of, are they saying things about you that only you know? Or is this information that they have access to? How does it make you feel? That helps us with our information. How often is it? When does it happen? When did you start? And is there a pattern to this? What would make them do that? Why would they do that? What's your, again, back to the relationship with the neighbors. How long have you known them? How did you learn this? Yes, so you heard this. How did you come to the conclusion it was your neighbors? Who are the neighbors? So I love that we're being curious. We're being curious about content. We're being curious about who these neighbors are. Are these people that you've never met? Are these people that you used to be friends with and you've now fallen out with? Have you had negative interactions that's led them to talk about you? So is there was there a situation where you did something that they didn't like and they yelled at you, and what's happened from that? Yeah. What are their names? Back to kind of our relationship with them. I'm glad that we're figuring out, like, we're trying to get a sense of how it makes you feel. So kind of this emotional piece, right? That helps with our formulation. Oh, when you are seeing them maybe on the street or in the hall, this is based on a client, this is a dorm situation. So the neighbors were in the room opposite. How did they interact? Do they blank you? Do they give any indication that they don't like you? Or is it really perplexing? Because the only times that they talk negatively about you is when you're in your room and they're in their room, and the rest of the time in class or in communal areas, they just carry on as normal. How do you feel about what they said? I might want to know a little bit about the physics of this. How loud is it? Is it a whisper? Is it a shout? So we're not only getting the content, but we're also getting kind of the form of this. Here, if there are neighbors, but we're actually like physically present, are they looking? So kind of like really paint a picture of this experience. What makes you think this? So we're having the person generate lots of how do you come to this conclusion? I love that we're kind of grouping. I'm sure that the poll isn't doing that, but just as we're questioning, people are coming to the same sort of themes to explore. So we're starting to get to this idea of like, how did you come to this conclusion? What other evidence did you consider before you went, I'm hearing this and it must be the neighbors? Is it because it sounds like the neighbor, like it's their accent? Or is it because it's the only possible explanation because I'm hearing this thing and there's nobody else around, it must be the neighbors, right? Awesome. All right, what would you like to do about this? Always a good question. I'm going to jump forward. All right. So when we did this exercise, word I'm looking for, with Sam, we generated some evidence for, and I always start with evidence for. Because typically that's easier for the client because that's what's at the forefront of their mind and they want to tell you that. You want to know, yeah, I want to know what the evidence for is. So for Sam, he said, well, they said my name. So when they're speaking, they said my name. I feel afraid when I'm around them. So some interesting emotional reasoning. And he'd heard shouting from that room before, leading him to believe that maybe there was some kind of threat in that room. Evidence against for him, however, as we explored it, was that they'd never actually directly spoken to each other. It'd been kind of like passing each other in the hall kind of thing, but they'd never actually been a direct interaction. He described the noise as a whisper and not as a shout, which was kind of interesting to us because that meant that we could explore how loud would a voice have to be heard between his room, a locked door, a hallway, a locked door, and the next room. He'd have to shout pretty loud, like he'd heard the shouting, and a whisper probably wouldn't carry. So that leads us to sort of be interested about it and scratch our heads. And we also did a behavioral experiment, which we'll talk about in a little bit, where Sam was open to recording when he was back in his room and making a note whenever he heard the voice, and then coming back into session and playing that recording at those points. I didn't have to listen to a whole hour of blank tape. And what we found was there wasn't a voice on the recording. So again, this was a bit of a head scratch moment, right? This whisper doesn't fit with how we understand the laws of physics. And if it had been a full voice of somebody yelling, because other sounds were captured on the tape, it would have been captured on the tape. So this led Sam to start to question, well, maybe I'm less convinced about it as being people across the hall. I'm not dropping it completely, but maybe there's room for other explanations. And actually it's this auditory hallucination. And just like we talked about at the beginning of this segment, we can then move into this question of, and what would it mean if it was an auditory hallucination versus it being your neighbors saying things that are threatening towards you? And what would we do differently? So that's kind of exploring at the cognitive level as we think about voice hearing. We can also, as we've talked about, direct our work towards more of the behavioral level. And if we think about sort of grouping voice coping skills into 3 areas, we can think about sort of distraction-based, like music, playing the guitar, shifting our attention, watching TV, playing computer games, being around pets. The next level up is more like focusing techniques, where we're actually kind of focusing on and responding to what's happening with the voice. For some people, they find subvocalization helpful. So this idea that by kind of humming or muttering can interrupt those pathways that lead to hallucinations being experienced and can result in the voices stopping. For some people, not everyone, and that's true for all of these skills. Some of these skills work for some people some of the time. None of them are guaranteed, which is why we need to explore them and experiment. Deep breathing, maybe rational responding to the voice, maybe doing some work around schema, so that's focusing on understanding what the voice might represent. And then the next level is more of this metacognitive piece of being able to recognize and detach from, different from distraction. Distraction is like, la, 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 gonna focus over here. Metacognitive techniques are more like, I see this, I hear this, I'm experiencing this, and I'm gonna step away from, and acceptance of. And with that acceptance of is again, potentially taking some of the third wave interventions of compassion for the voice in this case, or for a belief, or for our reaction to a situation. Now, what we find, I don't know, I don't have I don't have a slide on it, sorry. But what some of the research has shown is if we group interventions in this way, people typically orient to distraction as the first line, and then less people are using metacognitive strategies and may need to be trained into how to use those. But if we think about them in order of effectiveness, metacognitive skills tend to be the more effective and distraction the least. So if people don't have any skills at all, we need to teach them distraction. Absolutely, those are great coping skills. But we shouldn't just stop there. We should then think about, can we add this layer of focusing and can we add this layer of metacognitive? So here we would want to then reformulate, so same situation, still hearing the voice. If instead of going to my neighbors are saying horrible, mean things about me, or whatever it was, if we went instead to I'm hearing an auditory hallucination, what would that now look like? Well, Sam would report that he might feel less anxious and he could use his skills instead because he feels a bit safer. Deep breathing, reassuring himself and listening to music. And for Sam, underlying that is this new belief of the voices can't hurt me. Some clients would have the belief that they can, but for Sam, it was reassuring for him to know that as a hallucination, he wasn't directly physically threatened. If the client was coming with the belief that the voices could hurt him, we would have to do some additional work. I mentioned sort of ways in which we can collaboratively explore beliefs. And one of those is we can do behavioral experiments. I love doing behavioral experiments. We can get super creative. We can really engage the client around this. We have to be kind of careful that we're developing them to be win-win situations. Although even the very best can sometimes go wrong, they have to be meaningful to the client and they have to test a belief and a behavior that's important to them, which is why it's collaboratively developed. It's not just me coming in prescriptively saying, oh, you should do this to check this out, right? I couldn't have said to Sam, oh, you need to totally record these voices and then we'll figure out that they're not actually real and that's going to be okay, right? That would not have been helpful. We had to help him generate a behavioral experiment that was meaningful to him, because otherwise it's not going to lead to any significant change or meaningful change. When we're setting these up, we should try to take into account things that could go wrong with the experiment. So for example, I had a colleague who had a client who was really anxious about leaving the house because when they left the house, they believed that people entered their house, moved things around, took advantage of the hospitality, ate food, that kind of thing. And so it was a really big ask to get that person to come to the session. And what they devised was an experiment that the client generated, which was, well, if you called my house right now and called the phone, this was a while back, this was when people had phones in their houses and not just in their pockets all the time. If you called it and somebody answered, that would be definitely proof that somebody was entering my house and was there when I'm out. But if they didn't answer, then no, they're obviously not there because no one can ignore a ringing phone. Now, personally, I can see huge holes in that as an explanation, but that was what the client wanted to test and was on board with and was like committed to the outcome of either way. Unfortunately, my colleague dialed the wrong number and the person did answer, or a person did answer. So you can imagine everyone's horror at that moment. So we're trying to account for things that can go wrong with the experiment. They were able to sort of check that, realize what had gone wrong, redo the experiment, nobody answered, laugh about it. But as we're developing these, we're not just trying to think about what's going to go right and how we're going to do it, but what if I happen to have a brain freeze and dial the wrong number? What do we do then, right? So we're planning and being prepared. And on us as clinicians, we should be prepared to consider the possibility that the belief is correct, that I'm going to call and somebody is, and I'm going to dial the right number and somebody is going to answer, or that Sam is going to come back and play that tape and it's going to turn out there is talking on there. And so in this instance with Sam, I had to, so this is what a behavioral experiment might look like. I had to be really committed up front that if you come back and you play that tape and I hear people being mean and horrible on there, I'm not okay with that. We have to go and talk to your resident dean and resident advisor and figure out about bullying policies at the university because that is not okay. So I'm committing to that. However, if you come back and play this and there isn't anything on there, what are you going to commit to? So we've both got some skin in the game, right? So here's what the behavioral experiment looked like to test out this neighbors or people across the hall talking about him. So he used an MP3 recorder to record the sounds in his room for 1 hour, and he noted down when he heard people talking. Likely problem, I might not hear anything in that time. So in that case, a strategy would just try again another day. He hears voices frequently enough that we can try and we could capture it at some point. Might forget to do it. So let's write a reminder and put it on the computer. And the expected outcome, and all of this is filled out before the experiment, is that Kate and I will be able to hear voices on the recording. Goes away and does it. And then when we've done it, come back, review the data, and we fill out those final 2 columns, what actually happened and what might be our alternative thought. Now, I want to highlight, we're doing training. It's short. I'm going kind of pretty fast. Obviously, it's going to work, right? I'm not going to present to you an example of like, yeah, and it didn't work. But I would never expect this to suddenly turn into a situation where Sam comes back and is like, God, Dr. Hardy, you were so right. How could I have been so silly to have thought those were my neighbors? You were wrong. Mea culpa. You're right. All praise the great therapist. If only, right? But actually, I don't want that shift, because that shift, that sudden shift in insight, could be associated with increased suicidal risk. So what we tend to see is more of an incremental. So coming back and maybe shifting the belief like to 60%, and that's great. And maybe next week it back up to 70. So we need some more evidence, and we continue exploring until we're at a place where Sam is still hearing the voices potentially, but is able to hold some different explanations and go out and do the things that he needs to do, and it isn't holding him back. So we're touching both the behavior and the cognition. We're going to pop back to Ali and Doug. If you remember earlier when it slipped, Ali was exploring Doug's belief about these thoughts being taken out of his head and going up into a satellite. And so they did that curious questioning. We got a lot of data. We're going to see Ali and Doug now start to explore what kind of experiment could test out that belief that these thoughts are going into a satellite and being broadcast. I think, if I remember rightly, I think this one sound and vision actually match, but we'll see. Fingers crossed, huh? And we'll play this and then we'll break.
So I've just been hearing about this belief that everyone's hearing your thoughts, that they're kind of somehow being transmitted into their heads. And it sounds as though out of all the things that are going on, that's the thing that's most distressing for you, that other people can actually read your thoughts.
I could cope with all of the rest, but I'm really anxious. See, I'm sweating just now, and I'm really worried about all these people knowing my thoughts.
Right, okay. I mean, one of the things that I think we need to do is to try and get some more evidence, really, to find out, you know, what is really going on here.
Oh, I wish we knew.
Because it seems like there's something going on.
There's something going on.
But I'm not quite sure what it is.
Yeah.
So what I'd like to do is to try and do some kind of an experiment so that we can gather some more information and see what happens.
Okay.
So I'd like to think of an experiment in some ways that tests out whether people can read your thoughts. That's really the crux of it all?
That's what I want to do.
Okay. I'm just wondering, have you got any kind of creative ideas that you could think of that would find out whether or not people are, you know, that if I was watching, we would know one way or the other, or find a bit more information about what's going on.
So we're both going to watch.
Well, I was just thinking it might be useful if I was there, because at the moment, I mean, how at the moment do you know that people are reading your thoughts?
Well, I stay in my flat a lot, as you know, because I'm a bit too scared to go out. But sometimes, maybe it's like once every couple of hours, I can feel it starting to come on.
Right.
And then there's the whoosh.
Yeah.
Thoughts gone, empty head, and it goes out. And I look out the window, and I can see that, like, there's one woman talking to another woman, and she turns her head away. I'm thinking, oh, jings, they've gone out again.
So it's something about how people react at that time.
Absolutely.
Right, okay. So, any thoughts about what we might be able to do?
I think a really funny joke.
Okay.
But my thoughts aren't like that. My thoughts are mixed up and sad and shameful.
Can you think of something that would get a real reaction from people in terms of behaviour that we could observe? Something that, you know, there would be absolutely no questions about what was going on in terms of how people reacted in terms of behaviour.
In terms of seeing them actually moving.
That might be something that would be quite useful, yeah.
Well, suppose I thought that you know that band One Direction?
I've heard of them.
Suppose I say One Direction are about to open a supermarket in the shopping centre.
Okay.
Because, like, people go crazy for them.
Okay. So if you had that thought, anyway, what would we expect to see?
Well, I think some people will be disgusted because they don't like them.
Right.
But lots of people will be running to the supermarket, I think.
Right. So if I was with you and I said, right, you need to keep having that thought.
Yeah.
we would see people running towards the supermarket.
You would definitely see some of the younger end of the market running.
Okay, then. Okay, so that would prove that people were actually getting that thought.
Yeah, it would.
Okay, if we were in that situation and people didn't start running, what do you think that would mean?
Might mean they don't like One Direction. Might mean they didn't pick it up.
Right.
Might mean they're preoccupied with their own thoughts. I don't know.
Right, because I'm just wondering, if we're going to set this up as an experiment, we've got to think about how we're going to interpret the results when we see them. So I suppose that's one thing. It needs to be something that we're pretty convinced that if we don't get a result, there's a good chance it means they're not picking up your thoughts, if you know what I mean.
It needs to be something bigger than this One Direction thing, doesn't it?
I just wonder.
Like maybe some kind of super sale.
Okay.
Things are cut to 20% of their proper price.
Okay.
Really nice furniture and clothes and stuff.
Right, okay. And what would happen if people didn't run when they got that thought? What would that mean?
Well, I suppose that I'd start to wonder if the thoughts were going to them.
Okay, so it might make you wonder whether or not it was happening or not.
Yeah.
Okay, because it needs to be a valid experiment. I suppose that's what I'm trying to get at. It's no good setting up an experiment if it doesn't really give us any more information.
But if it's not going to them, where are they going?
Well, perhaps that's the next thing to think about. So first of all, is it going to the other folks? Okay. And then the next bit is, well, if it's not, because we don't know, it might be that everyone starts running through the shopping centre at this stage, in which case we're going to have to deal with that. But for now, I suppose we just need to look at that. So is there a certain time or kind of particular shopping centre we need to go to, or?
Well, we can look out my window and we can see the shopping centre.
Okay, so...
And it's every couple of hours this happens.
Right. So we could do it from your flat, and we could actually observe what's going on outside. And you'd be happy that that was a pretty decent experiment to test things out.
If you were there, that would really help me.
Okay. Okay, then shall we arrange a time then, and we can set that up?
All right, so there we saw sound and vision combined. Awesome. Also, I think what that really hopefully highlighted for you all was just how much Ali was really putting back on Doug, the client, for him to develop an experiment that was very meaningful, right? She had doubts about the One Direction, but she let him kind of generate that himself and come up with something that made sense to him. I like as well how there's this kind of two parts, like, we'll come back to this idea of where it's going if it's not going out to the people, but let's figure out this first part first. So very collaborative, very curious. It's really driven by the client. It feels very much like he's on board with it. And I hope also what you notice is, although Ali is really supporting this, really open to figuring it out and exploring and doing this experiment, she's not jumping all the way over to Doug's side and colluding with him, but rather, again, collaborating. But she is open to the possibility that if people do start running, we're going to have to deal with that, but we're going to find out based on the data and the evidence. All right, so I'm going to suggest, let me see, it's time, it's just coming up to 11, so just coming up to 2 for you guys. We take a break and return at 2:10 Eastern. Feel free to put questions into the chat box and we'll answer any of those when we return from the break. All right, thank you. All right, so we'll get started again and we'll go up till, I'm really struggling with the time change, sorry, up until 3 p.m. your, 2:50 your time, so we've got some time now. Or 3, we'll see how we do. So I had a couple of questions come in on the chat or on the Q&A. Feel free to use either. I want to address before we move into the next section. I've got another video for you, and then we'll look at the final skill of the first model before we start to think about some more general application. Let me just go back to the questions. Okay. Oh, these are, oh no, it's okay. I was going to say these are from earlier, but they're my time. See, I don't know where I am anymore. So there's a question here about what are some thoughts about being authentic and genuine and engaging around hallucinations and delusions, given that you can be 98% sure that it's not happening. And I think that 98%, first of all, is really critical because it allows us to engage with that 2% of doubt, right? The other piece around that, and again, it's a little hard without having a conversation with you, so I'm just kind of spitballing ideas here. But the other piece that I would be curious about and within my own perspective is when we talk about sort of the reality of hallucinations, we're not denying that the experience is occurring, right? I'm never denying that that person is hearing something or feeling something or seeing something. It's the interpretation of that. And so it might be that the interpretation is where we deviate. But as we'll talk about later with sort of a cultural formulation and a kind of a cultural approach that I took with a client, that I can still sit in that not knowing place and hold some of my own beliefs. When I hear that somebody has heard something that other people couldn't hear, my brain goes to hallucination, right? Somebody else's might go to a spiritual experience or the voice of God. And I'm certainly never going to be the person that sits there and says, well, my way of thinking is obviously correct because I've got the science explanation here. Oh, there isn't a presentation right now. Sorry, I'm just talking. I'm just answering the questions that came in. I'll switch back to slides in a second. So no slides right now, but thank you for checking. So even if I am really going to be totally wedded to, well, this is obviously your experience is entirely grounded in your diagnosis of schizophrenia and is completely psychosis. Just as a thought exercise, I'm going to shift, even if it requires me to have 0.5% of doubt in that as the explanation, to hopefully invite the person to have 0.5% of doubt in their explanation. So we've got some place to discuss it. And like I say, we can both go back to our corners eventually, right? And ultimately, I think as I'm hoping we're getting here, it might be that in our exploration, in our discussion, the person ends up coming to a different explanation for what's happening. Maybe, that could be a good outcome. It's not always a good outcome though, particularly if those beliefs have been really protective. So it might be that what we end up doing is helping that person still have the same experiences, still hold the same beliefs, still have the same intensity, frequency, and conviction, but be less distressed by it and able to function despite that. And which direction we go is really going to be dependent upon the formulation and that individual and their goals. So I'm hoping that answered that question. I'm going to check the answer live and see. Oh, no, don't know. I don't know what happened there. And then there's another one that somebody posted, and I'm hoping to say, I don't know if you want to answer this. Well, there's a dangling fish if ever I saw one. Of course I want to try and answer it. And I'm hoping it's okay for me to read this out because it was presented. If it isn't, somebody can very quickly send me a message that says, no, don't read it. But this person goes into some details about a client that they're working with who experiences, excuse me, erotic auditory hallucinations on a regular basis, resulting in excessive masturbation that provides relief momentarily. And I think just pausing there for a second, that idea that it provides relief momentarily really speaks to that behavior as a safety behavior. If you remember, safety behaviors are ones that give us some sort of relief or sense of safety or reassurance in the short term, but in the long term, are actually perpetuating the problem. The individual has a desire to reduce their masturbation, which gets in the way of everyday functioning in relationships. And also those individuals identifying that this client has low self-esteem and a belief that they'll never be with a woman and will be a virgin for the rest of their life. So again, we can really see how this masturbation that's getting in the way of functioning in relationships, helpful in the short term, but not helping this person get to their long-term goals of being in a relationship. Presents as disorganized, concrete, some cognitive deficits that make it hard to retain information, but once that information is in, doesn't forget. So that's awesome. That's a great strength and resilience. Want to help him increase interaction with women, believe he has a capacity for a satisfying relationship, but not sure what to do about these erotic hallucinations and a set of beliefs around the sexual proclivities, stumbled over that one, that make it difficult to interact appropriately. So again, without the ability to sort of ask questions, which really speaks to the need for curious questioning, one thought that sort of comes to mind is what would happen if we explored with the client, well, so first of all, setting up the formulation, helping the client and the clinician to really understand. And if I was smart enough and could capture that information and go back to our formulation, I would do so, but it's going to take me too long to do it, so I apologize. But what we might have is the event of having this hallucination. I'd be curious what the thought is and what the feeling is. We know what the behavior is, which is to then go and masturbate. But what's the thought? If I don't masturbate now, I'm going to be uncomfortable, or it's going to become too much, or it's going to become overwhelming. What is some thought around, this is the only way that I can get sexual gratification, because if I'm never going to be with a woman. We have emotions around low self-esteem, but I'd be curious about that cognitive piece. I'd also be curious about whether we could help the client using that formulation see that behavior as a safety behavior, and if there was anything we could do around that behavior. And again, without sort of conversing around it, I don't know if you've tried this or if there's kind of physiological elements that make this kind of challenging, but I would be really interested in what would happen if he delayed masturbation. So he didn't do it immediately. And we engaged in things that help him to take his mind off that physical sensation. One of the experiments we might be able to engage in, and we could all do it now, and you're all in your own place, and I'm not going to go where my mind's going, but we could all, if you all just concentrate really hard on your big toe on your left foot, really think about it. Think about it at the end of your foot. It might be in a sock, it might be in a shoe, it might be open to the air, but really focus on it. And the more you focus on it, it starts to feel weird. You become really, really aware, right? And so I would wonder in some psychoeducation and some discussion with this client, if when this sensation comes up, this hyper focus is actually also perpetuating this experience. And so when this comes up, is there something else that we can do? And I wouldn't be looking at instantly stopping the masturbation, but delaying it. So when this comes up, okay, you can go and masturbate, but let's wait 10 minutes. And what are you going to do for that 10 minutes instead, right? We can have a little bit of fun with that. What can we do to have sort of a distraction or a different behavior? And then what's it like to then go and masturbate until hopefully it becomes more about his choice. We don't want to stop the masturbation, that's a natural thing, but it becomes about his choice when to masturbate rather than as a reaction to this auditory hallucination. I'd want to know more about those hallucinations and what they were saying in that 10-minute delay, 15, 20, 30 minutes. We might have to work on him being assertive to those hallucinations of like, nope, I'm going to come back to that later. Right now I'm making a cup of tea. Don't know why everything comes back to tea for me, but it does, right? So we could certainly explore that and put it in the formulation, see if we can get him on board with it, see if we can help him understand the behavior as a safety behavior, and see if we could start to delay it and have some skills to replace, recognizing that probably going to make a cup of tea is not going to feel as good as masturbating unless it's a really good cup of tea. But, sorry, I'm laughing at my own joke there, but it's going to help him move towards his goals. Okay, I think that was all the questions that came in over the break. Thank you. Oh no, there's another one. Oh, thank you guys for bringing the questions. Oh, and somebody wants the cat to return. It's probably going to happen. I can't guarantee it. I did get scratched by her though, the little minx. No, she's ignoring me right now. She'll be back. Okay. And somebody, nice question, actually. So somebody is asking about the experience when we had, we did the exercise with Mrs. Robbins, who was experiencing physical symptoms due to thought of witchcraft and assumption. And this person's typing, if we had already completed a safety, medical, or risk assessment and those concerns have been rolled out, wouldn't it be invalidating if we continue to ask the medical questions? Absolutely, it certainly could be. And so this is where training is artificial. We want to, capture all of these different things, but we certainly also want to be, as we're asking the question with the client live in the room, we want to check in. Like, I've already done a medical assessment, but oh man, I still want to ask you another medical question. Is that all right? Is that really annoying? Last one, I promise. I'm going to ask you some questions about witchcraft, but I've just asked you a turn. Is that okay? So we're not just engaging in the exchange, but we have that meta process, this meta competency of what we see in our exchanges with individuals, which is our ability to elicit feedback from a person and shift our approach based on what the person's telling us or what we're observing. If I ask another medical question and that client just tuts and rolls their eyes and takes a big sigh, it's a really good clue to be like, yeah, all right, she's done with the medical questions. That was right, we've done tons. She's getting kind of annoyed now and feeling invalidated. So we're either getting body cue response or getting that information through asking. All right, thanks for the questions. Keep them coming. We'll keep taking breaks to answer them. I'm going to pull back up the slides now, and I'm going to show you. Yes, I am going to show it, even though I hate showing it because it's me acting. You would think I'd actually be able to act as a therapist since that's what I do, but apparently not. No, I'm a terrible actor. But sort of showing some of the things that we've already talked about today. So some of the question, pulling together a formulation, and discussing it with a client. So this is entirely role played. The person in the role play is a colleague called Pamela. I'm playing the therapist. We're exploring a belief. We're doing a formulation. It gets a little bit more complex. It's drawing in some early experiences. I got funding from the department to pull this together. They did not give me funding for hair and makeup. So apologies there. And also, if they'd have given me proper funding, I'd have got Brad Pitt in, but that was not available. Pamela actually is a trained actor. I'm not. You can tell the difference. But let's go ahead and see what this looks like. All right, I think this is a little longer. I think this is about 10 minutes. All right, people are saying they can't see or hear it. Oh, I just totally, sorry, thanks, Jen. I might not have shared my screen. I didn't. You just saw me like looking around and drinking some water. Oh, awesome. Thanks, Jen. This is why we've got you. This is going to work. Oh, I'm so glad you're here. That could have been for hours. All right, playing again.
Great. So we've just been hearing about how you tried those strategies we discussed last week. Did that for homework, didn't work out quite as planned. And on your agenda for today is to try and understand that a little bit better and to see if we can come up with some different strategies and understand why that didn't work and we can get some different ones. It sounds good? Okay. So it sounds like our plan for today then is to really focus on that, what didn't work out so well, what could have gone better, try and make sense of that and see if we can come up with a different strategy for this week. Does that sound okay? Yeah. Excellent. All right. So just talk me through a little bit. Remind me, what was the strategy you were going to use? And kind of tell me about what happened.
Okay. So I was supposed to not leave my calling card for the agency. And so I was trying to we talked about distraction. So I was listening to music in my room, and then trying not to think about the agency. But then I got scared, and I was worried they wouldn't know I was there, and that they would I was not doing it, and then I went outside and I did it.
Gotcha. Okay. And so you're in your room listening to music, trying not to think about the agency. Okay, that's good to know. And then ended up thinking about it. Yeah, what was going through your mind before you went outside and left your calling card?
I was just thinking, like, they won't know I'm here. They're going to think I stopped working for them, and then I'm not going to get more. I just kept getting kind of freaked out about it.
Gotcha. Okay. And so then you ended up going outside, leaving your calling card.
Yeah, I moved all the furniture into the pattern that to give them the message, and then left my calling card.
Right. And you did that in your backyard?
At first, yeah.
And then what? Tell me.
And then I got scared that it wasn't big enough, and that they still weren't going to see it, and then I went over the fence to the neighbor's yard.
Gotcha. Okay. And I know that's a real goal of yours, is to not be doing that in your neighbors, because you keep getting in trouble with them.
Yeah, they keep calling the police.
Right. Okay. So it sounds like we need to put our heads together and to try and come up with a strategy to help that not happen. Sounds like you got really scared. Great job for trying it. That's awesome. We should really focus on that today. Is it all right if we kind of draw this out? We draw things on the board, kind of try and make sense of it, put things together. Should we try that strategy with this?
Yeah,
okay. All right, so you remember we start with the event. And it sounds like you were sat in your room listening to music. Yeah? Did I miss anything there, or does that sound about right?
Yeah.
And then remind me, what were the thoughts that went through your head as you were trying not to think about it?
I started thinking, like, they're not going to know I'm here, or they're going to think I'm not working for them anymore, and I'm not going to complete my mission.
So I don't want them to think I quit?
Yeah.
And I heard an emotion there. You said you felt really scared about that?
Yeah. I was really scared that they wouldn't know.
Gotcha. So I'm going to draw an arrow from there to this emotion, which felt really scared.
Yeah.
How scared did you feel?
60 out of 100.
All the way through, or?
I think it got worse.
How high did it get?
The more I thought about it, the more maybe 80, up to 80.
And then what did you end up doing?
I went outside and moved the furniture.
All right. So let's see. So you had these thoughts, made you feel really, really scared.
Yeah.
Had these thoughts also made you go outside and do this. And you said that the emotion ramped up from 60 to 80.
Yeah.
So you didn't just have the thought and decide to go outside.
No, I listened to a few songs and tried to stay.
So it sounds like while you were trying not to think about it, were you also maybe worrying about it, or like getting really...
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
So can we put worry as an action here? Something you were doing internally that led this emotion to really ramp up?
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Remind me and just tell me again a little bit about, so you didn't want them to think you quit, they won't know I'm here. What does that mean? Who are they again? And talk me through that a bit more.
With the agency, because I've been working for them, and I have to keep working for them so that I can keep getting more assignments.
So what would it mean then if they thought you'd quit, if the agency thought you were no longer working for them? What would that say about you, or about what you've been doing up till this point?
I mean, then it's not acceptable. Like, I would be not. It wouldn't be good. I'd be like failing.
Okay. So you'd be failing the mission, failing
the agency. I'd be a failure.
Okay, so I'm hearing here this idea of like, if I don't do this, then I'm not completing my mission.
Yeah.
This kind of like conditional statement.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if I don't do this, then I'm not completing my mission.
Mm-hmm.
So underneath all of this is this fear of failing the agency and being a failure in this. Wow. And you said, like, as you said, when you say I'm a failure, that leaves you to be even more frightened. So it sounds like this is linked too. Yeah. And how is I'm a failure and these actions linked, do you think?
Well, that's one of the things I'm worrying about.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it seems like those are linked too. Okay. So what do you think? Does this sort of fit together?
Yeah.
Are we missing anything?
No, I guess that's how it goes.
Okay. Which of these two thoughts, were there any other thoughts, just to make sure I captured every, or was it kind of more like mostly these two repeating?
Different versions of those, yeah.
Got you. So which of these two thoughts really triggers that fear? It really stands out as the one that drives the fear.
I'm not going to complete my mission.
All right. So we would call that the hot thought, the one that really drives the emotion. Because I'm curious if there's anything that has occurred in your past or anything that you can remember from when you were growing up, or maybe even more recently where you felt like a failure, or where you had that message
I mean,
given to you.
In my family, I feel like my brother was just better at everything, so I never really felt good enough.
Okay. So kind of growing up, there's this idea that your brother was better than things. Did you feel like your parents sort of recognized his successes more than yours?
Yeah, all the time. He got trophies, and I just didn't have any of that.
Were there any rules around that growing up?
Rules?
Yeah, like any sort of family mottos or rules or anything that would be...
I mean, my parents were at all of his games and recitals, and just... It felt like it was always about him.
So success was really valued in your family?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm going to put down here as well, just because it sounds like, to me, that really emphasizes why this is such an important belief underlining all of this, because as you were growing up, success was really valued, and you didn't feel like your successes were valued, I'm hearing. Like your brother's was valued more than yours.
Yeah, I didn't really have many.
Okay, I'm going to just put that down here as like family valued success, if that's okay. So like you know before, like we've done before, our aim really here is to try and use this to find some strategies. And we know that this listening to music, trying not to think about the agency, didn't work so well. Where do you think we could make some changes using this diagram to help us come up with a plan for this week to help you not leave your calling card with the neighbors because you don't want to be getting in trouble with them?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I have to change the action part because my parents and the neighbors don't want me to do that.
So we want this to not be the end result. Do you think then we might need to have a think about how worry plays a role here? And given that it really ramped up your emotion, maybe if we could find some strategies to deal with that worry.
Yeah, I guess. I guess so.
Okay. Where else might we be able to make some changes?
Well, I know we've talked before about changing thoughts, but I don't know how to. I mean, I know we tried to think of something else.
Tried that, yeah, that's true.
It didn't work so well, though. I couldn't not think about it.
So what was it here what do you think it was that made it hard to not think about it?
I mean, I was listening to the music, but I was still thinking a lot. Yeah.
So would that mean that maybe we need to do something with the thoughts here and have a look at if we can change those, if that would be helpful?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. So maybe here. Anywhere else on here that we could maybe have some changes?
I mean, I know I'm not supposed to go in the neighbor's yard, so
Is there anything else, any other behaviors here that we might be able to target?
I mean, the other one was worrying.
It sounded like that really built up.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's any ways, and I don't know, but I wonder if there's any ways for us to try and target this worry, if that's the thing that's really leading into the behavior of going to your neighbor's backyard. The other one I'm wondering about is
this really important belief about being a failure if you don't make these things happen, and the fact that that's been kind of important to you through your life. I'm wondering how accurate a belief that is, and if that's something we could take a look at. Sometimes we have these beliefs and we apply them when they're not meant to be applied, and we actually miss all the other contrary evidence, all the times that you've been a success. That could be another area for us. Okay, can I put a box around that for us too?
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, so it seems like on here, for today, we've got 4 areas we could think about. Having some new coping skills, coming up with a new thought, potentially, looking at the belief, and thinking about worry. How does that sound as a place to start?
Yeah, I guess we have a lot to do.
Well, looking at that, where would you like to start today? What would seem like the best place to start?
I think the worry.
I think so too. I think that's a great idea. Okay, let's go in that direction.
All right, so once again, I want to acknowledge that it's a training. That was a role play, artificial. So obviously it moves smoothly. There's never any pushback from the client. It all works really well. It can work like that, genuinely. Like I do a lot of this, it can work like that. Other times it's going to take us longer to get to a formulation and to create something like that. But hopefully what that just demonstrated was taking this information that Pamela was sharing, that certainly had, you know, there was a very clear element of psychosis there. We could still formulate it. We could understand this behavior of going into her neighbor's yard and moving furniture around once we understood the thoughts that were driving it and the beliefs that was driving it, and start to identify areas that we could do some intervention. So hopefully that was just a good example of that. So now we come to the 5th and final skill of the first model. And don't worry, there's still stuff to do after this. This is a short little bit, and then we'll think about first kind of more generally. And some areas that I want to make sure that I leave you with, that we don't leave out of this talk. But the 5th area is this kind of idea of testing out the skill and getting feedback on it. Because once we've spent all of this time and all of this work and had the client really think about what can they do that is driven by the formulation that's going to address this problem, that's going to move them towards their shared goal, it really wouldn't be very good on us if we just left it there and we didn't figure out a plan for trying it out at home and getting information on how it worked. And so in CBT language, this is what we typically call homework. But I always say, don't call it homework if you want somebody to do it, unless you're working with highly motivated individuals who love doing homework, in which case go for it, because they will, there's more chance of it getting done. I work with teenagers within our kind of quite high achieving teenagers local to Stanford. And if you call it homework, you just know it's going to be done that night. But for other individuals who've maybe had negative experiences of school, or if they think about homework, it's like hours and hours of stuff that they didn't enjoy when they could have been doing something more pleasurable, this has not been very motivating. So how do we ensure that somebody is testing this out at home? Well, we want to make sure that and I'm going to keep using the word homework just as a shorthand, but this activity, this practice, or whatever we want to call it, is collaboratively developed in a way that the client can try out the skill over the next week. And really the possibilities for this are endless. It should come from the session. So it shouldn't be that you spent the whole session figuring out an intervention for, I don't know, and developing a behavioral experiment around voices, and then suddenly say to the client at the end, oh, I want you to practice your positive affirmations, because that isn't going to hang together. So it's got to come from what we talked about. Not having something for the client to practice outside and not knowing like what to do, or saying, oh, there wasn't really anything, isn't a great excuse, because there's tons of things that the person can be doing that allow them to keep practicing. So it could be about a coping skill that we've talked about today and trying it out at home. When are they going to try it out? How are they going to know if it was helpful? What are they going to report on? What are they going to monitor? When they come back and report back on whether it was successful or not, does it mean that we need to modify this or not? It could be that we've been talking about a certain belief and we realize we don't have enough information about how satellites operate. So maybe the the task for that individual is to go away and to do some research on satellites. And that could also be then homework for the therapist. So actually, we both get to go away, do our own individual satellite research and bring that back together in the next session and compare notes and use that to start to build our understanding of this a little bit more. In last week's homework, we've been able to develop an alternative thought. So in Sam's example, we've shifted from 90% believing it's the neighbors to 40% believing it's the neighbors and 60% believing it's a hallucination. We can't just stop there. You know, this is something that Sam's been believing for 5 years, let's say. And so just spending 15 minutes on it in session isn't going to be enough to really make that new thought meaningful. So now the question might be, we've sat on this idea of it's actually hallucination, or 60% sure. Maybe first of all, we need to get some more evidence that would build that, so we know with more certainty. But the question might be, what are you going to do differently this week? If you hear these noises and you think to yourself, it's the neighbors talking, sorry, not the neighbors talking, that's collusion, it's just incompetence. Not the neighbors talking, but it's an auditory hallucination. What are you going to do differently now? And to practice that. So we're then really finding ways to make that, to solidify this new thought and make that really sit and settle with the individual. And really importantly, if we are talking about tasks for the person to do at home, action plans, homework, whatever we call it, we have to follow up on that in the next session. Because if you think about when you were at school, you got assigned an essay or an assignment and you submitted it, and then the teacher never followed up. They never graded it. They never gave you any feedback, never talked to you about it. It wouldn't take very long before you cottoned on to the idea that maybe this isn't that important to the teacher, and actually probably stop submitting it. So we might unintentionally reinforce that message if we aren't asking about it in the next session. So if we set homework, follow up in the next session. How did it go? If you didn't do it, why not? What got in the way? Maybe it was the wrong task. Maybe it was too hard. Maybe we didn't think it through. Maybe it wasn't meaningful. If you did do it, how did it go? What worked? What didn't? What can we learn from it? How do we incorporate that information to move us forward now? So if we're setting the homework, which we should be doing, in almost all cases, there might be times not to, then we're following up the next session. There's lots more to say on that, but that's just our like final little step of this 5-step first model. How are we doing on time? Okay, pretty good. So we've gone through these 5 areas, right? These 5 key skills of CBTP. There isn't sort of a full therapy model, but these skills that you can draw upon when you're working with an individual to address a certain situation or scenario where we might see increased paranoia or anxiety or delusions or whatever, and how to address it using those 5 skills. I'm going to kind of pivot next and start to think a little bit about what happens when we have these really big delusions. Do they respond to these skills in the same way? And I want to spend a little bit of time talking about trauma and culture before we finish up. So getting like 2:45 your time right now, I'm going to suggest that we break until 3, and then we then we come back and tackle the big systematized delusions. Use this time as well to type out chat questions, either in the chat box or in the Q&A, and I'll answer those when we come back after the break. So back at 3 o'clock Eastern time. All right, thanks. All right, so let's get started again. So I've got a couple of questions here I want to address before we go back into the content of the training. So there's a question here about how do we see clients' religious beliefs? Would those also be associated with hallucinations, and to what extent can we be engaged based on some extremes? So I'll talk about culture in a little bit and sort of incorporation of that, but I want to answer this because I think it's such a critical question. And first of all, it really comes down to how we assess and how we understand these experiences. So if a person's presenting with hearing things that other people can't hear, and their explanation for that is that it is a spiritual experience and it's a positive experience for them, it is not causing distress and it's not impacting functioning, we're not going to do anything about that. I might see that as a different, have a different explanation for that experience than that individual does. Honestly, if it's not causing a problem, it doesn't really matter what my opinion of that experience is. So when we're doing assessment of what might be termed psychosis, or what my person might be presenting with as psychosis, we want to consider it in the context of what is culturally congruent behavior. So we want to check with the natural supports in a person's life or their culture to see how consistent this experience is within that context. And like I emphasized, it's really about distress and impairment in functioning. I worked with a young woman who presented with seeing and hearing things that others didn't see or hear. And she interpreted that as spirits of her ancestors. And when we checked with her family, that was very consistent with the family's beliefs, that was something that the family could experience, and that was a positive thing within the family. So not something for us to be concerned about, not something for us to want to recommend interventions around. However, she had recently started to experience this shadowy figure that she saw as being very menacing and did not have a positive experience of at all. She referred to it as them. And that was really uncomfortable for her and was not consistent with what her family experienced at all. So she wanted help with that, but not with the other piece. The other piece was entirely positive and consistent with her cultural experience. And so we really focused more on that shadow, that figure, that them that she turned, and not on the other piece. So we'll talk a little bit more about culture in a second, but I just wanted to make sure that we touched on that right now. And then there was another question about how would you address a client in the event that they started to feel that you are mocking their belief or being sarcastic? Great question. Again, comes back to having a good therapeutic relationship. This is why we cannot underestimate how important it is to put that work in up front, to have a good rapport. It gives us something to fall back on, and it gives us something to work from. We can't go straight into questioning somebody's belief about the world, about themselves, or about their voices if we haven't got some trust in place. If we're feeling like for some reason that's been ruptured, we're going to go back and we're going to explore that. We might go straight back into befriending. We might want to address that with the client. We might even want to formulate it. Oh, wow, when you told me about your belief, you saw me look out the window and you saw me close my eyes momentarily. And you thought I wasn't listening, and you thought I wasn't interested, or you thought that I was, you're telling me you thought that I was minimizing this experience. And so you felt frustrated and you started to shut down. That makes sense. Thank you. Can I give you my side of that now? I looked out the window because I saw a squirrel run past and I blinked. And that was how but isn't it interesting how we had two different experiences? So I'd be very, very transparent and very, very explicit. And this is why within CBT, we're often or frequently asking for feedback. Is it okay that I'm asking these questions? Is it okay if I put forward my view on that? What was it like when I said this about that situation? I just noticed you start to get a little bit sort of antsy in the chair. What did I say, or what happened, or what went through your mind in that moment? I've just noticed your eyes tearing up. So being really, really aware of that. If the client's pushing back and saying like, why are you asking me these questions? You obviously don't believe me. I just need somebody to believe me. We go back to what I was talking about like earlier of like this idea around shared goals. It's maybe not about belief or not belief, but what can we join around? What's important? I really kind of try to fall back on being very genuine and very transparent. Anecdotally, my experience of working with individuals with psychosis, some of you may have had the same experience, is that some folks I've worked with can pick up the very smallest of cues. I remember working with a guy, I had a sore neck, and this has happened a few times. I'm just taking this as an example. I had a sore neck and I just kept kind of like rubbing my neck. And that was enough for him to start to become quite paranoid. He was very concerned that I was communicating something, because normally when we're in sessions, I'm not rubbing my neck. And I was able to, like, he was able to tell me we had a good relationship. I noticed a shift. I noticed he wasn't being quite as open as usual. I asked him about it. He told me, you're rubbing your neck. That's weird. You don't normally do that. That's you're communicating something to me. And I was able to thank him and thank him genuinely for being the only person that had noticed that day that I had a sore neck. And come from this place of like, gosh, it sounds like, you know, you noticed this, you noticed it wasn't typical for me. Thank you. Like, you're the only one that's noticed this. And this is what's going on. I slept funny, it's hurting. I'm so sorry, I'll try not to do it, but it might be that sometimes I cricket. Is that okay? And we could kind of talk and be more explicit and open about it. If that had been too much and I couldn't stop holding my neck because ow, whatever, maybe today wasn't the day for us to continue with the session. Maybe we come back the next day when I'm not doing that. So being very transparent and very open about the process. And that's really, again, at the heart of CBT. There's no kind of smoke and mirrors to this. It's out there. The formulation's out there. We're being very collaborative. We're being very transparent. I'm not doing anything behind the scenes that I'm going to then present to the client and go, haha, I understand you so well, look. That's not how we're doing it. We're doing it together. So hopefully that answered those two questions, and thank you for doing that. If other folks have questions, feel free to put them forward. All right, let's share the screen again. No, concave. Let's go back to the technology there. There we go. All right, so I'm sharing the screen. We've got the shared computer sound. Okay, so we've been talking about using these first skills, and as I keep saying and highlighting, because I've sat in many a training where I've been like, yeah, great, it never works like that. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes you're going to go through the first skills in exactly the order, F through T, and it's all fine. Other times you're going to form a relationship, ask some questions, see a change in the relationship, have to go back to forming a relationship, go back into questions, do a formulation. While you're doing the diagram, realize you need some more information. So go back to asking questions. So it's a bit of a back and forth. So it's not always this beautiful linear process that we see presented in chapters or role plays or presentations. I also wanted just to talk a little bit about these big systematized delusions, because these do not respond as easily to some of the techniques that we've discussed already. And I fear that if I don't talk about them and you go away and use these techniques we've talked about with these systems, these delusional systems, you'll be like, oh, well, that didn't work. She knew nothing. So I want us to make sure we're just touching on this. So time for another video. Again, oh, no, it's a time for another video. It's a cat. I'll show you.
It's time to play Whack-A-Kitty.
All right, that's enough of whacking kisses. No kittens were harmed in the making of that video, I am sure. And there is a reason for that being there, I promise, other than it's late in the afternoon and you might have all just needed a little kitten perk. But if we go after cognitions in these large systematized delusions, we can kind of think about these large systematized delusions as kind of being like an onion, right? With like lots and lots of layers to it. And if we go after just the cognitions, if we go after those unhelpful thoughts, it's like playing a game of what I call cognitive whack-a-mole, but I didn't find a video with the whack-a-mole. So we can think about it as like whack-a-kitty. You hit one cognition, another one pops up, and you hit another and another one pops up. And so if we just stay at that superficial cognition level, we can be playing this game forever. It's also the situation where if you're working with a client and you feel like you're getting some traction on a thought, another one pops up, or you get that, yeah, but have you thought about this? And it feels like you might be just getting a little bit of movement somewhere, but everything else is still really, really sticky. So again, this is why sort of using evidence for and against on these cognitions might not be as helpful. And let's see, oh, come on, what this looks like. So these delusional systems are what often presents to clinicians and services as looking like something that we really are not going to get any traction around. They've typically been around for an individual for a number of years. But the development of these delusional systems is an understandable thing. Just like we've seen with the formulation, we can apply formulation to these systems in the same way, and it is treatable. And there's evidence for schema vulnerability in these individuals. And when we talk about schema vulnerability, we're talking about those underlying beliefs, and those underlying beliefs being so activated that it's really driving how the person interacts with the world. So when we work with a delusional system, they don't respond to reality testing. So they're not going to respond to that same evidence for and against or the behavioral experiment. It's not to say you can't do those strategies, but you're not going to do those strategies with a delusional system. You might do that strategy with somebody who has a large delusional, a large delusional system that feels very fixed. But they might also say, I can't go to the store. I haven't been able to go to the store for years. I'm never going to be able to go to the store again. Well, maybe we could do some evidence for and against that, or a behavioral experiment around that. So it might be kind of more on the outskirts of the system, on the outside of it. Now, if that's linking back to the system, I can't go to the store because of the conspiracy that's against me and it's multi-layered. We're not going to be able to maybe get the same traction by doing reality testing around the delusional belief, but we might want to look more at the function of the belief and how we can help the person get to the store despite the belief. There's evidence to suggest that we could work on stress or rumination or worry in these interventions. And what we're doing there is kind of finding the back door into the psychosis. So again, rather than going after the belief itself or the cognition, we're looking at the things that are potentially maintaining the belief: worry, stress, and rumination. There's been some lovely studies conducted by Daniel Freeman at Oxford University that adopt what's called a causal interventionist model. And that idea is that there are mechanisms associated with psychosis that maintain the psychosis, things like worry, things like sleep. And rather than taking a traditional CBT approach, which is to identify the thought and explore it and maybe do some shifting around it, to go in the back door and look at these maintaining mechanisms. And so purely addressing worry or purely addressing sleep has been shown to then see shifts in the delusional conviction itself. When we're presented with these systems for absorbing and containing the psychosis, we're going to be super curious as much as a person can tolerate. Again, we're monitoring. There might be times when we need to step out of it, but we really want to understand the timeline and pulling together what's called inference chaining. So when does the person perhaps first remember believing that they were part of a conspiracy? What was going on around that time? What did they notice that gave them that information? Did they instantly come to that conclusion? Were there other beliefs along the way? What images were linked to these hot cognitions at that point? We might be using less structure. We might still want to focus for the session, but we might not have a clearly laid out agenda in the same way that we would have with the CBT. And our goals might be a little bit less structured as well. It might be our focus, and the goal for the session is to better understand how you became aware of the conspiracy. And by the end of the session, I'm going to have more understanding of that experience for you, or you might agree on that up front. And then, like I say, again, this back door is to work on this schema level of underlying belief and affect. So let's see what this might look like. Again, you're going to see Doug Turkington on the left. You're probably getting the idea by now that Doug loves to role play. in CBTP. I don't know about anywhere else, but loves to role play in CBTP. And he always loves to be the client. And then Tom on the other side is going to be the clinician here. And Doug's role playing a client that he worked with, he's written about, that he refers to as John the Baptist, because that was his delusional belief. He believed he was John the Baptist. This belief had got him in trouble with the law because it had led him to burn pornography in in shops, because he believed that was his mission. And as such, he'd been arrested and was mandated into therapy. So Doug is playing John the Baptist, and we're going to see how Tom does with the therapy here.
So we were talking about John the Baptist last time.
That's me.
That's you. Yeah, I remember. And I wonder whether we might talk about it a little differently today. I wonder if we might think about when you first realised that you were John the Baptist.
When I got my mission.
Yeah.
That is such an important time, because I saw this cross in the clouds, and I was just walking down Wall's End, and this white cross in the clouds, I thought, that is incredible. And then I looked up at this billboard, and there was pornography there. Mm-hmm. I don't know who it was, but she was hardly wearing any clothes. And my mind just, it all came together.
Yeah.
The cross, the billboard, the pornography.
What was that moment like for you when that first happened?
Oh, it was a complete revelation. All my anxiety fell to nothing. I knew then the meaning of my life.
So a very strong sense of meaning for you.
Oh, it's so rich, the sense of meaning.
Really rich sense of meaning.
How can you doubt it?
It seems like it's really meaningful for you. How did you feel when you saw the cross there, and then you made the connection and you had this really strong purpose in life?
Well, I had this weird feeling that something was going on, and I was getting quite anxious, butterflies and stuff in my tummy.
Yeah.
And then I saw the cross and I thought, oh, that's really interesting. And then I saw the pornography, and somehow the two just came together, that my mission was clear.
What was it like when you realised how clear your mission was? How did you feel emotionally?
I felt so full of energy. I mean, I probably had tons more energy than you would have.
So really energised.
Energised.
Yeah.
Full of it. I could go into any newsagent and just rip the pornography off that top shelf and say, there, that's what you're selling.
So a lot of energy, and it sounds like, am I right in thinking that quite powerful you felt?
Very powerful.
Yeah, okay.
A lot of newsagents would say, okay, I don't want to sell it, but I do it for the money.
Yeah.
Well, that's no argument anymore, Tom.
Okay. I wonder if we could just think about what was going on in your life before you saw the cross. Just give me a context about what was happening in your life.
Oh, that was a strange time, really. I think I would say I was going through some trials and tribulations.
Yeah, such as?
Well, I was running this business as a mechanic, and business went bust. They didn't pay their bills, and I lost the garage. So I was a bit kind of down in the dumps and nervy. And then my girlfriend went and left me because I wasn't paying the bills. So yeah, I was like, that was a terrible time.
It sounds horrendous.
But these are the tribulations that we go through to reach where we get to.
So that you see it as a trial kind of, or tribulation that you've gone through. At the time when it was all happening, though, before you realised you were John the Baptist, how did you feel about yourself?
Before I realised my mission, I was always a bit unsure about my role in life, really.
Yeah.
It's like I'd never really found my place.
Yeah.
I didn't mind working with the cars, but it wasn't enough.
Right. So you weren't quite sure of your role, and then some very difficult times came along. You described when you had your mission, how you suddenly felt energised and powerful. How did you feel beforehand?
Oh, I felt tired. And I felt sad.
Okay. Well, that seems understandable given the things that were going on in your life.
But it didn't last long. Because I saw the cross and the mission.
I wonder if you see any connection between the two things. So you feeling very low and lacking energy and not feeling important and feeling unsure, and then suddenly having feeling very positive and very strong and very important in yourself. I wonder whether you can see that there's a connection between those two things.
Well, there's a thing called the testing time, when a soul is tested for a mission. Do you know about these things?
To some degree, yeah.
Because this is a common understanding in various religions, that you go through these times.
So you feel that you were going through a trial in preparation for your role as John the Baptist?
Absolutely.
I wonder whether there's another explanation that maybe you haven't considered, and I wonder if I could put it to you and see what you think. That this idea came along to you because you were feeling so low and you've gone through such a difficult time in your life. And therefore, by having this idea that you were John the Baptist, it was a way for you to feel very powerful and energized. So actually, John the Baptist as an idea solved your problems in a way, because it made you feel all the things that you wanted to feel but weren't going on in your life at the time. What do you think about that as an idea?
I think it's a revolting idea. I mean, I can't believe I've been preaching to you this long about pornography and all its problems, and you can come up with something like that.
You don't buy it as a possibility that could be the case.
We've got a mission to complete here.
Yeah. So you're still very sure that there's a mission to complete.
You're a doubting Thomas. That's what you are.
Well,
aren't you?
Well, I suppose I do have quite a lot of doubts, about lots of different ways of seeing things, and I wonder if you have any doubts about your idea that you're John the Baptist, and any doubts about whether I might be onto something here, that this came along at a time when you were so low that maybe that's why it came along at that time.
I was low at that time, and I don't mind if you want us to talk about that.
Yeah.
If that will help you to understand the mission.
Yeah.
I don't mind talking about that.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm wondering if there's if you feel that time in your life was the reason that this idea came along.
Well, I think I've already explained that was a trial time.
Yeah, okay. So it's kind of a coincidence then. Is that what you're saying? That No. It was a trial in preparation for. Is that right?
Got it.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, all right. Well, it doesn't sound like that explanation is one that you were prepared to consider.
No.
Particularly, no. Okay. Well, I wonder whether for today we leave it there.
Okay.
Does that sound okay?
All right. I love that video. It makes me giggle every time, partly because I have been on the receiving end of Doug's role play in front of an audience on CBTp, and it is never easy. He never makes it easy on folk. But we've all been there, I think, right? I think if I was in the room right now, people would be laughing and kind of having this like excruciating, it's so hard when we're presented with a client who does have such a fixed belief. So I'm curious, why is this not moving? Here we go, talk to me. What could have gone better? Where did Tom lose Doug, John the Baptist? What did you notice that didn't work so well? He went to the core beliefs too quickly. He certainly did. John the Baptist, Doug was not ready to talk about that in the slightest. It was a good lacking trust. It's a good hypothesis. It's a good formulation, but there was not enough there to really back this up. Didn't affirm the feelings, and he did challenge. He did not have anywhere near enough in his pocket to get there. He moved too fast. He was presenting too much of a strong doubt. Made tons of assumptions. He says something about Doug says, "Do you know about this?" And he says, "Oh, yes, to somewhat." He doesn't, because he doesn't know Doug's understanding of it. Even if he knows about John the Baptist and has read the Bible and whatever, Tom doesn't know what Doug's perspective is. The wrong stage of the helping process, moved too quickly to challenge, absolutely. Challenge the whole belief rather than trying to break it down. And I love that we're getting this idea about the pace, it did move far too quickly. This is the kind of work that we are building up over time, and we might do a little bit of exploration for a little bit of the session, and we might move to safer topics when we felt like we're losing the rapport. The rapport did not appear solid. It was not. Doug is quite happily arms crossed, like this is what I know and this works for me, not changing it. Could have asked more about the doubting Thomas. He certainly could. He could have said, tell me about that. Tell me what you mean about me being a doubting Thomas, and being more kind of curious and taking this wonderment. I love that word. I haven't seen that word for ages. Didn't try to attempt to join with the client, pushed far too quickly. So if I'm kind of summarizing, we've got issues around pacing, around the content in terms of putting things forward too quickly, in terms of challenging. Even when the client rejected it first time, would have been a great clue for us to, whoop, let's back out. We're not ready here right now. Using lots of leading questions, and this client was far too clever to fall into that trap, which is true of all of our clients. Didn't talk enough about the trauma. It would have been nice just to have sat with that for a while, to reinforce and validate how hard a time that must have been, not try and link it to the delusional belief at all. Didn't allow the client to tell the story, absolutely. And again, this is why this work can take multiple sessions. This is where we're frequently working with the client to build a narrative, to hear that narrative, to be super curious, to put things together and sort of say, it's really interesting that happened right before you had that sense of being John the Baptist. That interests me. You're telling me it's the train times. Whoa, that's so cool to know about, right? So being very, very curious. We might even, sorry, I've got a cat hair flying around in front of me. We might even draw a timeline out so we can capture this information over time and have, with John the Baptist, this period on the timeline that is very clearly stated as a time when he lost his job and lost his girlfriend and had a lot of stress and felt very low, and his self-esteem was low. What was life like right before then? What was life like right after? And helping him to really understand these shifts. Maybe the depth of the client's conviction was causing the therapist to feel a lack of confidence about the ability to treat. A lovely reflection. I will hold my hand up and say, I have been in that position. And that's where we fall into that. We can fall into that trap if we are trying to change the person's mind. If we're going in with this very specific goal of, at the end of this session or course of therapy, you're no longer going to think you're John the Baptist. Oh my goodness, your level of conviction is so high. How am I going to do this? And suddenly you're floundering. If you're going in with this idea of, all right, I'm just really curious of understanding more about this. I want to know about John the Baptist. I want to know what that meaning is to that individual. I want to know how they came to that conclusion. As long as the client's willing to talk to you, which in this instance he is, not always, but in this instance he is, you can't fail in that. You're going to learn loads. So you can come in far more confidently. We could have certainly asked about it. So now we're getting really curious, right? We want to know about John the Baptist's religious background. They didn't rebuild the trust after a mini rupture. And yes, that was a time to sort of step back and sort of like go, oh, sorry, screwed it up. I know, whatever language we need to use to connect with the client. And he wants to be right rather than align and identify ways to support and motivation in the interview. Absolutely. And didn't talk about the problems that the mission was causing. That could have been a way of having a shared goal, right? The shared goal here was, how are we going to stop John, calling him John, that's not very helpful, Doug, from getting in trouble all the time around these behaviors, not about necessarily changing his beliefs. There were people in the community where John the Baptist lived who loved what he was doing, who really kind of got behind him as Doug recounts this case. So lots of kind of reinforcement there. So I will say, oh yeah, so here, this is kind of what I was saying a little bit earlier in terms of that anecdotally, that highly sensitive to meta-communication and noticing that, absolutely. I've seen that time and time again, which is why I really want us to be very transparent and genuine. And if there's any shifts, that we name it and we address it. We don't just let it sort of carry on. Yeah. I will say Tom is an excellent therapist. But it's a really lovely example of when it doesn't always go right. And I don't know about you guys, but I sit in a lot of trainings and we only ever see it when it goes well. This is an example of when it doesn't, and we can learn from that as well, right? And you guys are all picking out the things where we might have needed to shift slightly. How are we doing on time? Okay. All right. So I want to touch on trauma and culture before we finish up. And again, both of these could be and should be trainings on their own, but I had to fit everything into this day and didn't want to leave without addressing these two really critical pieces of what we do within CBTP. There are multiple pathways to trauma and psychosis. So if we think about trauma, we might consider the traumatic event as a proximal trigger for the psychosis. So it might be that there was an actual trauma that can clearly be mapped onto the psychosis that may have happened immediately before or a few months before. Working with a woman who, when she came to me, had a diagnosis of schizoaffective disorder, trauma in her past. But as we sort of delved down, and this took a lot of information because of she really struggled to recall this, which is interesting from a trauma perspective in and of itself. But a few months before she started to hear voices, and she started to hear voices slightly later in life, so not entirely consistent with what you'd see for schizoaffective disorder. She was involved in a very traumatizing event of being involved in a burglary that was very traumatic. And so as she started to recount that, and we learned that through that work together, it really felt like trauma was that proximal trigger for the onset of those voices that also built off pre-existing trauma. So we can also think about pre-existing trauma as leading to later psychosis. So this might be childhood trauma of sexual abuse or physical abuse, could be neglect, bullying, things that have happened in the childhood that predispose the individual to later mental health problems, in particular psychosis. But we also can't ignore the potential traumatizing effect of psychosis itself, either in terms of the beliefs or what the person is experiencing from the content of the voices, or trauma as a consequence of the treatment that an individual might have received. So if a person has been picked up by police, held against their will, restrained in hospital, or medicated against their will, necessary, but potentially necessary, some people might argue otherwise, but also potentially highly traumatizing. So these are sort of three pathways into thinking about trauma. So if we think about that pre-existing trauma for a second, Filippo Baresi did a meta-analysis examining these kind of pathways into trauma from childhood adversity, and found that individuals with psychosis were 2.72 times more likely to have been exposed to childhood adversity. And what was interesting about this meta-analysis was it was the first one that really began to map different types of trauma onto different symptom presentations. So what he found was that individuals who'd been exposed to physical abuse, purely physical abuse, no sexual element to it, were more likely to experience high levels of paranoia, whereas individuals who'd been exposed to childhood sexual abuse were more likely to experience hallucinations. So interesting, kind of not just a pathway into psychosis, but pathways into different symptom presentation. Talked about it as a proximal cause. So Kim Musa has done a lot of work in this field and sees that symptoms of PTSD can exacerbate stress, leading to psychotic experience. And Roman Escher, who did a lot of work around what would be now termed sort of healthy voice hearing back in the 80s when they started doing this work, that really wasn't a concept that had been developed or understood, that there were people in the population who heard voices and didn't come into contact with mental health services. Now we all know that to be true, but back then that was brand new news. They found that 70% of voice hearers that they interviewed developed their hallucinations following a traumatic event, just like I described with my client. And then we think about trauma as a result of psychosis as well, that I was talking about. So trauma can result from hospitalization or even from the psychotic symptoms themselves. So what do we need to consider when we think about clinical considerations for trauma and psychosis? So again, without going in depth about the different clinical interventions, what could or should we be doing? Well, John Reed says back in '98, and has repeatedly published on this since, that we should be asking all individuals about potential traumatic experiences. And if we don't ask, the information is not freely volunteered. And we're not just asking a single time in a single session, the very first time we meet a client, right? Because that might not be the time that a person wants to disclose their childhood sexual abuse, but that we're asking repeatedly. Not so much that people are getting really frustrated with us and like, will you stop asking about my trauma? But it's not a one-time event. And that clinicians should be trained in how to ask about trauma and respond to trauma disclosure. One of the primary reasons that people don't ask is fear, this idea of opening a Pandora's box. If I ask about trauma, somebody tells me about their traumatic experience, what then? What do I do with this? Not a good reason to not ask, because then we can find the right resources, get the right training, get the right consultation. If we're not asking, we're leaving people without. I'm just checking that's not Jen telling me it's not working. No, it's not, sorry. Okay. So once we've asked and once it's been identified that the individual is experiencing trauma, then we need to think about interventions that can and should address the trauma, if appropriate. Now, obviously, if we're talking with somebody in the midst of a psychotic episode who is acutely unwell, we're not going to be doing trauma work. Just like we're not going to be doing trauma work if somebody is in a period of high destabilization in their life, for example. So because we've identified trauma, we're not going to necessarily dive straight in and do that work, but we're going to make sure we have a plan to address that. For a long time, there was this idea that we couldn't do trauma work with individuals with psychosis, and that if we did so, we were just going to destabilize the client, that they were going to decompensate. It's not a word I really like, but that somehow we were going to make everything far worse. And so there've been a couple of studies that have demonstrated early on that there's good feasibility for addressing trauma and psychosis, and that it doesn't result in individuals having a psychotic break by addressing the trauma. The data is a little bit mixed on whether we go for skill building first and distress tolerance, or whether we go straight into the trauma work. Some folks would really highlight that we want to go straight to the trauma, because by doing anything else, we're further reinforcing this avoidance of trauma. And that's particularly, I've heard that sort of from the folks in the Netherlands who have developed the TTIP study, whereas folks in Australia who developed models for addressing trauma and psychosis, particularly with younger clients, very much emphasize the need to ensure that the individual has good skills in place and the ability to tolerate the distress that might come about because of talking about the trauma, before going into talking about the trauma. And then, as we all know, there are very, very good existing trauma protocols out there, very good evidence-based trauma protocols, such as prolonged exposure and EMDR, or eye movement desensitization and reprocessing. Both have been shown to be effective and safe in working with individuals with psychosis. The Dutch TTIP study used both PE and EMDR. Now, that population was an older, stable, kind of chronic psychosis population, which also might speak to their outcomes. But there is a lot of research happening at the moment that's looking into these different protocols and which one to choose depending upon the presentation of the individual, their age, and that kind of thing. How are we doing on time? Oh, we're doing okay. Let me see. I want to just pause for a second because I want to make sure I've got, without breaking this and the next. So I'm going to suggest it's, what is it? What time is that? Hang on, I can't do my math again. 3:40, okay. So I'm going to suggest we break until 3:50 and then we'll push through until the end. So 10 minutes, and then we'll do the last sort of hour on culture, and kind of answering questions. Now is a great time if you've got any burning questions, any thoughts, any clients that you just want to do a quick, if you can, I don't know, type it in, that's worked so far, feel free. We're going to have a little bit of time at the end for some Q&A. So get those questions in nice and early. But let's take 10 minutes before we start to address this culture piece. All right. All right, guys, I know I'm coming back a little early, but I'm coming back with a quick change of plan. I'm going to suggest we actually break until 4 p.m. your time, 1 p.m. my time. So another 10 minutes, and then we'll push through for that final hour. So 10, 12 more minutes. Put in your questions into the Q&A or put it into the chat box, and I'll see you all at the top of the hour, 4 o'clock. Thanks a lot. All right, guys, thanks for those extra few minutes there. So for the last hour, we're going to answer these questions that came in and think about culture and just start to wrap up. If there's any more questions before we finish, that would be nice as well. And yeah, just start to wrap up now. So just kind of get into these questions. Thanks to the guys that, the individuals that sent questions during the break. So I'm taking these backwards. So I'm not putting any slides up right now. I'm just answering the questions. So somebody asked about what is the average number of sessions you can recommend to a client with psychosis to help with difficulties they're experiencing through CBT? Is there empirical research or is each case so individualized we can't know? It's a little bit of both. So like I mentioned earlier, the NICE guidelines recommend a minimum of 16 sessions, and that would be, it doesn't specify this, but I would say that those 16 sessions are once we've been able to establish a therapeutic relationship. So it could be that, you know, you have a number of sessions just doing the befriending and getting to a place where you are then able to start the active CBTP. The thing that can take different amounts of time is just exactly that. How long is it going to take to have a good therapeutic rapport and coming in and creating a place from which we can really move into the CBTP? And then the other thing for us to think about is that different presentations may require different lengths of interventions. So for somebody who's presenting with what we might call a simple delusion, so not these systematized delusional systems, but, you know, centered around a single belief, that's going to require less number of sessions, like the 16 to 24 sessions, than somebody who's presenting with this much higher level of acuity or chronicity rather, so that an individual who has a highly systematized delusional presentation might require more along the lines of like a year or more of CBTP. I'm trying to think about them. Oh, and then also there's been some data that suggests that if we're tackling kind of very entrenched negative symptoms, that we might need longer to see meaningful change there as well. So again, I think that's work that's come out of the Beck Institute and Paul Grant, that we're looking at more along the lines of a year for something with a more entrenched negative symptoms. For those folks who are at clinical high risk, that would look more like the 16 to 24 sessions. So it's kind of varying in terms of client presentation, the population we're wanting to work with. We've got a question here about the client who holds an array of delusions, such as that he's God's only child, that everyone at college was, at his college was demons or were demons, and the roommates were talking about him and doing things to intentionally annoy him. Specifically blames his roommates for getting kicked out of school, holds a lot of anger and resentment towards the roommates, seems very stuck and rigid in the beliefs that they are to blame for his way of life now, i.e. not being in university. And so what recommendations might we have for taking this backdoor approach? So first of all, just to highlight that we often see onset of psychosis with university age, right? This is a prime age for folks to develop psychotic symptoms, as early adulthood, late teens, early 20s. And also if you think about the stress associated with leaving home, going to a new environment, having to engage in new social relationships, these can all be risk factors for triggering psychosis. So not uncommon to see this happening in a college environment. And this is a not atypical narrative that I've seen previously. I think what I'd be curious with in terms of this client would be to think a little bit about this anger and this, well, first of all, if I take the first model, right, we have a good relationship, but what would be the shared goal? Is it about getting back into university? Is it about being able to explore what happened and understanding what happened? I'd be really curious about this anger and resentment and how it potentially is helping, but really how much it's hindering the individual as well. So getting super curious about those things and then putting it into a formulation. So what happens then, like if we could formulate what happened around the development of the psychosis. But what really stands out to me in that scenario is this idea of anger and resentment. So I'd be wanting to do a formulation about the event. I think about how my friends have managed to graduate and I haven't. The thought is they somehow did this to annoy me. They intentionally were out to keep me down. They wanted me to get kicked out of school. I feel anger and resentment, and then the behavior might be a lot of rumination about the past, which gets in the way of him going after his goals in the current, in the present. And formulating that and then having a conversation about the helpfulness of that and how can we address this anger and resentment and other behaviors that we can engage in that would help move towards these goals. So again, without there being a sort of back and forth conversation about it, I'd be curious about looking at, again, the kind of back door there would be the anger and resentment. And it's not so much a back door, it's like this big front door with like big glaring lights and a sign because it's right in front of us, which acts as sort of like some nice low-hanging fruit for us to take as an entry. Let me see how we're doing. We're doing okay on time. There's a question about a differential diagnosis between autism spectrum disorder and schizophrenia spectrum disorders. Working with an individual who has imaginary husbands that present like childhood imaginary friends. Client enjoys having these, has a diagnosis of delusional disorder and ASD. And so this is a great point and a great question about the differential between ASD and psychosis and schizophrenia. There's not a ton of work has been done, although we're certainly seeing more and more being published on this and more understanding of the overlay between these two presentations. I think where I'd be curious in this instance is, where is the problem? So if this person has imaginary husbands and it's pleasant to that person, it's a positive experience, it's not getting in the way of functioning, that's okay. If it's getting in the way of functioning, maybe we need to come up with a plan around that. What I've often found when I've worked with individuals with ASD and psychosis is that if we can get to this underlying anxiety presentation, again, this is anecdotal, I haven't based this on research, but if we can look at this underlying anxiety, then often what I've seen in the clients that I've worked with that kind of presentation, if we have a way of managing the anxiety, the psychosis comes down as well and becomes a lot less relevant. So I'd be curious if there was any function in this imaginary husbands that helps protect against anxiety. We'll see. I'd be curious about that. And then the final question, and then we'll get into the culture, and then I'll have a look at the chat box for any other questions. The client with an intellectual disability and severe sexual trauma history doesn't want to discuss the trauma, and her auditory hallucinations protect her. Severe memory problems, been addressing memory problems because that's what she wants to work on, but believes that her memory issues are related to the trauma. Are there any memory interventions that I can use as a way to ease into eventual trauma work? So that's an interesting one, and it feels like there's probably a lot there that I don't know about to really help with kind of an answer. I'm interested that she doesn't want to discuss the trauma, but so whether she has memories of it or not, I'm not too sure from the presentation. But memory, I'd be, as we were talking about around sort of creative ways for engaging, I'd be curious if the memory problems are entirely verbal. So if it's a difficulty about recounting verbally, current memory things or things in the past, if there was easier ways of accessing that through creativity of art or clay, sand, drawing, other kind of creative ways of accessing this information or presenting this information. As we've talked about with the trauma piece, I would really want to make sure that this individual had some skills and that they had some knowledge of the rules of talking about trauma that were set out by them. So it felt like a very contained space. And if we were that kind of being a little bit more creative about accessing memory, we might want to engage that modality to create safety. So imagining and drawing or creating safe spaces within the sessions so that we have a place to go to if talking about the trauma is too much. So really setting this up as a thing that can be safe, and that the person is safe now, even though we're talking about past trauma that obviously didn't feel safe then. And then hopefully beginning to, like you say, easing into the trauma work. We're not just going to jump into it. This is why I'm really, really hot on having structure, particularly when we're talking about psychosis and trauma, so that client knows, when is this going to end? Because it's a big ask, and I'm sure this has come out, I'm sure you guys have done trauma-informed care training as well, and this is part of this. It's a big ask to have a person recount their trauma, to think about trauma, to sit with trauma, if they don't know when the session is going to end, or they don't know how long this is going to go on for. So if they know that I'm just going to have to do this for 5 minutes to begin with, that can feel very containing. I'm not sure that these really serve as memory interventions so much as they serve as ways of structuring and creating hopefully an environment in which the client can eventually get there. I'd be super curious about hallucinations as protective, and if we can draw on that in any way, so that they're somehow on this person's side, that they're able to protect the individual as they're brave enough to do this work. I won't get into it right now because it would be a whole other training as well. But when we're talking about trauma and we're talking about hallucinatory experiences, I would be thinking about even taking a compassion focused approach. So we can think about how, actually I'm not even going to dive into it, but if you're interested in thinking about how compassion applies to psychosis and voices, have a look at compassion focused therapy for psychosis. It will probably pop up with a really nice video that describes exactly what that looks like. And I certainly recommend that, but I'm not going to, just for the interest of time, I'm not going to go into it too much. I'm just going to close my email because I'm not confident that that's not popping up as we're talking. All right, there we go. All right, so I've done the questions and the Q&A. I know there's a couple in the chat box. I'm going to come back to those at the end. Feel free to keep doing that typing. Oh, there might even be some more in the Q&A. That's exciting. I'm going to do culture. We'll come back to having a little bit of a discussion. Oh, it's so fun. All right. Let me pull this up. Let me share this. Hang on. Share the screen first. Then look at that. All right. Okay. So culture and CBTP. So I've already mentioned that CBT generally has had a bit of a bad rap for being very focused in here and now. And so what we like to really emphasize is that there's more beyond what's happening in the present. We need to consider past experiences. We need to consider the environment. Another thing that has been appropriately critiquing of CBT is that it can sometimes be presented in this very Pollyanna way, right? If you can just change how you think about a situation, it's going to be fine. And that really does a huge disservice to recognizing that many people are in situations where it doesn't matter how you change how you think about it, it is still going to be a really difficult situation. And that's especially true when we're talking about institutionalized or systemic racism. So when we want to incorporate culture into what we talk about with CBTP, if we take a colorblind approach to therapy, I love this quote of it being an ethnically based disability. There's been some work Shania Ratoad has done in the UK, some work that has found that CBTP is acceptable for BME, Black and minority ethnicities, as it's termed in the UK, with culturally appropriate adaptation. And so as such, we should be considering CBTP through a cultural lens and taking with that cultural humility. And there's a lovely book that kind of summarizes a lot of that literature and takes some really beautiful case presentations that Shania edited with some others, called Cultural Adaptation of CBT for Serious Mental Illness, and I certainly recommend that. I just want to touch on, as we talk about culture, some of the racial inequalities that are evident in mental health. And we can see, this is from the International Early Psychosis Association webpage, written by Danielle Aluwo, I can't say it, I'm sorry, and Deirdre Anglin. who talk about striving for both cultural and structural competency and incentivizing the need to address social disadvantages that increase the risk for psychosis and thwart recovery. So we know from the literature that we see racial inequality in the diagnosis of mental health problems, particularly serious mental health problems and particularly schizophrenia. And we see disparities in how treatments are offered to individuals from different ethnicities. And here from NAMI, a statement on kind of race and mental health, that the effect of racism and racial trauma on mental health is real and cannot be ignored. The disparity in access to mental health care in communities of color cannot be ignored. The inequality and lack of cultural competency in mental health treatment cannot be ignored. And so it's really this call to arms that we need to be thinking much more about how we incorporate this into our work and how we incorporate it into CBTP. So as I sort of alluded to earlier, we know that individuals from underrepresented groups, Black people, Indigenous peoples, have a much higher likelihood of experiencing trauma from racial discrimination, which we've already talked about. We know the links between trauma and psychosis. So this can increase risk for psychosis. And here, racial discrimination among US ethnic minorities may be associated with attenuated psychotic symptoms, this clinical high risk presentation, as well as potentially higher risk for psychosis. Black and Asian individuals were less likely to have had contact with mental health providers prior to the first episode of psychosis. And we know from the early psychosis literature that the less pathways that people have into care and the shorter the duration of untreated psychosis, the better the outcomes. On average, in the United States, this is from a study called the RACE study, it takes around 18 months for somebody to get into treatment from their first episode of their first psychotic symptoms. So from the moment that they first have psychotic symptoms to receiving appropriate care that is consistent with that presentation takes 18 months. And what we're seeing with this literature is that it may take individuals from Black and Asian backgrounds even longer to get that care. We know from the literature that Black individuals are more likely to be diagnosed with schizophrenia, less likely to be diagnosed with a mood disorder. And in the NAVIGATE study, which is under RAISE, Black families were less likely to receive family psychoeducation services, despite us knowing that family intervention is a critical piece of what we offer within early intervention, early psychosis care. So again, really speaking to this kind of racial inequality piece. And so, you know, just for us to be really aware of and to embed that within this discussion, this need to address systemic issues that increase vulnerabilities to psychosis, such as systemic racism, poverty, intergenerational trauma, and awareness of that. The need for us to increase access to culturally competent care and actually to shift from this idea of cultural competence to cultural humility. And my background is in early intervention, so really kind of embedding that within that world of early psychosis care and addressing disparities in access to mental health services across the board. I mentioned sort of doing this work of CBTP through a cultural lens. And so what might that look like? Well, Pamela Hayes provides somewhat of a framework for that when she talks about identifying sort of these culturally related strengths and supports. And rather than just sort of like overlooking that, really incorporating that within the treatment and within the work itself. So using those culturally related strengths and supports to perhaps develop a list of more helpful cognitions to replace unhelpful ones, to identify more helpful behaviors that within that cultural framework, and making sure that if we're assigning homework, that there's an emphasis on cultural congruence and client direction rather than clinician direction. So let's just have a look at what that might look like. I wasn't sure which, I've always, it's funny, I've got a few different case examples and I can't say, I've seen the slides as they come up on my screen just as you are. And I was like, which one have I chosen? Because I did these slides a couple of weeks ago. It's this one, it's Raina. We'll call her Raina, that's not her real name. And she was a 17-year-old Afro-Caribbean female who lived on a small Caribbean island with her adoptive family. And she started reporting seeing witches coming out of her cupboard from the age of 8. Her family understood that in the experience, understood that experience rather in the context of the belief in a spirit world that was prevalent to the island, and that was really consistent with the family beliefs. So when she was talking about witches coming out of her cupboard, it wasn't really a big deal in the sense that people weren't sort of placing a diagnosis. Instead, they saw alternative to Western culture, treatments that were specific to the local culture. So connecting with healers within the local community to help her with this experience. However, if we're kind of speaking in more westernized terms, she continued to have a decrease in functioning and experienced an increase in what we would consider to be symptoms that led the family to start to seek westernized treatment. And they came for 3 months of CBT, 3 months being as long as the visa would allow, 28 sessions in total with ongoing medication management as part of that treatment as well. And if we had to kind of term the presenting complaint, it would be auditory and visual hallucinations that she described as being demons that taunted and mocked her. So if we kind of went on this cultural strengths search, what Raina described and what her family described was that she was very skilled in crystal healing and in yoga. So on the island, she actually ran yoga for other youth on the island, and people would seek her out for this crystal healing. So she was very much valued in the community for being able to do that. She hadn't disclosed initially, but over the first few sessions, outside of these demons, she talked about what she called her spirit guide or her angel. And this was, a very positive and supportive influence for her. It was, again, something that she experienced that other people couldn't see or hear, but it was very consistent with the family beliefs that she would have this positive influence while she was going through this more challenging time. So if we think about a formulation for her, what she would hear is that the voices would be mocking and taunting her, and she would think, those are the demons that are disrespecting me. Down in the bottom left there, she would shout at the demons, she would punch out at the demons. Sometimes as a family were coming to kind of hold her and contain her, she'd be punching out at them, not with the aim of harming, but just trying to get these demons away from her. And she was very irritable with the family. She would feel very, very scared in that bottom right box and very angry, plus sign, very angry. She'd get very, very angry. She described, and the family described, remember she was adopted, that she was abandoned by her biological mother. And biological mother still actually lived on the island and could be seen kind of leading a very nomadic existence. And her cousins, unfortunately, would bully her based on this biological mother. This biological mother had mental health problems of her own, would be seen sort of talking to people. And the cousins would point that out, sort of say that the biological mother was crazy, that Raina was crazy just like her. Biological mother couldn't care for her, wasn't able to look after her, had to abandon her. So not really very nice, frankly. And so we kind of conceptualize that as Raina then developing these beliefs about herself of, I'm bad and I've got to take care of myself. So once she heard, if we pull all this together, heard these voices mocking and taunting her, it kind of makes sense that she would come to the conclusion that these are the demons disrespecting me. I'm a bad person, that I'm on my own in this situation. So like I mentioned, she had shared this presence of a spirit guide or an angel. She used that language interchangeably. But if we drew upon that as a really fantastic cultural strength that she had, then instead of seeing these demons as being rude and disrespectful, she was able to sort of step away from that and be like, yeah, they're just being rude. And actually, I've got my angel on my side. I don't need to bother with that. I'm not on my own here. And that got to the heart of this core belief about being on her own, that she had this connection with this positive influence. So we could shift from I'm on my own to I'm not on my own, because she's having this positive experience. And she could start to see and move away from this idea of being a bad person, which she'd internalized from what her cousins were saying around her biological mother, to I have had some bad things happen, but I'm a strong individual. And that was such an accurate reformulation of that phrase. Being able to draw upon all of that, she was then able to use strategies such as ignoring the demons, like literally, like I hear you, I see you, but I'm not going to pay you any attention because I'm going to do yoga instead, or I'm going to do my crystal healing, things that were really valued activities for her. And as such, she would feel more relieved and more powerful and less angry and scared. So obviously the life experiences here haven't changed, and the fact that the voices of mocking and taunting hadn't changed, but how she reacted to it and the strengths that she drew from the spirit guide or the angel really helped her have a different reaction or different response to this event. So if we put this back into that cultural framework or this cultural lens, we're drawing upon these strengths and supports of yoga, crystal healing, and a spirit guide. We are able to help her identify alternative helpful cognitions, drawing upon that I'm not on my own, I am strong, and making sure that the things she was practicing at home was culturally congruent. So practicing her yoga and her healing, and able to enlist the angel to help her to dismiss the voices, that she was no longer on her own with that. And once she was able to start to draw upon the strength of the angel to do that, she was able to sort of extend that to bring her family in to help her combat some of the challenges she was experiencing with this, within this scenario. So that kind of, again, gives us this idea of how we can pull in culture into the formulation. And again, I know I'm banging on and on about how formulation is super helpful. But if we're taking a formulation approach, it gives us a lot more room for pulling in and understanding through this cultural lens and capturing that information. Similarly, if I take a step back even further, we're using our curious questioning. You know, we know now and we speak much more appropriately about how we can't be culturally competent in all of the different cultures, but we can take a culturally humble approach. We can have that humility, and that humility is really driving how we want to question and explore and ask about these experiences of psychosis, but also these cultural strengths and how it all fits together into an understanding. And if I think back to that question we had earlier about how, you know, how do we do this if we're 98% sure that we're right and the client's beliefs are delusional? I think, again, if we're taking this kind of culturally humble approach and joining the client in that shared exploration, it becomes easier for us to drop some of those assumptions and drop some of that expertise, and instead be very curious in developing a formulation that then tells us what we're going to do as an intervention, but that intervention draws upon the strengths of the individual. So it's a little bit less prescriptive than perhaps some of the traditional CBT approaches have been, where we might say, oh, you're having an unhelpful thought, do a thought record, that'll solve everything, right? We might still bring all of that in, that's still got a place, but we want to make sure we're doing this in a way that fits within a lens. I'm going to give you one more story, but I want to make sure I don't run out of time. Ooh, here we go. Awesome. What was the one thing you're going to take away from using training and applying in your work? And somebody jumped in there already. So I'm going to ask folks to start to maybe just complete, but fill this in. Maybe actually we'll go towards the end of the slides, and then we will, I'll pause and I'll answer questions to finish up. So formulation of diagrams, looking at thoughts, emotions, and behavior. Oh, this is when I start to get my warm and fuzzies, because you know how to make a girl smile on a Friday afternoon. You're saying formulation, you're saying using a cultural lens. These are the things that I want you to leave with. So you're just giving me, you give me a warm feeling. It was worth getting up at 4:30 this morning just to know that you're going to be leaving with showing curiosity and having the formulation diagrams, making sure that we've got a good, strong, befriending foundation to work from, and that we're listening. Yay for first. Took me hours to come up with the acronym, by the way. Hours, you've no idea. I'm not very good at those. Having the tools and the cultural lens, using the diagrams of the formulation, that's awesome. Love that we're saying psychosis is a unique experience and not as an illness. Now, I will say if the client identifies it as an illness, we're going to go there, right? We have to be client-led. If they're like, this is my illness, again, I might have to share that I have a different way of seeing that, perhaps, but that we're really seeing this as a reaction to an extreme situation. You're all loving the formulation. Makes me happy. Loving the stress bucket. Hey, me too. One day, people, you'll have to see me draw one. Not pretty. Having a shared perspective. Yeah. Yeah, lots of votes for the formulation. It's the way forward. It's the future. You don't want to invite me to a party. I can formulate just about anything, anywhere, at any time. It's a superpower. But it does mean I'm a bit boring at parties. So some confidence in being able to address psychosis, that's great to hear as well. Making sure that we have shared goals as a place to start. And I would say if you're feeling stuck in working with individuals with psychosis, you know, it's been going well and suddenly you hit a roadblock or you're not sure where to start, back it up to the shared goal. That's what I do time and time again. I'll be like, oh, of course I was stuck. We don't have a goal. We don't know what we're working on together. We've lost our way. It's a great thing to remind ourselves to go back to that. So asking for permission, collaboration and sensitivity, using some normalizing, fabulous. Using a client's, a cultural lens to remember the client's truth. Everything was helpful. Oh, warm and fuzzies for sure. Partnering and collaborating with the client, good. Sharing these, that's really great. So being able to educate the clinicians. Oh, I love to think about this, getting out into the world. When I first moved over here about 12 years ago, I could count on one hand the number of people doing CBTp. And it's really wonderful that folks are starting to really see the value of this. Differentiating between thoughts and emotions. Culture is a major issue when it comes to working. I'm not sure if the cat snuck in there. Maybe that was my cat that submitted that one. But going deeper than helping the client to challenge the delusions. And there's me again. Yay, I know it doesn't always work. And there's some hope. That's fabulous. I'm not even sure what the next slide is, but I'm going to jump onto the next slide. I think there's one. Here we go. So how are you all feeling now about using CBT skills for working with individuals with psychosis? I think this is a word cloud, so single word answers for it to. Yeah, it is. Empowered, lovely, better, confident, positive. Oh, this is nice to see. Willing, feeling excited. I love that folks feel excited because this is such exciting work to do. And, you know, I think unfortunately people can get it into their head that working with psychosis in this way is somehow just going to be far too hard or it's not going to work. And yet there's so much we can do and there's so much we can learn from our clients by being curious and by understanding their positions and understanding this in a context of their life experiences. That we should feel really excited and really honored that our clients let us take that journey with them. Feeling optimistic and confident, having some more knowledge, which is awesome. Thumbs up or a sideways thumb, I don't know. Hey, thumbs up. Oh, at some point it might switch it around and do a downward thumb, we'll see. Love this collaboration piece and prevention, very nice, awesome. But confident is the main one jumping out there is the big word in the middle. So that feels really good to hear. All right, so that's my email if folks have questions, but we do still have sort of 20 minutes left. And I know there are some questions. So I'm just going to jump back up here to the questions that came through while we've been talking. So how would you suggest, so if we're all together in a room, this would be the point where I'm like, oh, 20 minutes, hit me with some questions and we'll be having a conversation. Instead, you just get to listen to my dulcet tones, reading out the question and answering it. So, how would you suggest safely guiding a client with forming an experiment when they have ongoing HI? I'm guessing that's homicidal ideation, stemming from fixed delusions based on religious perceptions. That might be a loaded question without additional details. You're right, I would want tons more questions. And I think, not tons more details. I think my what I'd be trying to focus on, and I had that experience there where I was like, oh, big one, hard one, don't know how to answer that. The thing that immediately jumped into my head was backing it up to what is the shared goal that we would have with this client? Is it around safety? Is it around changing the frequency? Is this HI ego dystonic, ego syntonic? What's the level of risk? How comfortable are we? So what's the shared goal? And then what would be the experiment actually targeting? And that would really be determined by that shared goal, right? So I could imagine a scenario where this HI is ego dystonic, but really scary for the individual. So more of an intrusion. And as such, that person is maybe not going out into the community because they're frightened that they might act on this. That would be one behavioral experiment versus thoughts that are consistent with religious perceptions and delusions around that. But again, I'd want to know where the distress is and what the behavioral experiment could do to perhaps shift the distress. Man, I wish I could talk to you to get some more information on that. Question here about how does this work with an individual with a dual diagnosis of alcoholism and schizoaffective disorder? Great question. Useful for us to think a little bit here about how the two impact each other, right? So how much is the person using alcohol to deal with the effects of the schizoaffective disorder or the symptoms? Excuse me, and how much is the symptoms of the schizoaffective disorder being driven by the drinking? And so we kind of want to try and parse that out as much as possible through our assessment, if we can get a timeline to understand that. And then we might want to think about, well, which, and within the schizoaffective disorder diagnosis, where is the problem? What is the symptom that's maybe causing the most issue? And what can we target? And so I would really want to be kind of identifying through a treatment plan what's going to be our low-hanging fruit, where we're going to get the traction initially to get some early success. Early success is essential if someone's going to continue to engage in therapy. Where's the motivation for that person to change? And so one of the things that's really nice, excuse me, about doing dual diagnosis work is that CBT and MI integrate really well together. So motivational interviewing then being something that if we're wanting to address the alcoholism with the individual, we would want to be looking at their motivation to change and perhaps engaging in motivational interviewing to help support some behavioral change. But I would want to think a bit about what those symptoms are within the schizoaffective disorder diagnosis and the overlap between the alcoholism and those symptoms. Let's see. Well, not a question, this one here. Can you explain how you would explain the role of medication can play in managing symptoms in conjunction with the formulation? Lovely question, really like that. I want to emphasize that I'm not anti-medication. I know I'm like super yay for formulation, but medication has a huge role that we want to be able to incorporate in this. One of the things that I will often share and talk about with a client to think about how therapy, which is going to be formulation driven, hopefully, and medications integrate or interact. It's kind of thinking about it, and you might have heard this analogy before, but I'll share and I'll talk with a client about how if you're drowning, if you've fallen into the water and you're drowning, that is not the time to learn to swim. That's a terrible time to learn to swim. That's when you get thrown the life belt and you hold on to it, right? And so I would think about medications as being that life belt. that you're throwing those medications into the water for the person to hold on to get some grounding, to get a breath, to be able to, okay, I can take a moment. I'm no longer sinking and drowning in this water. And it might be that those medications that life belt stays around for a long time. That's what we need when we're in the water, and that's okay. But then the therapy is coming in and teaching the individual to swim, so they're not just kind of bobbing up and down in the water with the life belt, that we can start to move around the water and go different places. So that's how I really think about the two interacting. Now, we haven't talked about medications, but we know that oftentimes medications are really difficult things for individuals to take, not just in psychosis, in physical health, in other mental health problems. We see issues around people being able to consistently take their medications as prescribed. And we can use CBT to perhaps explore that as well, also in line with MI. So if somebody is having a hard time taking their medications consistently, again, we want a good relationship to be able to have that conversation, right? We don't want to come in sounding like we're being all condemnatory and accusatory about, so you're not taking your medications, what's going on? You're wasting my time. That wouldn't be great, though I have heard similar, unfortunately. So having a good relationship, being really curious about what's getting in the way of taking medications and not making assumptions, right? We talk about medication non-compliance as if it's one single thing, when actually there are multiple things that contribute to people not being able to take their medications consistently. Could be that they're forgetting, could be that they don't have the resources, it could be that they're moving between places that they're sleeping, and so it's hard to get into a routine. It could be that there are fears about the medication itself and what it could do with the person. It could be that they took them before and it didn't feel good. It could be that they're gaining weight on them. It could be that they have some paranoia about it. So many different things. It could be that there's stigma around medication. It could be that they're starting a new relationship and they're staying over with that person more and they don't want their antipsychotic bottle on the side of the sink, right? So there's all sorts of different reasons why people might not take medications that we need to explore through that curiosity. And then once we do, we can develop the formulation in just the same way. So the formulation there that might say, the event rather is, I don't know, think about taking medications. The thought is, I don't want to take my medications. It sets me apart from other people. What if my boyfriend or girlfriend find out? They're going to think I'm crazy or I'm broken or there's something wrong with me. Start to feel sad or frustrated. Behavior, don't take the medications with us. Start conveniently forgetting, not bringing it into part of the routine. And underlying that, maybe this belief about being broken or different. So we then have a formulation that we can then really think about an intervention around. Now that intervention would be very different to somebody who's like, gee, I wish I could, but I just keep forgetting. That intervention is going to be about memory aids compared with the intervention that might be about how the person perceives who they themselves are because of that prescription. So again, that's why we need to understand that diagram to then tell us, what are we going to do? Hang on, I thought I saw another one come through. So let me go back with that and then there, and then let me go to the chat. I know I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Sorry, stop share. Okay, there, you meant to say CBT, not cat. I see that. That's okay. Although the cat has played quite a role in today. She's given up. I'm sorry. She's flat out, fast asleep. Her early excitement of being broadcast to 200 people on the East Coast is too much for her. I think we're going to have a quiet cat for the rest of the day. Let me have a quick look at the other questions up here. Would you recommend CBTP for a high-risk population, i.e. children aged 10 to 15 in our program, and how would CBTP be adapted for this children this age? Yes, I would, and we can adapt it. So we know we can adapt CBT generally for children, right? As long as we can help a person make those connections between thoughts, feelings, and behaviors, it can be applied beautifully to younger kids. When we're talking about that clinical high-risk population, those attenuated psychotic symptoms, we're often going down to the ages of 10 or 12 and seeing sort of success around the course of CBTP and hopefully preventing a transition to full psychosis. And there's tons of different ways that we can be creative in how we adapt to the child. I think first and foremost is actually being creative, right? Being able to engage the client in a level or in a way that feels very meaningful for them. We want to make sure that our language is adapted so that it's accessible at that age. I would still be drawing out the picture, but I would be having the person, and in the same way I'd be having them fill it all out. I might introduce it more slowly. Like I said before, it might be initially with just joining the event and the behavior. When your mom says, go to your room, you start to yell. Interesting, right? And just linking that as a pattern. And then we might want to put in an emotion. Your mom says it's time to go to your room, you start to yell, you feel frustrated. We're linking that and then building on it. What goes through your mind? Maybe then we get to hear from the client, and I'm thinking about a client that I worked with. When mom goes to says go to the room, a voice says she doesn't want you around. And so that's useful information. And then the thought is, my mom doesn't want me around, and starts to yell and starts to get frustrated, for example. So we're building maybe a little bit more slowly if we're working with younger folks in that way. Hang on, I've got one more message. Let me have a look down here. Oh, this is a long one. Oh, thank you. Jen's just summarized one for me. So here's one. So I just started talking to a female client. This is Jen summarizing what somebody's put. So thank you, whoever submitted this one, who stated she had marital problems, was separated, was raped, abused. Oh, she abused painkillers and has since stopped using, but continues to have the police follow her, record her, and want to hurt her. She doesn't want to go out of her home, which is understandable if she's experiencing all of those thoughts about that. Did say that the people were doing something that was making her mouth dry. The clinician suggested that she sip water or suck on hard candy. Sipped Crystal Light and felt better. That's nice to know. And so any suggestions about approaching her delusions? So I think what I'm hearing here, given that there's a lot going on, so I would want to know about any pre-existing trauma here. But I think what I'm getting from this, again, I don't know, we can't have that exchange, but this seems like one of these situations where there's this kind of systematized delusion, where there's a lot going on. There's some kind of somatic symptoms, there's paranoia, this kind of sense around conspiracy. I'm just making sure that I've got this correct. Oh, it sounds like maybe the marital problems, separated, and rape are kind of things that have happened to her, and then there's been paranoia since there. So I'd be looking to see if we could identify that underlying belief, and my sense from this is one around safety. And again, if we think about it, if we look at that presentation, if we think this is somebody who's gone through marital problems, separation, rape, having abused painkillers, I would be doing a ton of normalizing and saying, I would feel unsafe too. That makes sense. Like if your brain didn't come up with that conclusion, it would be doing you a disservice. Now, the problem is that your brain is potentially, we don't know, we need to explore it, but potentially then misapplying not being safe to situations where you actually are safe. So we certainly want to recognize that there was a time when you weren't safe. But are there situations now where your brain goes, oh, not safe? When actually, if we looked around, it's safer than we think. And so that would be something that we would then be looking at, sort of working around that safety piece, rather than necessarily looking at the cognitions about the police recording her or wanting to hurt her, and maybe building up a sense of safety and security, and thinking about different situations in which she might feel safe, creating a safe space, identifying safe and trusted individuals, and seeing if we can build, drawing with my hands, if we can build up safety, if we would see the delusions start to decrease, if that makes sense. Which is another important point when we think about delusions beginning to break down or beginning to get some malleability. We want to think about what we're building up in its place, because we don't want to leave people without these delusional beliefs that often form some sort of protective function for the individual. Just pop back over to the Q&A and see if there's anything else. I think all of these were done. All right, guys. I think that is all the questions that have been thrown my way and all the slides, and you've done an amazing job of participating. Seen people start to drop off, which not drop off as in fall asleep. I can't see that. Maybe you are, but starting to log out, which again is totally understandable. It's getting to 5 o'clock your time. So it's been absolutely awesome. Thank you for participating. Thank you for the questions and the Q&A. Thanks for all the polling and all those beautiful word clouds that you created. And thank you for tolerating a cat. And thanks, Jen, for being a willing participant in our role play as well. All right, thank you very much. And I will wish you all a really good weekend. And feel free to email if my email was up there.
Thanks so much, Dr. Hardy and Jen. We really appreciate you guys.
Thanks.